Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Evangeline. Before we start, let's express our gratitude towards our partners firstly. We should say special thanks to UU Game Booster, NetEase Fever, Video, Likey, InfoFed, Goliath, TNC, and VNG. Thank you for all the hard work and support. Well, today's matches will be broadcasted in two languages, English and Tagalog. Well, for English, you can also watch on our Top Clans Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, EGG Network, TikTok, and Likey. Tagalog will be on our Facebook Rules of Survival channel. From September the 18th to September the 26th, teams from the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Cambodia, and more countries will come together and fight for a USD 8,000 prize pool. What else? We also prepared many presents for today's live stream, so you don't want to miss it. Please don't turn away. Alright guys, now it's time to welcome our wonderful casters. Hi guys,
Thanks,
nice to meet you. Hi, how are
Hello.
you?
I'm doing good anyways. Again, thank you so much for that. My name is Asarai, guys. I'll be one of your casters. I am a shooter enthusiast. I've been playing on PCs, consoles, and mobiles for quite some time now, and I'm very excited to be here for Top Clans RoS.
And
How about
likewise
Nikki?
here, my name is Nikki. Hi Evangeline, hi survivors, my name is Nikki and I'll be one of the shoutcasters for today. I am an FPS player as well and been playing ROS for 3 years and I'm very much excited for today. Thank you Evangeline.
Well, I'm wondering what are you thinking about participating our Top Clans again? Anything expected today about the matches or the teams or the players?
I think one of the things that a lot of our viewers would probably be looking forward to is the adjustments that the players have done, because over the time, from the Top Clans 2020, from this Top Clans 2021, there has been a lot of roster changes. So being able to kind of adjust with a new team is definitely something that these players have to do to get that win coming out from this today's PH finals, going into the semifinals for the following days.
Mm-hmm. And Nikki, any thoughts?
Yes Evangeline. For me, I'm actually looking forward to 20 teams from the Philippines. There are prominent names and there are newcomers such as C and Vicentino and the like. And that's why, like what Asarai said, there had been rebranding and a lot of teams were able to qualify for today. That's why I'm also really excited to look forward to those things.
Yeah, alright. Thank you for answering. And it's time for you guys to take the stage. But before we start, let's take a look at the tournament introduction.
And again, as Evangeline did mention, we are going to be having our PH finals for today. That is September 18th, guys. So I believe Nikki brushed up on it quite early on that 20 teams will be playing from those Philippine grassroots to compete against each other in the PH country finals. And of course, this final tournament will consist of 6 rounds and only the top 12 teams will advance to the semis.
Yes, Asarai. And this is our overview of what's going to happen from September 18th until the finals on September 25th until 26th. And I'm really excited for this event. Really excited for this.
There's a lot of things that I think a lot of us would probably be looking forward to. One of those is how we are going to be doing the points distribution for ROS. Again, it being a Battle Royale game, we do have points with regards to placement. So first place will be 15, second will be 12, and then so on and so forth. But we do have something a little, with the kills as well, that we do have 1 kill per 1 point per 1 kill, but we have a maximum of only 11 kills. So the maximum that a team can get per game, if I'm not mistaken, is 26 in total. So 26 times 6. I'm not going to do it because I'm bad at math, but you guys can probably put up a calculator or do it in your own heads. You got it yourselves. But again, that is the max that a team can get. And anybody who wants to get at the top will always be vying for that 26. And now we do have the prize pool.
Yes, speaking of the prize pool, and we're talking about maths here and numbers, look at that, a whopping 8,000 USD prize pool for the Rules of Survival Summer Invitational. The first placers will get 3,000 USD. For the second place, they will get 2,000 USD, and for the third place they will get 1,500. For the fourth place, 1,000, and for the fifth place they will get 500 USD. So from first until the fifth place, these guys will take away something from our prize pool, and that is something to look forward to, aside from honor, and of course aside from bragging rights, and to be named and crowned as Top Clans RoS Summer Invitational champions. This is something to look forward to as well.
In the Philippines, that's one of their bragging rights. But also, a very, very good bonus to that is you're qualified for the global finals, especially if you're first to second place.
Ooh.
That immediately gets you in there. If you're third to fifth, it will be giving you the prelims global finals. But you want to get that first to second because it's much easier. Trust me, nobody wants to come in from the lowest. It's basically like a gauntlet that you have to try to muddle through. It's not the easiest thing. You kind of want to be relaxing a little bit more in the end, being able to watch videos of your opponents and trying to strategize. It really helps out with your game plan to be able to conquer all, especially when there is a lot of teams that will be going, these teams will be going up against, not only in the Philippines, but moving forward in ROS Top Clans. It is going to be from all over.
Teams, we have the participating teams here, Aserai. So for today, we will be showcasing 20 teams from the Philippines, since this is the Philippines finals. We can see here Nitrous, Aztec Esports, Malice Esports, Maniac Esports, Cheater Slayer #1, Hydro, Santino Philippines, Noxious, the Ninth Order, Legion. And I think everyone from our viewers, our dear survivors, keep on rooting and supporting these players. Show your support at the comment section. Type them, hype them. And these are the other participating teams, Aserai.
Yeah, so this second half of our participating teams came from the KO qualifiers, I believe. So we do have, of course, Team Asia Boys, PFN Colossians, Don't Me, Team Sakalam, Smonkeys Gaming, Taiji Esports, Assassins Legion, and Team Corp. So again, all of these teams are the top of the top from the Philippines, from hundreds of teams that have registered, have fought, have grinded their way to try to reach the top. These are our top 20 here for the Philippines. And once again, cannot stress this enough, Nikki, that the top 12, so that means that 8 will be removed by the end of today, and the top 12 will remain and will be fighting for that spot to try to get into the global finals, which I believe will be happening next week, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so now, Nikki, this is the time for you to shine. You were talking about supporting our viewers, or the viewers supporting their teams. Now we support the viewers with this one.
Exactly. And it's not just the players who will get something from our live stream today. It's also you guys out there at the convenience of your home. You'll get amazing prizes by joining our live stream quiz. All you have to do is, during each match, there will be questions flash about ROS on the comment section. All you have to do is to comment the right answers in our FB live chat, and for a chance to win awards and rewards. The lucky winners will write with the right answers will receive one reward. Our rewards pool includes the Maskus Knife Mech Skeleton, or Curse Pupilla Pack ×10, or Pyromac Mask Pack ×10, or Top Class exclusive items. It's flashed on the screen here, and I actually eyeing on the Pupilla set because it's gold, and I kind of really like how flashy it looks like when you use it in game, Aserai.
I think everybody gets giddy when gold is in the talks of that. But for me, I'm eyeing the knife, the melee weapon. I always love being able to just carry around. Sometimes if you don't get yourself a weapon, a ranged weapon, you kind of want to have a melee you can just slash around about and just kind of run around. It adds to the aesthetic and all of that. Anyways, again, guys, you are here watching the ROS Top Clans Invitational. We are just moments away from getting into the nitty and gritty of it. But of course, before all of that, we do want to let you guys know about the maps that will be played for today. So we have 6 different rounds that we'll be playing for the span of today. This is the PH Finals. There will be no more PH Finals for tomorrow. So it's all going to be happening condensed for this Saturday. Yes, I just checked my watch. And 6 of those will be played for today. So we'll wait for the graphics to come out. But I am kind of curious what maps we'll be getting. But I think because it is one of the more important things to kind of note for, especially for a Battle Royale game, it might just be one map. But what do you think, Nikki? What map might we want to see here moving forward?
It's actually, I think it's gonna be Gili Island, the El Clasico. Everyone plays on it, and it's just the staple combat zone for rules of survival players. And like what Asaray said, this is today's matchup. We will be having 6 matches for today. The PH Finals. From match 1 until match 6, we will be battling all out at Gili Island from 1300 GMT plus 8 until 1710 GMT plus 8. That's going to be 1 p.m. until 5, no, I think 6 or so, because a match actually lasts for like 25 minutes max or 30. So I think every match will have a maximum of like 30 minutes or so. So this is gruesome. This is gonna be explosive. One map, and I think it's gonna be just a difference between the strategies of each team, because it's just they have the same map all throughout the matches for today. Asare, what do you think about that?
I think that is actually a fantastic thing that we have only one map that we're going to be playing throughout the entirety of this day, because I think we were talking about this yesterday, when we were still doing the rehearsals and stuff, that I felt like, again, talking with other pro players that have played multiple Battle Royale games, they always have a favored map, and being able to play something that you're most comfortable with or you're most confident with always gives you a nice little boost moving forward. And when everything is on the line, something like this is going to be incredibly, incredibly important. Now, we do start the game already, Nikki. It seems like a couple of teams will be starting to vie. I thought they were just going to go straight into the middle, but it seems like it's going to be a bit of a spread. I was wondering if Bitter Lake was going to be a hot zone, but it seems not to be the case. Maybe by squad 2, but it's a 2-2 split for them, and everybody else is going to the edges of the map.
Exactly, and we have a really nice dispersion and spread here. The map is really colorful. We can see all the teams having their somewhat designated area. But talking about hot drop, it's gonna be RoS Bay, and looking at team number 4 and 10, that's gonna be Team Maniac and Team Legions, almost near each other. Let's see what's gonna happen here. So this is the most popular looting phase that we can talk about. Maybe teams and strategies, BR strategies, Cesar. How long have you been playing BR? And usually, what's your take or strategy on the first 5 minutes of the game?
I will be very, very frank with you. I am terrible in Battle Royale games because my spatial awareness for big maps is incredibly terrible. So the only strategy I know, right? Why are you casting us, right? This is like not the best time for you to be casting right now, especially if it's a Battle Royale. But I just want to add, you mentioned it already, right? That again, what's the best strategy that I think is a big thing here. Now, depending on how the looting is going to be kind of spread around the map, I usually feel like being outside to inside is the best thing. Riding the zone is, I think, the better option. Get yourself a vehicle, try to go to the spots around the map, and then just start to loot up, get yourself some nice inventory, and then move a bit more forward and try to isolate fights rather than getting third party every single time. Because again, I feel like that is one of the biggest caveats or biggest dangers, I think is the best word for it, when playing a Battle Royale game, is the third party. You think you won a game already, and then after like 5 seconds, somebody else is shooting at you.
Exactly, but we're talking about like what you said. That's your takeaway. But let's talk about the points, because we also need to take consideration about the kill points and the placement points. So they have, like what you said, they don't isolate yourselves from the team fights, but you also want to get kills. So you want to stand last so that you'll get 15 points. But on the other hand, you also want to be able to get extra points coming from the kill. So I think if everyone's doing that, they're playing it safely right now. We're still complete. 71 players left, and I think that's 20 teams still. So what's gonna happen if all of these teams are playing it safely? Will it
Oh.
I'm thinking like the circle will shrink until the like second to the last or third to the last circle, and then everyone would be congested inside, and that's the time that they have to kill one another.
So what you're basically mentioning, or you're talking about, right? Since this is the first game, everybody's maybe just a bit jittery, they're a bit nervous. We might be looking at, if they all play safe, we might be looking at a true Rumble Royale because everybody is just going to be playing a lot more passive. They're going to be looking for better loot, as we're seeing right now with Smonkies, trying to get that as much heals, as much ammunition and weapons as possible. It's not looking too good just yet for them. We haven't seen any firefights because, again, as we saw with the overview that we saw a while ago, very, very equally spread. But again, I am looking forward to seeing something like that. I don't think anybody will try to go for haphazard firefights. I don't think they're going to be dumb enough to try to do that because, again, it's the very first game. And the max points that you want to get is 26 right now. Because as you mentioned, we only have a maximum point system of 11 points for the kills. So if you can 11 out, that's perfect. But you also have to take note that you can't allow anybody else to do the same, or you don't want to get knocked out before you can do that.
Yes, and we are seeing here CNN, Cheater Slayer number 1, almost adjacent towards Noxious Raphael. They are being very bold here. They've used the walker and it's really noisy. And I think CSN has already picked up information that someone is out there. I think it's like what you said. They don't want to be dumb enough to battle it out right now. As we can see, Noxious Raphael doesn't even have a helmet at this very moment. But we can also say that they can try to have a skirmish together with CSN. Like, it's also wise because CSN hasn't really looted enough. But we are seeing a skirmish between Astig here. And is it someone from... I can't quite see who that is, but he is taking shots and he will go down there. And it is gonna be... I think it's a swipe from Astig Esports there.
Looking pretty good. Also, guys, can't forget to mention, we do have a gift code that you can check out. You know, input the code on your game. Bottom left right there. That's one of the things that you can win for watching today's matches. So, as you mentioned, Astig is doing a fantastic job. They just got themselves a nice little push. It's next, I believe this is next wrap, if I'm not mistaken, or neck wrap that I think was able to get a couple of kills. He has a fly swatter melee in his hands, and he's just kind of surveying the land. I like this because after a big firefight, they don't immediately loot. They're very comfortable. They didn't really take that much damage, and they're smart enough to know that they want to try to see where they can find some solace. You know, a little bit of cover, a little bit of safety, and try to figure out after that little bit of firefight, where is the next step that they really have to go on? Now, they are somewhere around Bitter Lake right now. So this is the team that we saw. This is the number 2 team that we saw drop down immediately at Bitter Lake. And it seems like their risk actually became a reward because now Bitter Lake isn't really in the center of the map. It's going to go a little bit to the east, but it also allows them a nice little transition point moving forward into this particular match. And of course, a couple of kills, it's always good. And yes, a mountain bike is always also good.
Yes, and I think they positioned themselves strategically well in our first game. They have already like 3 or 4 points coming from that team that they've eliminated. So securing their team with 4 points already. So this is a good start for Astig Esports. And I'm actually reading their info. It's posted here that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So that's really nice motto coming from this team. And they've proven themselves by eliminating that team that they had a skirmish a while ago. But now, we're still watching Noxious. And like what we've seen a while ago, they are almost near Cheater Slayer number 1. And Cheater CSN is not, they are a top grade clan and top grade team. They've been competing in top clans for a while now, and you don't want to mess with them. So I think Raphael and the rest of Noxious here are being just really careful. If ever, they're just waiting if CSN will rush them here in this blue building. But it's Jamesu against S Monkeys.
They
So
do know.
are
They do
they a
know they're there.
sandwich?
Exactly. It could be. It could be. It seems like he's just scouting a little bit. He's not leaving his vehicle here. They're trying to measure what is happening. Maybe a wraparound. I do like this. He's going to go forward. He's made some noise on the other side of the ridge here. So he's going to try to go all the way around. Everybody's attention will be on the other side, while I believe James, as you mentioned, is going to look for a little bit more of an aggressive front moving forward into this. Everybody from CSN is actually going to be doing that. But since the zone is closing in, gotta go for a transition, even though it's not gonna be too painful at the very start. You gotta keep moving in. It's a little bit of a firefight with squad number 4. That is Maniac Esports, Manila's top 1 team, and we'll see how they kind of fare in this particular fight, as there's a couple of squads that is going to be looking in their general direction. Now that that second team that we mentioned a little bit a while ago, Astig Esports, still holding on Bitter Lake. They are just at the edge of the circle, and this, I think, is a really good spot for them. But everybody else, especially Taiji Esports, who we haven't really brushed up on, is going all the way around top of the map, all the way to Observatory, and this, I think, is a really, really good way to go around, because they won't find anybody. But as soon as they drop down on Observatory, that is where I think they'll see some blood. But at least for here, PFN's Dark Web is scouting, hoping that DM doesn't push him. Doesn't push him.
Don't me. So these guys, I forgot their former teams, but like what we said a while ago, they just rebranded. But Damsey here, almost near from DM, don't me. So let's see if there's gonna, but there is an off-cam kill here. So that's coming from T-Corp. Someone from T-Corp had been knocked down. Damsey just surveillancing the area, looting while doing so, getting information. And this is how they do it in BR. It's like I'm getting really dizzy, but this is how they play BR. They're very, very agile. They're always on the run while multitasking, like getting information and then looting. But Kalamay is down there, and nice scope coming from Don't Me Gustavo. Kalamay will finally go down there, leaving us with 61 players left on our first game for today. And Damsey, I think they have one team from the right and one team from the left. This is gonna be interesting to be seeing a team rushing in. Is this PFN? They're just like going in and going out, and not actually rushing in, because this is the first game and they don't want to commit any mistakes. So they're very, very, very safely playing the game. It's me, Jay. Oh, this is Jay Wisco, I think.
So it's me, Jay, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
But,
it seems like we are going to be looking to maybe restart the first match here. Seems like our players are having a little bit of technical issues, Nikki, but we'll see how, if it does continue or not. Tournament organizers have just kind of made us aware, so we'll make sure of this one, guys. So hold on to your horses. But as you saw, all right, we're coming back to our faces right now. It's fine, guys. I put on some makeup today. Nikki's always looking pretty good, always good. So it's all right. But as we saw, there was a lot of real safety, I think, from a lot of these teams. Like, definitely as they were dropping down from the plane, they were scouting as hard as they can where to drop without any other squad or team contesting them. And it has allowed for, I think, a lot of these teams to survive with 4-mans quite early on. But I think the problem now is that we're seeing as well here, Nikki, that some teams have just better equipment than others because of the, I think the, how to say this, the lack thereof of better loot in other spots of the Gili Island. But what do you think about that?
Well, it's actually different. It's always a different thing for every first game, because usually we can see that everyone is just so excited, rushing in and eliminating one after another. But this game, everyone is just testing the waters. They're playing it safely, like what you said, and they don't want to commit mistakes. And yeah, like what you said, there are hot spots that provides better loot, and unfortunately there are teams who weren't able to go there, but they can actually just loot after those who already looted there. So it's a matter of how they're gonna retake the area and retake all the supplies that the other teams had already gotten. So I've seen Jay. It's me, Jay. I think that's Jay Wisco, and he is from Team Maniac before. So I'm actually curious how it's gonna how it's gonna be playing against your former teammates. So that's kind of interesting for our PH finals.
It definitely is, because again, we talked about the that a lot of these players, very experienced, veteran ready in their ROS, how do you call about this? Their ROS gaming histories, and jumping from their former team to another team really does have that sweet bitterness to it, where you have so much experience with the other team, but you want something else, or you found another opportunity with another one, and being in the exact same tournament, it's going to be a really bittersweet rivalry. Not only that, though, this could really help some of these newer teams that we're seeing. Again, we talked about how there's going to be a lot more veterans here, but they're also playing with new bloods, and this kind of helps them because now they know what they really have to do. As you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of other players usually just jumping around looking for firefights, but the very start of that, it's a little bit more controlled, it's a little bit more passive. And what this kind of gives us is a lot of these teams really respect each other. Not only that, they really want to be able to, I think, survive and get that safe looting route moving forward, especially when it looked really risky. Everybody else was in transition, and if nobody had like proper utility or proper armors, it could have been a really bad time for any of the squads there. I think one of the ones that was already under a bit of fire there was, I think that was Mantis Gaming, our number 12 squad. We lost, I believe his name was Kalam. So again, that's kind of like one of the reasons why a lot of these teams don't want to be out in the open too much and not really having good loot, is because you're very susceptible to just getting shot from anywhere if nobody's been dropped at all.
So, which explains why everyone's just playing it safely. And now they have a taste of the first game, but unfortunately we had experienced some technical difficulties, so we have to restart re-lobby. So I think it's also an advantage for our players, you know. They and especially for Team Mantas, they will experience a reset. So it's not counted, guys. So right now we're just talking, and like what you said, we have gift codes at the lower left of our screen. Don't forget to claim that, survivors, while we are waiting for the re-lobby. And yeah, I haven't actually seen other teams during that first round. We've seen Maniac, CSN, Noxious, but I really haven't seen the Ninth Order, because they are known for playing aggressive. So wanna see more on those. And as monkeys, they tend to be always at the last circle. They really do prefer the placement points, but they can also get the kill points. And like I said, they respect one another. They don't rush and kill. They respect their opponents. They know their opponents. They actually, I think they've studied how their opponents are playing. So that's why they're really, really careful during our first game.
Hundreds, if not thousands of matches have been played between these guys in tournaments, in just regular games, online here in the Philippines. So they know a thing or two about the mentality and the routines of these specific, more known players. Now, I kind of wanted to talk with you about like what in this situation would you try to do? You know, as these teams, would you try to go for the safer route, or would you try to risk going into the better hotspots in the Gilly Island? Because again, I mentioned I like to ride the zone a little bit more, but in your opinion, in your experience, what's the better option for these guys? Better loot or just being safe?
I'm a safe player actually, so I tend to avoid the hot spots. But if I get a chance to go to RoS Bay or Echo Valley, I would love to because there you can loot a lot of 8 times scopes. You can loot M16s and AN94. So I think if I get a chance to drop at those spots, I would love to. But then again, the placement points really play a lot here in our game because 15 points and then until the last spot at last place, it really gives you a nice safe spot so that we'll be able to go to our grand finals next week. So I think it's nice to be playing it safe, but if I'm forced to fight, if there's gonna be a skirmish, then that's the only time that I will induce a battle. But other than that, I'll just roam around, loot, and then get a good spot around the circle or inside the circle. How about you,
I like
Azurai?
it. I like it. I mentioned mine already. I like to ride the zone, ride the wave a little bit, but I do like it. It's more of only attack when you're provoked, when your hand is forced. That I think is a good mentality because again, being too overly aggressive could be a bad thing. But I have seen some players, some teams be very aggressive and kind of abuse the fact of the what's the word here? The hesitation of other teams to get better positioning, to get better loots overall in general. So I think having a good mix of map knowledge as well as being aggressive and kind of mixing the two together, best of both worlds could be a really good thing here. We haven't really seen that because we've only just started for today. But here's another thing that I wanted to point out, Nikki. We were mentioning the point system for the PH finals. Rank 15 to rank 20 per match, per game, gets 0 points. So 14 to 13 gets 1 point, and then it goes up and above to like rank 1, which is 15 points, right? So if you're like 15 to 20 and you have like 1 kill as an entire team, that is only 1 point. That is a huge difference from rank 1. So there really is a very big beneficial to you not losing around those ranks, to you not getting placed on rank 20 to rank 15, because it just does not have any point production whatsoever. So these teams really don't want that to happen because we talk about there's so much happening. Again, there was Top Clans 2020 that gave these teams a lot of opportunities, and once again in Top Clans 2021, and as we mentioned, that $8,000 is on the line, as well as that global finals, which also has, I believe, its own separate prize.
Yes, Azurai. That's why I think it's really wise for our players to be playing it safely. They don't want to commit mistakes. They want to stay until maybe 14th place so that they'll get 8 points. But yeah, unfortunately, if they place 15th until the 20th, it won't look good for their team and they have to bounce back for the next match, or else it will be really hard for them to qualify for our grand finals. So I think it really is something to take note when playing inside Gili Island, to be until maybe placing 5th to the first spot to just secure your slot in the grand finals, or maybe of course 10, half of the 20 squads here, 10th place probably.
That's probably one of the safer ranks that you want to get in. So a lot of these teams is treading on thin ice, on hot waters, however you want to kind of describe it. There really is a lot on the line with that first one. Now, we are still waiting just a little bit now, guys. Having perfectly. So we got ourselves an update that we are about to start the first game once again. So we do thank you for waiting a little bit. And while you're waiting, guys, be sure to like and follow everything that is RoS, as well as get your eyes peeled wide open if you're just waking up. I know some people actually wake up around this time because too much too much intense gaming sessions up until the early morning. I know you guys. I know you. There is going to be some codes to be given away so that you guys can have yourself a nice amount of good loot. So it's not only the players that will be winning something, it's also you, our dear viewers, that will also be getting. And once again, my name is Azrael with Nikki here, and you guys can also follow us on our socials. You can just, I think, spot it out on YouTube, or sorry, Facebook, actually. So for Nikki, I think it's Nikki, right? So times 2 your name.
Yeah. Nikki, because I'm not creative enough.
I think that's creative. I think that's very creative. My name, I actually did not thought about this. This was my friend's, and he just like bestowed it upon me. So I've been just using it. That's about it. We are just going to be waiting just a tiny bit more, guys. But Game 1 is about to go underway once again. And we kind of saw the difference, of having the ghillie map. And a lot of these players already knew where they wanted to go. And I'm very curious again, are we going to be seeing teams now that everybody else saw the movements from that, let's call it like a practice game? Is anybody else going to contest for, as you mentioned, Bitter Lake, or the one that Nikki was talking about a while ago, Echo Valley? Because those are the ones that seem to be the hotter of the spots, but it's in the center of the map where a lot of early firefights and very risky team shutdowns could happen.
So let's find out on our official first game, because the first one is not counted. So let's call that warm-up exercises.
It's a big first game.
It's a big first game. So let's find out on our game number 1 when we land on Gili Island. For again, our viewers out there, don't forget to like and share our live stream. Share it to your family and friends. And heart react, tag your friends, and redeem the gift codes flash on our screen later on. So we will be having a lot of giveaways. So, while supporting your favorite teams, you can also win amazing prizes.
And that is going to be spanned between today and tomorrow, and then of course for next week. So there's a lot of things that you guys can be winning. And just to clarify again, for you guys who are a little bit confused, today is going to be the Philippine finals. Tomorrow, I believe, is going to be the Vietnam one, as well as the wild card. So at least if you're just looking for the Philippine finals, guys, you're in luck. It's going to be happening on a Saturday, and it's going to be this entire day. So we've kind of swept everything off the board for you. We're going to clean it. We're going to just stretch it wide open and leave it just for RoS. That's perfect. It's great. And again, you can just get yourself a nice little bit of food there, a couple of drinks, and just enjoy. Whether you're watching on your phone, your PC, or maybe even your TV, because you're that into RoS. Well, we're here again for the RoS Invitational at Top Clans 2021. Now, I think one of the things that we also might want to talk about while we're still waiting here is possible teams that you're looking out for to kind of sweep the board, to kind of dominate the entirety of these 6 games. If I'm going to ask you, Nikki, for like one team, who do you think? Who is going to be your bet for this day?
It's going to be hard because everyone is equally amazing and equally experienced in VR. But yeah, I don't want to sound biased, but I think for me, wow, I'm so redundant. I think it's gonna be T9 or the Ninth Order, T9's O, because I know AIM and Mine and Asteroid. These are the former Bren boys, the Bren team. So maybe I'm kind of biased, but yeah, maybe I'm expecting something from these boys, from these players. So yeah, how about you, Azrael? Any teams that you were looking forward to?
For me, I am actually looking at our I would say, who was it? I saw it a while ago already. I remember their name. There we go. So I'm looking at Manila's top 1 because again, I'm also from Metro Manila, in case. So that's Maniac Esports. We saw them just a while ago as well. They were one of the teams that I think were very near the center of the Gili Island map, and it kind of shows again. I think the closer you are to the center, the more confident you are to just being aware of your surroundings. So I think a team like this would probably be going well as we go deeper and deeper into the tournament. I could be wrong though, but it is just a little bit of how do you mention this? Like feeling of who do I feel will probably be winning here. And again, being from Metro Manila, I gotta think that these guys gotta represent. We still have a couple of other Metro Manila teams, but I gotta go for the Manila top one.
Let me just mention CNB because these guys, they've been playing on pubs, on custom rooms. They've only been playing on pubs. So to be seeing them qualify for Top Clans RoS Summer Invitational is something. So they've been playing on my custom games before too. The Fight, Ninja Ganja, Kaiser, Renzi, Xpli. So it kind of feels somewhat rewarding for this players, from these boys, to be playing now on RoS Summer Stage Invitational. So it's like a dream come true for them. So I'm really happy for them to be qualifying now. So they are Visayas top 2.
Yeah, they are. Again, CNB, also known as Pool 9 Beast, and that's like one of the good things, right? It's again creating opportunities for players that might not have been able to do in other tournaments, or they just need that other big tournament to give them that chance to show what they have in this particular esports. And that's always a good thing. The more tournaments that we have, the better it is for the players, the more opportunities for them to earn cash prizes, to rack up tournament titles as well. So it's all really fantastic for everyone. And again, being able to spread this out to the entirety of the Philippines is also a really good thing, because I think not everyone is able to compete. Like I've come from multiple esports as well, and the one thing that I kind of tend to see is that the opportunities only come for those who are in either Luzon or Mindanao, which is like, I think, Cebu or Davao, because usually that's where the technological parts of the Philippines are. But this is great, right? We have a lot of representation for all the, is it safe to say 3 regions, like Luzon, Visayas,
Yes.
Visayas, Mindanao?
Yeah, listen,
Okay.
Visayas, Mindanao.
Okay, there you go. Because I'm now confused about our regions because I'm really bad at that. But again, it's great to see that happen.
Yes. So while we're waiting for the re-lobby, I think they've restarted the lobby. Let's look at other teams as well. Aside from CNB, everyone knows CSN. They're very popular. And Mantas, they've been a well-known team in Top Class, not only in Top Class but also other RoS tournaments. Mantas is always there. S Monkeys too. But let me just mention Santino, because Yapopo and the rest of Santino, I think I'm not so sure if this is their first time to qualify for our Top Clans RoS Invitational. So I'm actually happy that they placed top 1 in Luzon. And like what you said, we have representatives from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. We also have from Manila and knockout stages too. So this is a really, really big event for Rules of Survival players. And yeah, I'm seeing a lot of former teams and new teams, new bloods, veterans. It's a mix up. So I'm really, really excited for our game for today, Aserai.
And it's just a matter of time before we do again resume our matches here, and can't really talk about much anymore since we've kind of basically brushed up on anything. This is like a pre-show before the first game, and I think that's a good thing, because I didn't think we've had much chance to talk about what's really at stake for these teams. It does take a special type of dedication, I think, to be able to reach this kind of level. I know that some people will still have that stigma of esports being just like playing video games for nonsensical things, but I think slowly but surely we're kind of breaking that down. And even in 2021, there is still some, but I think it's also created opportunities for people to create livelihoods. And again, this is speaking from experience because I've also created like a career out of this, from doing these kind of casting gigs and stuff. It's really
I'm a fan here.
Thank you. I appreciate
Which explains
that.
why I am overwhelmed by the presence of Aserai.
Oh gosh,
But
wow, thank you.
But in all fairness, like what you said, it changes their lives. I featured the Maniac Boys before, Kermil, Visco. I've featured them in a vlog. So I went to their house and we played a fun game. And during that vlog, I came to know these kids, and yeah, they were able to make a career out of it. It changed their lives. They were able to provide for their family, and they were able to own their own PC. So it is something that they can, right now we're on online class. It really helped them. So Top Class, this kind of tournament really opens doors to our aspiring esports players.
And again, that's all that we ever wanted, right? It's just to do what we love and love what we do. And it's kind of compounding in and of itself. I remember, I think, casting the top clans from last year. I think it was me and Potchpice casting Tekken 7. And we were watching a couple of players that we don't regularly see on other tournaments actually play for top clans, because again, it's an opportunity that they got for themselves. And it's great because again, these kind of tournaments really do create those opportunities. And hey, if it helps you with any kind of thing that you might be experiencing outside of gaming, then perfect. You're more time for you to game, more time for you to be able to focus in playing video games. And I'd say that's a really good thing, because I think now a lot of people are starting to see that video games are actually a really, really good thing, because it kind of promotes that friendship, camaraderie, all that stuff, all that anime goodness. Yeah, it actually does happen in gaming as well. And of course, makes you think about a lot of things, not just like mindlessly playing. If you're playing something like this, like a battle royale game, it's not only just a shooter where you point at heads and click. You also have to know positionings, timings, what's the good spot, where's a good spot during this particular circle. All of that stuff kind of comes condensed in these kind of games, and being able to know that and being able to make use of that into a really high level of play is not an easy thing. And I've seen a lot of people make this work. And from what I could just hear from the lady in my voice, I'm not crazy, guys. I can hear actually somebody in my voice talking right now. We are about to start the first match. It's been a little bit, but we are about to begin. So, hell yeah.
Let's go. And yeah, I also heard the lady.
We're not crazy, Nikki. All right?
We're not crazy.
Okay.
We're not crazy. No, yeah. We're just kidding. We're going straight to Gili Island to bring to you guys our game number 1 for today. Officially, game number 1. Hopefully, there won't be any other technical problems and difficulties or bugs or whatever, so that we'll be able to battle again at Gili Island until our 6th match. And we're just excited to watch these players fight off one another for the placement points and kill points. And this is it. We're about to go to Gili Island. Let's go.
Heck yeah. And
I'm out of words. I'm out of words. I want to go to Gili Island.
It's all right. It's all right. Again, we just have to wait just a little bit more, guys. I know I said that a couple of minutes ago, but I will say just another one. If you're supporting these teams, as Nikki mentioned when we started today's broadcast, show to it in the chat right now. We are live on, I believe, Facebook and Rules of Survival Facebook page, the official one. So yeah, we're official, guys. And you can check it out, and you can type right there down the names of these 20 teams that are competing. I know that they can't see it every single time because they're probably not watching the broadcast because they're so focused on trying to win. But every bit of support, just basically like what Goku does and that Kinky Dama is, the energy ball, you got to give your energy, guys. If not, just shout into your phones or into your PCs. Go for it. You got to win it. You got to go above and beyond and try to get that W. So now I think
Yes.
finally we're about to go for that transition. But again, I'm also curious about what we'll be experiencing for the circle, because you really saw that again. Going back a little bit into the positionings, a lot of these teams really like to go for that safer route. But what happens when the circle goes an off circle, where it forces you to rotate very, very early into the game? Those who are caught on the other side of the map might be in for a really bad time, because everybody's going to be transitioning in. It's going to be, how do you call this? Like Mad Max for a couple of minutes. And in that kind of confusion, there could be teams that will be going to the second game with 0 points, or to the second round with 0 points. And that's never a bueno situation.
It's not a
And we are back. Game number 1 for the Top Clans RoS Invitational. And yes, we are in year 2021. I forgot to say that, but just to clarify, just in case anybody is making the mistake. My name is Asteroid. Of course, joining with me now is Nikki, and we have gone once again for this particular first game. Looking into the overview, Nikki, it seems like, again, a very, very widespread. I'm very curious to see if we're going to be seeing the same drops for a lot of these teams, or is there going to be a variation moving forward into our first true game?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Aserai. And if you just tune in, guys, this is our first game for today. We will be having 6 matches all in all. And we're watching ASL Sam here with this car vehicle. Just, I think, having an escape from Maniac. And like what you said, I think it's a different spread or a different drop off coming from our teams for this game. And with that said and done, I think it will be kind of different. I think there are teams going towards Wheattown. No. I don't think there are teams going towards Wheattown or even Squirrel Depot or Research Edifice. These are a drops wherein we are expecting a lot of good stuff, but they didn't even manage to go there because of our plane. But I think Team 4 and 3 is almost near each other. It's gonna be Malice Esports and Maniac Esports. Who's gonna be the better team to loot RoS Bay here?
I think even though the plane's trajectory was a tad bit too much on the western side of Gilly, lots of teams seem to be still trying to go for, as you mentioned, Research Edifice, and the like. I believe that was Wheattown and Squirrel Depot with vehicles in tow. So they will still be going to those locations. It will take some time, though. It will shave off a lot of time in the first round before anything. But it seems like there is going to be a bit of a fight here. Yeah, so that is going to be LGM up against TCP here, Gemsy as well as the rest. They're kind of 4 stacking onto a building, which is good because they have the numbers, but also could be a bad thing because they're kind of stuck with what is just in the loot there. And El Rey here is kind of keeping them contained, wanting to see if there's going to be any rotators, and he has already a rifle in hand. So if anybody goes out in the open, he has free reign to just rain bullets in that general direction. But of course, he can't stay too long in here because he also has to loot himself.
Yes, and it's talking about numbers, it's 4 against 2 of them from LGN. So I think it's wise for LGN to regroup or reloot rather, because they still don't have helmets and other stuff on them. It's just early looting phase, but if they'll be able to eliminate T-Corps early in this round, it's gonna be good for them, kill points wise and placement points wise. So I think it's good for them to regroup and rush in T-Corp since they are stuck in that 3-story building.
That is perfect, as you mentioned it. They have the numbers, but it also is wasting some valuable time. They are outside Masout Factory, so it's a little bit near the circle, or if not in the circle. Yeah, we can actually see the circle there in the bottom left of the map. So they're still fine. You know, if they can survive as a 4-man, maybe they can wiggle themselves out, but that also puts them in a very, I think, precarious position, because teams after, let's say, like 2 to 3 minutes will also be rotating around this area. If they can find these guys still here lurking about with like no weapons, no whatsoever, this is going to be incredibly terrible. And speaking of which, it's going to be Team Core to kind of shut down the rest, but not without taking too much of a beating there. Eno's, he's been knocked out. Dale X as well. Charms is already out of the board, so they're going to have just a 3-man moving forward, but Team Corpse still survives. So that's what's important in the end, and they got themselves a couple of kills. So still, it's a bit of a goodie bag, but not the best. You know, it's like going to a birthday party, but not your friend that's like the richest in the classroom. It's somebody like somewhere in the middle, but it's still fine. I'm not that one, all right? I'm actually in the bottom.
They loot is
Kill
they
for a
loot.
kill.
But this is our third party. Here comes a new challenger. Taiji Tenzi will go down there. Nice, clean shots coming from Charms there. The tables have turned. And they were able to answer the aggression coming from Taiji Esports. 72 players left in our game. One, this is different from our previous match. I think everyone's just so fired up during the technical issues and they, killing one another here. They've eliminated Tenzi, but it's really kind of wise for the rest of Taiji Esports not to barge in. I think Tenzi is just right there to get info, but unfortunately for him, he was eliminated.
This is not going to be looking too good. CNB scouting about once again. So as you mentioned, Tenzi seems to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. He was caught unawares, but maybe this could be not a bad thing. CNB, here's the team that you were, I think, vying for the most. Is it this one? I think it is this one. This is Cheater Slayers, if I'm mistaken.
CNB.
Oh no, this is
they
CNB
are
from
the pop
Visayas.
gamers.
Yeah.
They
Sorry,
keep on
this is
playing
the other
on
one.
random custom rooms, making a name for themselves. So that's why I'm kind of really happy for this guys because they're like the rookies, like that. They're the rookies. They are the new guys, the new bloods. I think this is their first really big event, big tournament. So to be seeing these guys from custom lobby games to a real tournament is really something to be proud of.
But I'll hold you off for a little bit there. Yeah, you go for it, Dinky.
It's gonna be 2v4, but we still have scouts at the back, at the left and right side, Shinobi and the rest of Noxious. But they're gonna go towards Gloria. Gloria is down, and the rest of DM as well. Will it be a wipe coming from Noxious? They got a kill there. A nice save coming from his teammate. But there's also one more there. Surprise! He will go down. So I think it's a 2-2 trade-off during that skirmish. But Sak, it's not yet done for Sak. As he will avenge. Maybe is he gonna avenge his teammates? I don't think so. I think he's gonna make a run for it rather. With his fly swatter really running so fast. Just maybe looking at the placement points for his team.
He has no items. He literally has nothing. Maybe a rifle,
yes,
but he does. I think he does, but the big problem here is he's too weak to really go about anything. And I think the opponent does know about this, and he's gonna be looking to hunt. But he does have that SMG, that Vector in hand. But I think it's very, very risky, especially when his opponents have the better loot total. They are going to be trying to scout him out. Last opponent standing, but there is going to be the zone already trickling in. So DM has to go for that rotation because, as you mentioned, it was a fair trade, 3 for 3. So both coming out there quite bloodied and battered. So they need some bit of solace, some bit of answer. Because again, we mentioned teams 20 to 15 in terms of the rankings get 0 points. So having somebody to at least get you above 10 or maybe even just 14 above is incredibly crucial because at least that's 1 point rather than 0, Yes,
exactly. And I remember that they have this split like 2-2 or 3-1 split. Like the trio will go against other teams and one will be like their safe guy with a lot of healing aids with him and just stay long outside of the circle until the last or second to the last circle just to place their team placement points. So they tend to use that strategy. But looking at the map now, there are still teams outside of the circle and there are hefty teams going towards the circle now. And the circle is situated almost at the bottom of our map and we're watching Asia Mayang here. Asia. Team Asia boys. I think I know Makoy. I forgot his former team, but yeah, these are quite known names in RoS tournaments.
So Team Asia Boys is a collaboration team of a Stig Corps, which was created by their clan master, chief mechanic. So this was one of the teams that, again, is I think to really watch out for. So it's like a collaboration of their most favorite players. Anyways, I'm gonna hold on to that first because there is a really big firefight. Lots of vehicles have gone and exploded already. That's going to be really bad for a transition, but it seems like the firefight is still not down just yet. A little bit blurry, but it seems like there is going to be one left as the dust settles. No, Nitrix is actually still a 4-man. This is perfect for them. They've kind of gotten lots of control on the map now. They've gotten a couple of kills, if I'm mistaken, 2 kills on the board, and they're still not done just yet. They're starting to loot up, upgrade a little bit, as well as change up their gears. And Nitrix looking to be a very strong contender, at least for this one off the board as a team or as a squad.
I'm actually counting their kills, and that's a really good amount of kills on their head, giving their team an ample score for the kill points. And I thought it's just on my end, but yeah, it's kind of blurry. But I think we're left with 50 or something in our map, and we're watching Maniac. Why me here? Going towards Jabs at the pink house. I think there will be a skirmish with Malice. As we mentioned a while ago, Malice and Maniac, they are the two teams near one another during the drop-off. And they're still surviving here and thriving in this particular area. And I think they've already upgraded their weapons. They already have their second and primary guns. And I think they're just waiting for Malice. They're not actually pushing or rushing towards Malice. But I think they're just waiting for this team, if ever it will go against them. Maybe that's the only time that they will retaliate. But Chavs, I think, maybe looking at a good position here, or scouting or getting intels with his vehicle. They tend to bring the vehicle until the last circle, because if ever the last circle will be an open area, it's really wise to have a cover.
Bring vehicles, exactly. I do. Is the term defilade ring any bells to you? Because I think that's a term that's also pretty goes hand in hand with battle royales. It's basically that uphill kind of cover that you get from just the vision. So if you're somebody who's looking at the other side and there's a little bit of a burrow that you can just hide in, nobody can actually see you there. So defilades, I think, are a really good thing if you're not able to bring vehicles as well. Even in like third-party perspective, it really works. So we might see something like that be utilized here, since a lot of cars were basically brought to the grave quite quickly in this first map. Anyways, we still are looking at about 50, 56, 55 players remaining in the entire server. So there hasn't been a surplus of kills, but we are starting to thin down the herd almost to half here. And I'm really curious to see. I hope we can maybe check a scoreboard or something later on just to kind of keep track of everything. But for the moment, we are just going to be looking at Maniac Esports. Carmel here is looking, I'd say, all right. He has a pretty decent loadout for the moment, and his team still has a full 4, and that's always what you want to go, what you want to have moving forward, especially when a team like Nitrix, is still also as a full 4. You kind of want to have any and every bit of advantage you can get. And there you go. Thank you so much for the overview. So it's really dead center. We're going to be going to logging camps, but there's a really nice spread. But as I say that, look at this. There's like one person left from Team 15. That is Don't Me. That is still alive. So this was DM, the one team that we saw earlier this first game.
Without
had
anything.
One remaining player left. Exactly. So I'm really curious to see if he is going to be able to transition into the center, into the safe zone, or is he going to die outside? But regardless, he has done, I think, a fair enough job to get more than like like rank 14 above. So we'll see if DM can actually get a good placement.
I think that's the only thing that he's looking for right now, to withstand the circle and to place maybe like top 10 or so. Better if below inside top 10. But yeah, Taiji here, Irvin, knowing someone from Santino is out there at the canal. It's gonna be a skirmish between Pride. I don't think it's looking good for Pride though, because looking at the numbers, he's at a disadvantage here. He's trying to shoot, spraying in some shots. It's not connecting though. with his SMG, it's not connecting. He is really in a tight spot, literally, figuratively. So let's see what's gonna happen. Healer gone now onto himself. The circle is not really, it's punishing him. And he's trying to, I wonder where the other Santino members are at. But Taiji, they're holding their grounds. Oh, Orange gonna flank in at the back, I think, with the AR there. But Ops and Irvin. Oh, Irvin is down. Orange were able to get that knock off using the AR. And that's the call for Pride to go in here at second floor, looking for a kill here. 1v1, it's not connecting. And
Pride
just
just biding his time a little bit there now,
Yes.
isn't he? He's gonna
What?
be just caught unawares, and Taiji still survives. Okay, that's gonna give them a couple of kills, and they're going to the meat grinder here, jumping in and up and down, left and right, and Taiji Ops is still hitting the shots that he needs to. CSN will be looking to go for another firefight at the other side of the map. They've kind of spotted Team Corpse here, and this is looking good for them. They're still a full 4, and they are in the safe zone. They are still able to have such a good coverage of the map here, and they're basically gatekeeping. They're stopping everything right now to come in from the other side. And this is perfect because any other team that is caught on the other side that is burning to the zone is just easy pickings for them. Look at how they're just lining it up. And this is beautiful for CSN. They might be a bit caught if somebody's going to be looking to flank them from behind, but I think they're in a comfortable spot and they kind of have the good timing to just know that it's not really going to be possible. But I really want to see what happened to Taiji there, because Ops did get a beautiful shutdown. Was it 2 charging at him? But it really did seem like he was just caught. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of that unscathed or even safe and just not drop down and again put Taiji in like around rank 10. But we'll see how that goes, as we have Sakalam here, who is still up and running with 3 members. Pretty good so far.
Yes, and I actually saw an off-cam kill coming from Kermil, who was able to get someone from Malice, and another one from CNB. Jabs here, his favorite location, his favorite spot is really good with SRs. And I think from the left side flanking Kermil and covering up will be Jabs. So this is the moment where we can see that Maniac is gonna go head to head with Malice. They've been waiting for this, but PP19, will it be a good weapon of choice? 1v1, ooh! But, you know, his aggressiveness has been answered by Malice, and it's a wipe from Malice there. I think it's just Jabs, who is the remaining player from Maniac. The tables have turned.
Ash
But-
has
but
to
Mac?
at least bring back his teammates. They're still actually just going into a big little firefight. Silva going a bit above and beyond. He's going to take down one. He's only going to be good for that one, though. Does he have any teammates that are still alive? I think Bash and Manjaro are actually still standing with just 1 HP, Nikki. So Malice, they're still
Almost
looking
Bash.
pretty good. They are, yeah, exactly.
Mac.
They are so close to being dropped. But since they did win a squad battle, which is perfect, they can supposedly loot up the rest of the knocked out and start to heal up, which is what they're doing. So they're taking a very slow pace into this, and they're using their teammate who is full in HP to just get that information. Now, we are looking at Team Sakalam's Eric's, who is looking at the other side of the compound here, spotting out the rest of CNB. And CNB, talked about them. They're the new boys from the Visayas region, very hungry, very new to the tournament, but you can see that they're still looking like a full squad and moving forward. That always really helps. Kaizi, a little bit tattered, but it's fine. Although looking into their inventories, their loadouts, okay, they have a couple of rifles. I thought it was going to be SMGs because long-range firefights, you need those rifles. SMGs, it's basically a baby squirter in that range. So they need a little bit more firepower. But I think CNB is in a good spot. So is Sakalam with a 3-story building, 3-story compound where they're kind of huddled up as the zone progresses.
Vinsoy and Aomine, I've known them. They are prominent names. I'm not quite sure about the others. Maybe they've changed their name. We're now left with 33 players, and in Gili Island, this is our first game. They're just waiting for a skirmish between C and B. They're very, very careful. Talking about carefulness, let's go back to Maniac. They were really aggressive. They had the confidence. They rushed in towards Malice, but unfortunately, it didn't went well. Their flank didn't went well, and they were wiped off. And I don't think it's gonna be good for their team, especially placement wise. So I think it's a call. It's a matter of call. If you're gonna engage or disengage, it's always the captain's responsibility. It's really, really hard to be a captain in a squad because all the calls will be coming from you, and unfortunately it didn't work for them. So hopefully they'll be able to bounce back, and now ascetics will go into the circle because it's not forgiving. It's really kind of painful at this very moment, but they have to be aware that CNB is just maybe 100 meters away from them.
Just beyond the horizon. Exactly. CNB, though, taking a bit of damage. I think they're afraid or cautious would be the better word
Cautious.
than just try to get out. They do have this 4x4 that they are going to try to hop on over and maybe transition in, but the bigger the target, the easier it is to hit. So transitioning into the safe zone in that kind of vehicle is going to be incredibly risky, as we do have around 30 players left. And there it is, the firefight. If this explodes, they are in such bad straits, bad dire straits. They've kind of bumped into a couple of obstacles here, and they're
Oops.
trying to find some solace, some safe ground. And it's exiting the vehicle. Okay, CNB's
what's happening.
struggling a little bit here. CNB, you gotta play safe. Okay, now they're in the safe zone. It's fine. They found some cover. They're using the 4x4 as a bit of cover itself. And now, looking into this overview real quick, we do see Nitrix in a really, really good compound. It's not in the higher vantage points of things, but it has a four-sided wall, and that's always what you really, really want. Now, Sakalam's Eric's, he's in the flank position. I'm not sure what he's looking, but maybe he's doing the I think ROS players told me this before. The nurse method, where you basically give every single heal that you have to one player and you just leave them outside the zone and they keep healing for a better spot. It's very risky though when everybody plays a very, very passive angle and passive play. But speaking of not passive, the fires of hell burning as that card explodes into one of the players of Sakalam, and now Eric's is the last bastion of hope for Sakalam to get a higher placement in this first game.
Exactly. They tend to give it to one person to get them placement points. So that's how they do it. And I think let's see if it's gonna work for them. But we're watching CNB here on the other hand. Let's jump in to this player. I think there are 3 players in front of him. We will be having a skirmish here. Everyone's just jumping and looting. I think they were able to wipe whoever that is. And the circle is closing in. It's very, very small. There are still teams outside of the circle. And I think they are being forced now to eliminate one another. This is the moment that they have to kill one another because the circle, they can't really go inside all at once. It's being congested. There are a lot of enemies in front of them, and it's really, really patient of Renzu not going in right away. But you really need to drink your sports drink, have your healer gun in order for you to withstand the circle. But I think they really need to go in now. Oh, this is orange.
Just a grenade is enough to take down those 3. Like one renegade grenade. One out of nowhere grenade. Speaking of which, though, we do have Orange
Sneaky.
Santino Philippines. He tried to be a bit sneaky. He tried to come out of his mouse hole and try to get the cheese, but it seems like the cheese also bites back, and that's going to be May, Cheater Slayer number 1. Last person standing for CSN, and she does get herself a nice little shutdown. I think 1 kill for the squad in total. We have 13 players remaining. That is about 3 to 4 squads, maybe 5 if we're looking at 1-to-1-to-1, something like that in terms of the remaining players. But it really is going down to the wire here for this first game. Now, May, I think she knows that there is one on the other side. That is Kiapopo from Santino. His teammate has been knocked out already, but they are just like inches, just a few meters away from each other. And May's got to be careful because somebody could come behind, but she has the perfect angle here inside the vehicle. Okay, ring around the Rosie. They're trying to just use the vehicle as some sort of cover, and this is just masterful plays from both sides. Kapopo is using it to utter regard, and he's kind of dropped down the HP of May here. May here immediately using the heals as Kapopo might be looking hungry enough to chase down that kill. It's very viable. It's very doable for him. But now looking into the other team, CNB, full 4, and they're looking still great, using Kaizi as some sort of initial vanguard to kind of soften up the rest of the remaining members of Team Corp. Jamsy's going to be incredibly dropped. There it is. Nate's being thrown by Daypat, and this is just looking much and much better for CNB as they have full control of this Logs compound, and the rest are just dropping down like flies all around them.
Wow, kills here and there. This is the moment that we're all waiting for. Aerial view here. We can see Ninja, Renzi, the Pyth as well, but Mantas River is also there. 1v1 Renz will get that kill. But okay, let's go back. May was able to take Kapopo during their skirmish. Ninja here, CNB really is on fire with all those shots and kills, but they're still mindful of the circle with the vehicle here almost exploding, very, very low on health there. And I think there's still 3 of them, giving them the advantage in our first match. Having 3 players in this really small circle is an advantage, I think.
It's a huge boost to their chances of winning here. CNB now, because of the numbers that they have, every single stone is going to be turned. And by that, I just mean that they're going to have so much vision, so much knowledge of who's just then and there. I think we're down to single digits in terms of opponents here. And this is perfect. This is the perfect time for CNB to show to us what they definitely got. Now, again, we are looking at about, how is it, like 7 kills? We are just,
1, 2, 3, 4.
everybody's outside the zone except for CNB. There's like 3 other squads. They're doing the nurse method. They're healing, Nikki. This is the perfect time for them to win. All they got to do is wait. Good things, great things come to those who wait patiently. And this is it. CNB, perfect positioning. And anybody who comes into the zone with maybe a vehicle or rushing in is easy pickings for the CNB squad, for Cool 9 Beast.
Yes, so you're just waiting for the circle to close in, waiting for the other players using the healing strategy to run out of their healing materials. But I don't know if it's gonna happen here, but it happened before that those players inside the circle run out of healing materials of those that are outside. But looking at the kills, they have a decent amount of kills, so it's all right. Eric's here still healing himself up. They have 5 kills already. I think they've secured 4th place, if ever. Default from T9, the 9th order. It's really, I am quite puzzled right now that I wasn't able to see so much from him and mine and the rest of 9th order, because they are known to be very aggressive. So hopefully next day we'll be able to see them more. But yeah, we're just waiting for these players to run out of healing materials and eventually conclude who's gonna win our first match. And that was something that is an interesting game. The players were able to showcase
Oh, no time. Eric's, drop down.
Almost.
There you go. He disintegrates. Good hustle, though. Good hustle. We are just left with 2 squads.
So maybe, 2 squads.
Yeah. So it's CNB and 1 more. I'm not sure if it's... Oh, there we go. It is going to be Silwa, last person standing from Malice, and that would mean that CNB Cool 9 Beast will be our number 1. Yeah, there it is. Malice is going to be on 2nd, Team Sakalam at 3rd, and T90 or Team 9th Order will be 4th. Perfect positioning, perfect use of their surroundings, their environment to get those W's. And as you mentioned, Nikki, a little bit concerning for the 9th Order. Not as aggressive, not as potent as we were kind of expecting.
because that duo, Mine and Aim, they are known for their aggressiveness. When one is um when one is flanking, the other one is covering. When one has SMG, the other one has SR. So they're pretty known for that strat. So maybe maybe they're just warming up, or maybe this is a new team. They're still trying their chemistry. It's a matter of chemistry. But yeah, C and B won our first match, and I'm quite happy for this guys. First major tournament, first win, it's giving them the boost, it's giving them a really good start in our tournament for today.
It is an incredible start for Cool 9 Beast. I wasn't exactly sure of the kills that they had, but we will be getting that in just a few moments here, guys. So we're tallying everything for you. Don't worry. We won't be going into break and then coming back from that break and giving you the score. It's going to be right here and now. So we're actually back into the camera with you guys. So welcome back again. Don't forget to share the live stream, guys. Bring all your friends and your families, your ex. Yes, I know. Maybe this is the time for you to come back together, playing RoS, watching RoS. You never know, right? But anyways, fantastic first game that we did have. And that is just the first of 6 matches that we have in total for today. Again, my name is Asura. With me now is Nikki. We're just waiting for the tallies of the points. But we really did see, I think, without a shadow of a doubt, it is going to be Cool 9 Beasts that did get themselves a hefty lead in this PH Finals. And what do you think about that particular game in general? Overall, Nikki, it felt like there was a lot of really forced firefights that didn't go the way of some of the teams that we were expecting to pop off. Especially, again, I think like one of them would be, what team was that again? It's just at the tip of my tongue. I think that was Maniac that we saw a while ago that got easily ripped off at the very start. But what do you think?
Yeah, there are teams that we almost thought that they're gonna take their aggressiveness would give them rewards, but unfortunately, it's always double edged. It's always high risk, high reward. It's anybody's game. So obviously, on game number 2, we're really expecting a lot from the teams from the lower half to step it up and bounce back, since this is just game number 1. Anything's still possible. But for Team C and B, this is a good start for them, giving them a boost, giving them a head start, securing a lot of points. Because aside from placement points, 15 points, I think they also have a really decent amount of kills. So let's see, like after the tally of the points, about our placement points. But I think it's kind of dangerous for C and B, knowing that they're on tippity top, that every other teams want a piece of them for our game number 2. So they're gonna be like a bounty, or gonna be hot for C and B. So let's see what's gonna happen next week for C and B.
What I kind of noticed with CNB there is it seems like they always found the perfect time, the perfect place as well to kind of just position themselves, and which allowed them to just have really good opportunities. And by perfect place and perfect time, it seems like they were always just at the edge of the zone. That was at the other end of it. There was always a team that they were fighting against. And it seems like whichever team went up to try to challenge, CNB always went ahead. And I think that really helped them kind of skyrocket themselves in terms of the loot, in terms of their overall positioning in the Gili Islands. And everybody else was just dropping down like flies all around them. Like, they were still a full 3 when we still had like 3 squads remaining, and that was like 5 people alive. That means that it was a 3-1-1 scenario, and I have never seen anybody actually win that as a one person. So CNB did a fantastic job. Their calls were on point. I'm not sure if somebody was doing the shots there, or they were just naturally moving along the Gili Island, but definitely a fair little treat for those Cool 9 Beast fans, because again, as Nikki mentioned, they're going to be the first ones to place themselves on the leaderboards, but we still have 5 more remaining, and these other teams, they're going to be vying for their heads. Now, again, as I mentioned, we are just waiting for the tally of the points. It's taking a little bit of a while here, guys, because it's real time for us. So we still have to use our abacuses, our calculators to try to compute everything. I've actually never used an abacus, but I think we are about to show you guys the points right now. So I'll give that, I think, to Nikki to break it down.
Break it down, yo.
I was expecting that for some reason.
Sorry for the pun. Yeah, we're just waiting for the tally, the points, the ranking, the kill points. For game number 1, this is just game number 1 for our today's matches. We have a lot more. We still have 5 more matches. If you just tuned in, don't forget to like and share this live stream, tag your friends, and get a chance to win amazing prizes. We will be flashing the gift codes. You can redeem it anytime from now. And yeah, keep on supporting your favorite teams. It's just game number 1. They need your support. Boost them, shout them, whatever. And I think we're about to present the scores.
Yeah, it's taking a hot minute, but I assure you guys, once it comes out, you will not be surprised, obviously. But I am kind of curious where the other teams are kind of placed for. Okay, so it seems like we're gonna go for a break for now. When we come back, that is going to be where the points will be. So don't go anywhere, guys. The Top Clans RoS Invitationals will be back after Agent. And we are live and back with you guys after what seemed like forever, because now I am just incredibly excited, incredibly curious and impatient to already see what we have for that first game. Again, my name is Asarai, and joining with me now is Nikki here at RoS Top Clans Invitational. And what a first game that we have. Again, Pool 9 Beast, the first on the Rank 1 leaderboards. We'll see how they kind of fare out, as we still have a few more matches before we end today's broadcast. So what do you think about that again, Nikki, coming back from that break?
Just coming back from that break, we would like to welcome everyone, especially our ROS friends out there. Welcome to ROS Top Clans Invitational. We are your shoutcasters. We're done with game number 1, you see, and we were able to get that game. They had the lead. Now we're just waiting for the scores, the rankings, and everything, so that we'll have an idea of who's at the upper half and lower half of our spectrum, so that we'll have a gist of who's gonna, have a comeback, or who's gonna play more aggressively, who's gonna play more safely on our game number 2. So that's what we're waiting for right now, the tally of our scores, and of course the rankings, because it's really, really important if you're playing for a tournament like this to know your current rank and how many scores those that are leading above you or those that are below you. You need to have an idea of how you're gonna keep your place. You don't want to go below, but you just want to progress and be on the top.
Definitely do want to be at the upper echelons of the first couple of matches here, because at least it solidifies you to being safe as the day progresses. And this is only technically a one-shot thing or a one-day thing, because tomorrow it is going to be the wild card as well as the Vietnam region. So for today, it only is going to be for Philippines. It makes it feel a little bit special. But what it also means is there's no do-over. There's no other day that they have to prepare on. It's all dropped down for this one. And honestly, if you're not feeling as good, or if you come from a loss from that previous game, you need to kind of reset yourself quick, because you still need to play a lot more. Still a chance. I mean, for those who probably got like 0 points, I think we have a couple of teams that might be just at 0 points due to how unlucky some of the scenarios were from what we saw a while ago, Nikki. But I think that's just something that they have to try to overcome, to try to deal with. But for now, we are still waiting for the next game to go underway, or we show you the points. We'll see how that goes. But again, I think aside from Cool 9 Beast, one of the other teams that we also did see Nikki do a whole lot of a good thing was, what was it? I think that was, oh yeah, there we go, Team Sakala.
Tito, Aumine, Vinsoy, Ascetics, and Eric's. Yeah, Eric's really scored for the team by staying until the final circle. So we have to commend Eric's for that. Yeah, Team Sakalab. I'm actually, here we have the point system. So we are showing you guys right now the rank 11 until the rank 20. Unfortunately for Legions here and the Hydro, both of them having 0 points. But Monkeys with 1, EFN with, fortunately with 1, Astig with 1, Maniac with 2. Maniac, they scored themselves 1 kill, okay, and 1 placement point. Taiji with 3, Team Asia Boys with 3, Noxious with 3. There are a lot of teams that are tied up. Aserai,
Oh, there you have it.
There
Teams
really
1
are. But I mean, it's like they're like 1 point each. So I don't think it's like the biggest deal for the moment. What is the biggest deal though, I think, is our top 10. Looking straight at the top, the tippy top, it is going to be Cool 9 Beast with 23, Malice with 17, total of 8 kills and 5 kills. So we are kind of tallying all the scores that they have as of the moment. So they're looking really up and above here. I think up above Team Sakalam, it's all really good for those top 4. For Nitrux, Ninth Order, Assassin's Legion, and Mantis Gaming, I think it's still pretty respectable. Everybody here at the top 10 looks incredibly balanced, I would say. Even if there is like 23 points for Cool 9 Beast, it's still not out of the woodwork just yet. And by that, I mean, there's still a lot more teams that can, how do you say this? Play catch up. Especially now that we still have 5 more games to go. And I cannot stress that enough because there is a lot of opportunity for people to just run over or run past Cool 9 Beast who have set a bit of a margin from that first game.
Yes, and it would be really wise for other teams to go and hunt CNB, but knowing that CNB knows how to retaliate and turn things around and eventually wipe them off. So it's not really, it won't be easy for the teams to hunt them down and kill them immediately on the first half of our games. And I've seen top 10 CSN and then top 11. There's a really huge deficit with the points with 8 and 4. So those teams that are from 11th until the 20th, they really have to work their way until the upper half. They really need to kill a lot and, place a really good placement points for their team, or else it would be really difficult for them to climb up. Because even though we have 5 more games for today, having a good start like what the upper half of our spectrum did during the first game is really good thing to do, because it gives you a safe spot on our qualifiers and our grand finals. So yeah, it would be interesting for our game number 2 to see those teams below to step it up. Let's see what are their adjustments, what will they do for our game number 2. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. How about you, Azaray?
Adjustments, I think, is a great word to, I think, describe what is very much necessary for these teams. So we've crossed on the first map, on the first round, Cool 9 Beast. The question is, can they keep that consistency as well? I think if you're going to talk about the other teams who are playing catch-up, I'm going to be talking about Cool 9 Beast. Is it just a fluke? Was their first game just that, a first game? And are they going to fall off the face of the earth? Or will they keep the ball rolling? Will they be able to stay on top? Maybe not top 1 or rank 1 after each and every Guilty Island map that we go, but maybe consistently in top 3. That is going to be something that I think they definitely would want to do now that they've, again, set the pace for the rest of the runners here, or the players, to be more specific. And I think that's a really good thing to also kind of laser focus now. So when we go into that next map, guys, when we show you the overview, look out at team number 11. That is Cool 9 Beast. I'm curious to see where they're going to be dropping in at Guilty Island, because we're going to go for the deja vu. We're going to keep on grinding Guilty Island until there is nothing left. And I think that's the thing that I'm most curious and excited about going into the second map.
Yes, and like what you said, consistency. It's a really good word for BRs and tournaments. Consistency, aside from adjustments, and of course discipline. These teams, these players, they've been playing every single day of their life. They've been playing RoS. So I think, yeah, consistency really plays a lot of, it really is important in our today's tournament. So we are now witnessing today's matchup. That's just game number 1. We're now moving towards game number 2 at 14:40 with a bit 13:50, a bit delayed because of some technical issues. But yeah, Gili Island still. Let's see if CNB will be able to carry out their team strategy and be consistent? Or will there be other teams emerging and taking away that sweet spot from them? So that's really interesting to witness in game number 2. Which team will go head on head or against C and B, and which team will be able to swipe off our top spot, or will C and B still be able to defend the spot against 19 teams?
I will double down on what you just said. I would say that a team to watch out for here is going to be Maniac. I mentioned this when we started the broadcast. I will mention it again. I feel like this team just got the shorter end of the stick. I'm also looking at Team Sakalam. I felt like they also got a short end of the stick there, with Eric's just being the one to kind of fend off the rest. I think these two teams are definitely to watch out for. So I think they just made a couple of mistakes at the very start of the game that ultimately led to their failure. But that is what we do. Live, learn, rinse and repeat. We'll see if it's going to be better for them. But how about you? When the dust is settled, which teams are you looking out for? So the same one that you said when we started game 1, or have we changed? Has Nikki matured a little bit and found a different team to support now?
Maybe still hoping for PFN and the Ninth Order, because they're the veterans players. They are more experienced players, so I want to see if their experience will contribute a lot, and will they be able to use it against the new bloods, against the aspirants, against the rookies. So I'm actually wanting to see more from these teams. Of course, Cheater Slayer number 1. And can I just say everyone? Because everyone's really playing well. Even those that are at the bottom. Assassin's Legion, they played passively. But Afri, he has been playing RoS tournaments like 2 to 3 years. Afri has been playing. I forgot the others though. S-Monkeys is a really well-known team in tournaments. And of course, Mantas. Mantas has been here since 2018. They are Visayas top 3. So yeah, I want to see these teams to step up and eventually use their experience, since they're the veterans. So hopefully I'll be able to see that on game number 2.
There's a lot just hanging or on the line for these players in general. And I could really see, that there is that wish for Nikki, and now I can feel it, like wish for the rest of the RS community that these guys can just stay on top together as an entirety. But I don't think it's going to be possible, guys. We're going to have a couple of these fantastic squads going home at the end of the day. But there is still a hope for those. I am also kind of curious. I was just looking a little bit more into our team infos. I also saw that Nitrix actually consists of former NA players, or different clans rather, from the North American server. So PH players, but playing at a different region. So this really kind of excites me, or not kind of, but really does excite me, because I do, or am a fair believer of very different play styles that are kind of shown in different regions, especially when it's like continents far apart from each other. Like if you've seen, talk about like North America, Europe, China, all of those particular regions, it is very interesting to see how they kind of play. We haven't really seen Nitrix explode as of yet, but I am curious to see how they're going to be able to transition into that. Now, looking into it, we have our second map already rolling for us. I think the trajectory of the plane from game 1 was much to the western side, only going up. Now, this is a nice little spread all across the map, so they don't really have to chase for vehicles anymore. I think we're going to see a lot more of these teams just be able to actually get to the spots that they need without getting for vehicles. But as I mentioned, I think they dropped as soon as the plane just kind of entered the zone or entered the island.
Yes, and with that said, welcome to game number 2, dear survivors. We are your shotcasters. Nikki alongside with me is Asira, and this is game number 2. And let's see what's gonna happen. And nice dispersion and scattered from our players, but I think the other teams, they stick with their previous strategy and drop off points, but team win here with 2-2 split up, same with 9. That's gonna be Team Nitrous against Team the Ninth Order. So let's see if they'll have a skirmish. With Town will go to Team 13 all to themselves, Team Asia boys, while Research Edifice is to team number 6. Team 2, it's a Stig Esports. They will get Bitter Lake. So this is a different round because previous round Bitter Lake was between Malice and Maniac. So this is kind of different. Maniac now on Rest Bay. Oh, still Maniac and Malice at Rest Bay 3 and 4. It's always those two teams, always really near one another. Malice Bash here looting because we're at the looting phase, just getting everything that he needs to get. But Noxious Cortopi was able to see someone from Legion, but Elray will go down there. AC, will he be able to help his team? Oh, Artemis just passed Cortopi there. Didn't even know that someone is here in the shack.
He's not making a lot of noise too. Cortopi has... Wait, hold on. He should have just found him. I think he knows now that Cortopi is somewhere inside his hut. Cortopi does have a shotgun, so nobody's going to challenge him just haphazardly, because if Artemis just charges in here, Cortopi has a nice little surprise for him to try to open up. But the thing about that, though, is Artemis is full in HP. He has basically a Tommy gun in his arsenal, so this is perfect. I think Cortopi is about a quarter of his health, and this is quite risky for Cortopi, but Artemis is doing, I think, a good enough job at just tracking. He also found another squad on transition, but they got to be careful, marking both angles here as everybody is still scrambling to get their loot. This is looking a little bit dire straits for at least Legion. And there we go. Okay, the charge right in. They're challenging it, and let's see if Cortopi is going to be able to get the dub on that one. Seems the straight answer to that will be a fat no, as Legion, of course, stronger as a whole. Oh wait, hold that thought. This is another squad that has dropped right in, and Legion, this is just going bad, isn't it? Because they're just dropping down. Elray and Don't Cry, they found themselves a little bit of cover, but it's only just a matter of time before they get rummaged themselves, as a Stig is coming in from all cylinders. Next Zap is going to be coming, I think, from the flank as well. So they have to go around this as new Rodray and the rest of a Stig has come on board to fight for another round, or maybe escape. Escape, I think, is the word here. Okay.
They just run and gun there. They just killed those guys and didn't even bother looting them and just went away. They got the kill. We're done here. We're going towards the objective, and we're gonna go head towards Bitter Lake, I think, or just around Bitter Lake. So that's a three-man team, a three-team battle between a Stig, Legion, and I forgot the other team. But yeah, it's a really nice sweep coming from Nexap and the rest of us team, leaving us with 61 players left, and that is a really fast game. Rodray, we're watching Rodray, but someone from Asia, Gray will go down. It's an off-cam kill coming from Don't Me team.
That was Noxious, the Cortopi, who was on a shotgun. Now a Stig, I think they haven't had enough just yet. They are hunting him down. Oh, Mink. He was trying to hop a lot, jumping to try to dodge bullets, but I think Nexap just knew where he had to shoot. Pre-fire, however you want to do, track, however you want to describe it, he still gets the dub in the end. Now we're looking at PFN here, who's, I think, as a 4-man still alive. Yep, they are still pretty healthy. They actually found themselves a couple of duels right now in the hillside as cars is zooming in and out of focus as the rest. This is just brutal, isn't it? And I think, yeah, PFN is going to be looking, or PFN Colossians will be looking to get the win on that particular gunfight as the dust settles. So this is going to be a cool little fight for them because now they got themselves a hefty amount of loot, a hefty amount of vehicles that they can use to transition, and cherry on top of this one, Nikki, they didn't take that much damage, so no need to try to get them heals as well as better armor.
Yes, that's right. And PFN, this game is a different one from our first match. Our first match it started off kind of passively, but hold that thought. Don't cry, will go down as Stig. Rodre, they don't have a healer gun. So there's someone from the 3-story building. They are aware of that. And will he be able to cross that and save Don't Cry as CNB Kaize is just about to flank with a 4-wheeler, but I think someone is also behind him. So this is gonna be a battle between CNB, Stig, and PFN, I guess. So, oh yeah, low health, Don't Cry there, Prodigy with the PP19. The fight is just surveillancing them, and Narcel will go down, and the rest of Nitrous here. This is a bloodbath. Bitter Lake has been the center of a lot of skirmishes. So Rodre, I think Rodre will he evade? Oh, he's just positioning himself in a good spot to actually get a kill. So this is a really good spot, but it's quite open. But a good spot against Nitrous.
Only him and Nexap to kind of remain here. Nitrix in the same boat, I think, just on the other compound, just only 2 remaining. And this has happened in the guise of, who was on the other side? I think that was, I forgot the other team that was just kind of looking towards their general direction. But in any case, this is incredibly fast, Nikki. From the first map, we're already halfway done with 40 players remaining. Like, we have 20 teams, so that means that it's 80 players. So we've basically slashed that in half as soon as we drop down, whether it's the trajectory or now teams really wanting to start just dwindling the numbers down. They don't really want to have that many squads remaining as the zone just gets closer and closer. It has created this vacuum of power where a lot of teams are just trying to get as much kills in as possible. Although as that goes, as I say that, there is a lot of risk to that one because you're very much left with people that are just like a 2-man, 1-man. It's very, very, how do you say it is? Inconsistent in terms of like if you want to win as a 4. But in any case, Pain and Galaxy and Nexap as well as Roderick here have to just stay across each other because even if they are in the safe zone, I think one of the biggest things here is if you try to get out, somebody's just going to be waiting to just spray you down. Not really a lot of cover, as well as I don't think there's a vehicle close enough for them to just use to escape this kind of sticky situation.
And here's the drone coming from CNB. So CNB is using a lot of different strategy per game. Now they are utilizing the drone. They are not being aggressive here, but Pain will go down there. How will Galaxy save Pain? Oh, he was able to revive using the healer gun there. They're gonna go, I think, first floor. Next half here for the flank, perhaps, or repositioning. And smokes has been deployed there. And they need to conceal themselves. But I think they're kind of stuck here at this orange house, knowing that there's someone from Astig sniping at the 3-story building, and that's and yeah, like what you said, someone is waiting for them, and that's gonna be CNB. And now we're watching the map here, and yeah, anyone from Nitrox and Astig will be a prey against CNB because CNB is just waiting there for them to, kill one another, then eventually jumping in for the third party kill.
We saw that overview. Did you see that there was like one squad that was just tucked in at the bottom of the map? That's the Ninth Order. They're just outside of the map. They're waiting. All right. Okay. Hold on. There's a bit of a strong fight here. We have T Corps once again. They're charging in. They're gonna be attacking the fort as Enos is looking to roam around, kind of just grinding around the Molotov, but he survives as well as the rest of the team. I think they were able to successfully attack the compound here and actually come out on top with a full 3-man. Yeah, Dale X is down, but they're still pretty healthy as a full squad, and they can at least, or not, sorry, excuse me, not a full squad, but a 3 squad, and still like pick up these weapons. That was really quick and fast, but in the end, as the dust settles, they're going to be able to at least use this moving forward into this one. I think they're somewhere situated on Massout Factory, moving into the safe zone. So really prime spot for that particular team there. Now, PFN, are they in a particular firefight here, or is Darkwind just... What? Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
they eliminated
fight.
Maniac. Unfortunately, I saw it's me, Jay, eliminating Jabs and Kermil, his former teammate. So, yeah, bittersweet. But another fight here and there, left and right. Rodri will go down, leaving us with 29 players in our map. And there you have it. Astig will be eliminated. Nitrox just, looting the remains of Rodri there. So we've been patiently waiting for Nitrox and Astig to actually combat one another, and unfortunately for Astig, it's gonna be a win for Nitrox, but here's the third man party, and that is CNB, and they're just waiting for that with their SMGs PP19 vectors on hand, and I think they were able to outnumber Nitrox. And a clean wipe coming from CNB. Like what you said, there's always someone waiting to prey on you. So it's really, really hard if you just wait, or if you're gonna fight, disengage, engage. It's always someone out there waiting for you and just pray over you.
For now, yeah, third party is it's basically a curse that you have to try to weasel out of. But for now, CNB, as you mentioned, they're still a 4-man. Whatever they're doing it right. I don't think CNB has had a bad fight or a bad rotation in these past 2 maps. So good for them. The pipe, sorry, excuse me. Looking to be one of the players that have been incredibly, I think the reasons why this particular team is what they are as of the moment. We're just down to 25 players left. So if you're looking at the quick maths of it, around 6-7 squads remaining. So we're down to a fraction of what we saw from the last map. And we still have, I think, a pretty sizable safe zone, mind you that. So it's still very possible for these teams to maybe play catch up, but CNB has done a fantastic job, even knowing when to actually get inside the zone. They're still playing outside of it, but taking very minimal damage. Now we're looking straight into it. And again, the Ninth Order, Squad 11, outside on Bitter Lake, holding their fort. Everybody else is looking to just play very safe in certain compounds. And we have one, Squad 20, which is Team Corpse, which we haven't really seen do too well. I think they're still like a 3-4 man already somewhere on the beaches near Chemical Depot. So this is looking much better for other teams, and other teams are already out.
Yes, and we're watching Hydro Den TV on that track. It's actually hard to hit someone when you're inside the truck. So it's really a good hiding spot. We're watching T9's Asteroid. And I think they're near CNB if ever CNB is about to go inside the circle, so they can gatekeep this particular area and just wait for people to go in the circle and just eventually eliminate them. So you can see Ninja. Ninja is out there. And they have level 3 armors and helmets. So I think they can stand against CNB if ever. So I think this is going to be 4v4 battle. But unfortunately,
is going to be the one to try to fight that, though?
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're outside the circle. So I think they are at the disadvantage, even though they have a really good arsenal equipment. But yeah, they're outside the circle. So I think the best way is to disengage, but I don't think AIM and the rest of T90 will let that happen because they're actually guarding the area. I mean, situating yourself on the roof, it really gives you a really good angles and sight on all areas, but it's also vulnerable spot because it's really open.
Well, it does give them some leeway to maybe pop a couple of shots since he's very out in the open, but even so, I think CNB was able to thread the needle and actually get into the other compound. Yeah, cars are getting shot, and the Ninth Order immediately puts it behind cover, knowing that CNB is looking to cut off their rotation as well. Very smart. CNB, I think, is one of the smartest teams that we've actually seen here in our POV, because again, we can't see all the other teams, but you can see the intention of what they want to do. CNB's one of the players though got knocked out. I'm not sure who, but maybe a third party could have done it. And there you go. The Ninth Order just pulls the trigger. They're already going for the fight here as CNB is going to be on the other side. Okay, Mitsuki's already out. Oh, this is CSN, another team.
Yes.
But still, there was a bit of a firefight there. If we can go back to the CNB versus
Hopefully.
T90, that is incredibly important.
And like what you
That
mentioned
is
a
a
while
big
ago,
one.
they're really, really wise because they're, I think, Ninja Ganja Kaise will, the Ninth Order will get that kill. But like what you said, they're very wise because I think they're the only team that I've seen who utilize the drone. You don't usually use the drone just you want to use it, but they use it to, even though they know they are already at a safe spot, they still use it. So they're really, really wise. But unfortunately for them, Asteroid and the rest of Ninth Order were able to wipe them. So this is what I'm saying. Building experience against, aspiring players. I think the Ninth Order proven themselves, and here you go. The drones had been deployed. They are also using drones here.
I really wanted to see how that fared out. Seeing again, Cool 9 Beast, they had everything that they could have ever wanted. I wanted to know who got that first knockout because the Ninth Order immediately knew they had an opportunity to swarm the other compound and use their numbers to their advantage. A 3v4 is drastically more dangerous than a 4v4. I think because of just how much utility and firepower there is with an extra man in your particular squad. Now, the Ninth Order here has to go on transition because if I'm not mistaken, they're actually outside of the safe zone, or a couple of their players are outside of the safe zone. Hydra is from Marvel, guys. Sorry, my bad. Hydro still is alive. We haven't really seen them do fantastically in the first map, but this is looking much better for them. CSN also on the better end of that receiving factor, that they're still also alive. A lot of these squads actually still are like 3 to 4 man. So even if we're down to about 6 squads, these are 6 squads that actually have like 3 to 4 people still alive in them. So even if you do go to the smallest of circles, this is going to be an incredible squad fight. Not individual fights, but squad fights. So buckle up.
Yes, buckle up because Taiji will get a kill coming from. They are gonna rush in towards PFN. They've just downed someone from PFN, and we're left with 24 players. Taiji Ops. There's still a 4-man squad here. Tenzi. I think this is the very moment. They're just still waiting. Usually, when they knock down someone in ordinary games, they just flank it and rush it. But they are really, really playing it safely. We know that there's a lot at stake and they don't want to commit mistakes. That's why, even though they've already knocked down Dark Web, they're still waiting for someone to rescue him, and eventually that's the only time that they will go in. But other than that, they don't really rush in. So they are really, really playing it cautiously. And with that, I think Dark Web will just fade away because if someone will save him, there is a 4-man team going against his head. So Ops, like what I mentioned before, Ops is from Chicken Feet Gang, a prominent team, always playing for top clans, and now they have a new team. CSN James. It's always Jamesu and May. Oh, Bill is still there. Like what you said, Hydro. They did not perform well during the first game, but being almost 40% still in our game. A dark web is already finished. Is something. They will have a good placement points, but if they'll be able to wipe C and CSN, that's also a good kill point. So let's see if they have a skirmish there. The Pite.
Ooh.
So this is
CNB
not a
still alive.
squad wipe. Renzi
Yeah, they
and the
didn't get
Pite
squad
still
wipe. That's
alive.
perfect. So there is time. There is
Still
still a
hope.
chance for those CNB fans. Because again, it might sound a little bit biased for me, but I really have taken a liking to this particular team, and I was really, really curious to see what happened with that Ninth Order kerfuffle that they just experienced. But I thought it was that wipe. They're still fine. So it seems like we still have a chip on the board or a slot on the board for this first rank or first game winner. In any case, though, now we're seeing Taiji just go on transition, immediately looking to just lurk around the beach here. But as they actually go up, they're going to be up against the Ninth Order. Now, I'm a little bit confused. Okay, so I think it's just the POV of our observer there, but I think, yeah, both teams are inside the safe zone. So this is perfect for Taiji as well as the Ninth Order. But we're going to go for, I think, a bit of a Star Wars reference here. Taiji's going to go from the low ground up against a high ground. And I think in firefights, high ground has a definite advantage. But if the Ninth Order don't actually sniff this out, even if there's so much vehicle noise happening from on the beach area, this is a perfect time for Taiji to get themselves some good groundwork as they try to work themselves up on the map.
11. Okay, so 11 is CNB. They're still out there. They still have hope for the placement points. 9, Ninth Order. Okay, there's a lot of teams that's outside the circle. Like, there are 2 teams from Team 9, the Ninth Order, already going inside, but they have a backup teammate outside the circle, playing for the placement points. So everyone's just playing it wisely and intelligently. And like what you said, Taiji is at the disadvantage here, but it's RPG. Is it an RPG? Yeah, I guess. And that was a really brainless shot, but it still paid off, giving a kill point to the Ninth Order. Brave here. Okay, he has the RPG. Okay, Brave has the RPG. When you have the RPG, you just throw shots. You keep on throwing shots because you have the RPG and the PP19 will be. And there you have another kill, but he will go down on the other hand. So it is a CSN. He's from CSN.
Got ran over. He got ran over. It's a drive-by, Nikki. It's the drive-by. Default's the last bastion of hope for the Ninth Order here. But again, much better than what we saw from that previous map. So even if Default drops, he still puts a respectable placement for the rest of the team. Now, CSN is on the hunting party. They are seeing a retreating Taiji who don't really have that much cover. So CSN has the perfect spot to go and punish this. Hydro's already going for the chase, so May could actually be able to third-party somebody if she can just go over this hill. This car don't really have that that horsepower. And Bill, he has the 4x4, he has the armored vehicle, but he's not gonna be able to use that now, is he? Because there's another squad, I think, shooting over the horizon. This is just pandemonium in its primal form, as the rest of CSN is on the edges. They're safe, yes, but for how long? Taiji, I think, has been knocked out by the rest of Hydro, and the opportunity for May to get a good punish has, I think, just diminished already. And now it's Hydro with a full 4 who is looking to rip out the rest of the opponents. PFN, it's Mijay on this one compound, and CSN is on the other. And I think Hydro has a good understanding of what is there. Ralph is getting lit up just a little bit, has to go back, but now CSN has terrible positioning. But I am curious. Oh yeah, there you go. I'm looking at the minimap right now. It seems like CSN might be inside the safe zone, but for how long? Because T-Corp's Charms is looking for a flank, for a third party, and May, yeah, flames and fire shots being thrown her direction.
I mean, I'm seeing shots here and there, left and right, kills everywhere. Then TV going towards May there. I think someone finally for that kill, then TV will get that from Hydro, so they're really stepping up. In our game number 2, it's anybody's game, but Visco with Jay, it's me, Jay. He's still there. But unfortunately now, the last hope for PFN rather, is gone. So leaving us with 6 players. Is it 6? So 4 from Hydro. I think the circle really helped Hydro. They're really, not just lucky, but they're really wise, and they were able to play along the circle. And now they're just waiting for 4 more opponents. But looking at the minimap, the circle is really, really small. And we know that there are solo players still outside, like one from the Ninth Order. I don't know if there's someone still from CNB. Now we're left with 7. So I think they're just hopping for joy, knowing that out of the 7 players here, 4 of them is from their team, and it's gonna be Team 14 and 9. That is from the Ninth Order and the PFN Colossians. And one more. So I think there's one more solo player hiding somewhere using the healing strategy. But all in all, I think
It's the Ninth Order. They're still alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, CNB, Renzi is still alive. There's still hope for CNB to hold on to their first place spot. But Whoosh is now done for. So, yeah, it's gonna be someone from the Ninth Order and CNB, aside from Hydro. But Hydro, they did really, really well. They have, 40 kills. They even surpassed our kill cap, 11 kill cap. So, this is really amazing. I think they'll be able to max it out. 11 kills and 15 points, placement points, 26 points. I think Hydro really stood up for game number 2, and that's really, really amazing.
Gonna skyrocket them a little bit. Now, okay, so Default has a major heal, 2, and then a couple of 15 minor heals. I don't think that's gonna be enough. I think he needs more of the major heals to keep him alive, but we'll see how that kind of goes for him, because everybody's struggling outside of the zone. Hydro, they should know, right? They should know that nobody is near them because they're on the beach. It's basically out in the open, and they're just popping shots in random locations where opponents could be. So, yeah, this is a one and done. They've already won this. They're only waiting right now for that marker to come out. Is it going to be the victory screen for them for a longer time? Yes. Oh, there it is. All right. So Hydro wins with about 14 kills. So that means they maxed out on the kills, as you mentioned, 11 in total. So that means that 26 points for Hydro coming out of nowhere. This game really has, this entire series has been flipped on its head. So really good start there for Hydro on their second, but not, or very close to them is the Ninth Order, which you have been buying, Nikki. So, congrats to that. And CNB, who also steps up to third. So, again, pretty consistent for some of the teams, but a really good skyrocketing strategy and skyrocket game for Hydro.
Yes, and if Hydro can do that, the rest of the teams who are playing right now, they can also do that. This hope is just game number 2, but well commended. Kudos to Hydro for maxing it out. I think this is the first game wherein we had a team who was able to kill 14 kills and place 15 points for the placement points. So this is really something, and this is something to look forward to. But not to mention consistency with CNB ranking third on our second match, and if finally from the Ninth Order showing themselves, and we're also showing we're also able to witness a lot of kills as compared to game number 1, where we started off kind of slow and really careful, but our game number 2 was really really different, and I want to see more of those fights and skirmishes on our game number 3. But right now we're like we're waiting, right?
Mhm.
Let's try to read some comments. We do have comments from our viewers here. So let me just read the comment of JJ. Okay. He said that my favorite team is Nitrous because this team greatly cooperated, mostly stronger. I wish this team success. So according to JJ, he's rooting for Team Nitrous, and to our survivors and viewers out there, keep on supporting your favorite teams. They need you more than ever. So keep on cheering and rooting for them.
Yeah. We have another one from Miyaka Maxine Del Valle. Go Santino and Maniac. So again, lots of support for our players here. Going a little bit away from the comments again. But before that, again, Nikki did mention they really do need your support, guys. Feel it as much as you just type it as much as you can in the chat. They will feel that. Before anything, we're gonna go for a break once again. I'm gonna go back to what I say after the break. So anyways, we're gonna go for a quick one. When we come back, game number 3 will be underway. We're almost halfway done, and it's topsy-turvy. So RoS Top Clans will be back after a few moments. Welcome back, guys, again to the RoS Top Clans Invitational 2021. My name is Asarai, and with me is Nikki. And we have just concluded the second map in this 6-map tournament for the PH Finals, and it has really turned the tables for a lot of these teams. First and foremost, Hydro, who really struggled to find their footing on the first map, seems to have kind of solidified what they wanted to do in the other round, in this particular round, and they skyrocketed, maxing out the points here, Nikki. Again, we mentioned if you're top 1, you get 15 points, and you can get as many as 11 points in terms of the kills, and they got everything, 26 from that second map.
Yes, and they even surpassed that kill cap of 11. So I think they got 14 kills during that second round, and this is a really good story for Hydro team emerging from lower half of our spectrum, going to the top 1 for the second map. So I think they will be having a really, really good footing and placement for once we tallied the scores, once we present it to you guys after we tallied it. I mean, having the first match and the second match together, so we'll be able to reveal whose teams are in the top 10 and whose teams are at the bottom 10, who needs to step up, who needs to have a lot of adjustments, who needs to play it so well on game number 3, because they really need to bounce back. But there are also good news for those teams that played well during the second game, because it will secure them a really good place in our standing.
And speaking of teams that need to bounce back, we kind of mentioned, one of our fans mentioning that he really thinks that Team Nitrous is one of those teams that will definitely have a good footing moving forward into this tournament. But it seems like Nitrous is struggling a bit. Whether they get third-partied or just caught in transition, it seems like they can never find themselves any form of solace. And right now, it seems like they are still in the upper 10, so that's great and all, but here is the bottom 10 of our leaderboards. Smonkey's 2 points. That is incredibly bad for them. Team Asia Boys, who also does have a lot of support from our chat, at 4, as well as Legion at 4, but everybody else double digits, so Maniac and above looking pretty solid into at least the second map, Nikki.
They've improved, but they still need to improve more, like really, really more as we approach map number 3. But unfortunately, for Monkeys, it's not looking good for them, having fewer and fewer scores per map. And these teams, as Monkeys has been a prominent team in top clans, but now we're showing you guys the ranks 1 to 10. They are the ones smiling from ears to ears, but still, C and B were able to defend their lead with 37 points, and it's a matter of 9 points. Team Corps and Ninth Order both tied with 28 points, but when we are tied, we tend to look at the most kills. So the team with the most kills will be advancing, which explains why Team Corps is sitting at the second. Now we are looking at Hydro. Hydro from 0 to hero there, like 0 to 26. That's a really, really good improvement. Like 100% they've improved. And if they can maintain this, definitely they can climb up. Malice with 17. Unfortunately, they were the ones eliminated early on our game number 2. But since they've already had a good points on the first game, it secured them being a top 5 Azurai. So wow, 0 to 26. That is really something. That's really great.
That really helps out, because we were talking about, again, what do these players, or what are these players looking for, right? Or trying to vie for moving forward. Again, it's nice and all that they get themselves a piece of that 8,000 prize or US dollar prize pool that we do have. But I think more importantly is the top 5 has a chance to get into the global finals. I think for, what was it? So top 1 and 2 get into the global finals immediately, and then 3, 4, and 5 will get into the global finals prelim. So that means that at least if you can get into those top 5 ranks at the end of this day, is gonna have another shot to get into a bigger tournament as well. So it's really good that Hydra was able to, as you mentioned, go 0 to hero, and I believe now we're already looking to get into our 3rd. But before that, just a bit of recap for today's matchup. Not day number 1, but match number 1. It's Cool9 Beast, still at the top of the leaderboards. I think they ended the second game at 3rd place. That means that still got them a hefty amount of points. And of course, as we just saw recently, Hydro 0 to 26 in one game. It really shows that if you can get from point A to point B with full marks, meaning you get number 1 as well as all the maximum kills, it really gives you a big boost.
Talking about boost, I think it's a really good morale boost for Team Hydro and for the other teams, that if they can go from 0 to 26, we can do that as well. So this is a really good morale boost for Hydro, and hopefully they'll be able to carry out that boost until our game number 3 for today. That's gonna be happening a few moments from now. We will be giving you game number 3 of our match up today PH finals. We have 20 teams. They've been battling out for already 2 matches already, and we are having an idea of those teams that are already in a really good footing placements in our ranks. So hopefully on game number 3, those teams that are below our half will be able to bounce back, but they've already scattered. Welcome to Gili Island, dear survivors. You're still watching TC 2021 RoS Invitationals. We are still your shoutcasters. My name is Nikki, together with Asarai, and now I think it's still the same drop of point for Team 3 and 4. They're still gonna battle out against each other at RoS Bay. I think it's still the same drop off, don't you think?
I think for almost all the teams, it's the same drop off. You know, I've kind of noticed that the more competitive, or the higher the potency of the tournament, the more teams really vie for their drop sites. They don't really choose, oh, dude, you know, it seems like it's gonna be good in thermal power. No, it's gonna be good this game in Research Edifice. Regardless of the circle, regardless of any opponent, they still drop in their particular position. And I think that's a really good thing, because you kind of put yourself in familiar grounds each and every single time that you drop there. So you're much more comfortable with reacting if you don't have like proper weapons, but you still have an opponent. You know where you have to go to kind of get the best position to either win a fight or keep safe. So it's fine. Legion here, L-Script, hasn't had the best of scenarios, of outcomes, but they're fine. Speaking of which, though, oh, this is just terrible, isn't it? Because DM, fiery, okay, he's just shooting on all cylinders, and Elray, as well as teammate AC, has been knocked off the face of the planet. L-Script looking to maybe save his teammate, but that's not really going to happen. Gustavo's on the other end. Wait, he survives? Oh, he's good for it. And Ciela's on the other end, but yeah, that's going to be a just mow down from Fiery all across the compound, and DM survives with 3. Ciela does need a pickup, but in the end, this is just not good for Legion. This is just not their day.
Definitely not their day, as they will be immediately eliminated, and I think they won't be able to get a point for game number 3. Yeah, sadly, they have to sit down for a while and watch the other players play for placement points and kill points DM Fiery is on a roll here. DM or Don't Me already has 4 kills, 4 points onto their head here, and leaving us with, I think, 75 players. So I think this is really fast game. And if they continue to do this, we'll be able to witness more battles and skirmishes. And they are just adjacent Rust Bay. This area is just adjacent team number 3 and 4. It's gonna be Malice and Maniac. So let's see what's gonna happen there. But we're watching still Fiery. He has a level 1 helmet, level 2 vest, M1880, and then what's this one? I don't know, rather PP19 and an AR there. I think they're just looting for now. They're just looting because they've lost Gloria, but the return is that they were able to get kills from Legion. So
They got
this is just a
4
looting
kills
phase.
from Legion. All, I believe, done by Fiery. So I think that's an okay trade because that's a solid 4 points that you can bring into the overall standings. I actually can't remember where DM was placed. I think they're like bottom 10. So that means that every and any bit of advantage that they can get, they should take. And I think that's a good enough trade. 1 for 4 is good bats. Anyways, PFN here, also lurking around. They spotted Mantis. I think you kind of brushed up on Maniac as well as another M team. These teams starting with the letter
Malice.
M. Malice, there you go.
Malice.
Thank you. Having the best of outcomes as well as performances as well. I think I had a lot of hopes for Maniac, I think, but both these teams not really finding their footing at all. I think they've been knocked out multiple times, and they're also part of the bottom 10. Speaking of bottom 10s, though, we might see another bottom 10 team as T-Corps, just gets obliterated. Unfortunate, but gets spotted, and look at that. Immediately as they drop their cubes, and everybody's just scrounging what was inside. Yeah, scavengers, my guy. Too fast.
Guilty here because loot is live, but that's how we play the game. We tend to kill and get their loot. And 1 kill for them. 1 kill for ASL. That's Assassin's Legion. Weren't able to see so much from them during the previous game. So hopefully in game number 3, we'll see more of ASL since there's also a lot of supporters for ASLs. But Monkeys Makoy, it's not looking good for Monkeys. It's Hydro. Hydro were the previous match's winner, so having to battle out against Hydro is kind of difficult. But Monkeys were able to turn it over, having then TV kill there. So I think Monkeys were able to wipe out Hydro. I'm not so sure, but I think it's a maybe 3-for-1 trade if we can go back there. But now moving on, default here against
Team Asia.
someone from Team Asia boys.
Yeah. They're in a bit of a siege here, Nikki, and it seems like T90, I'm just going to call him T90 for the moment because the Ninth Order is a bit of a mouthful, so I apologize for that, guys. But yeah, Brave and AIM is already on the forward charge. They're sieging, they're throwing Molotovs and grenades, and they're trying to flush out the rest of the opposition while Default is holding, I just call this like a sniper angle from afar. So he's going to provide some long-range support where the rest of his team is already on the onslaught. And speaking of which, Brave just obliterates the competition, already down in the about. AIM's going to be looking for the rotation, and there they are, shooting up above. Yeah, they're going to be jumping up and down, but AIM, his ability to track opponents with his... no pun intended, aim is going to be good. Default has already been called in because I think the rest of his squad is already being wiped out. This is not good. I thought it was actually good for T90, but it's all been turned on their heads, and Default has to come up big. Okay, 1 shot. He's down, and he still has to deal with 1 more, but he has a teammate that he can revive right across this fence. But the problem is he doesn't know where Soy is going to be coming from. The sauce of Soy, he doesn't know where it is, but at least he knows where aim can be. And now he just has to pick up his buddy, and this could be a 2v1 in just a blink, and there it is.
Yes, it's it. Healer gun. I really love healer gun because it's really a game changer. It's really clutch. Instantly revives a teammate. So it's gonna be 2v1 battle, but I guess Soy is gonna disengage. But default still very, very careful here, still trying to look where Soy will be coming from. But we are trying to transfer to another player, and we're now showing you how scattered our players are at. And there's a team outside the circle. Very, very brave of them. Team Nitrous. Team Nitrous. Trying to loot Observatory. As we all know, Observatory has a lot of good loots there. But I think Malice and Maniac once again gonna battle it out once again as they head towards inside of the circle. Hopefully, we'll be able to see a good match there. And Team 9 and 13 as well. That's gonna be Team Asia Boy still and the Ninth Order. I think Default and AIM is already flanking Soy.
They're trying to. I think now they are able. I think they might be able to do that, but they got to be careful because Don't Me is kind of checking out the space, trying to feel if there's going to be somebody to third party, if at all, if ever. Now here's a bit of a fact here, Nikki. T90, they were the ones that I think played very, very passive in the previous map. We saw them play outside of the zone. They were playing the nurse tactic, and it was working. But now when they went actually aggressive early on up against Team Asia Boys, it just did not fare well for them. And I mean, yeah, they won the fight, but they took a lot of collateral for that as well. And they're not really in the best of spots, are they? So I think T90 really struggling to get the upper hands in these firefights unless it's like the two last circles of the game, or when it's like just down to like 4 to 5 squads. If it's just more than that, I think they might just struggle a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. Soy is now on a mission to just keep himself alive, but everybody is on their tuk-tuks and they are just hunting him. I wonder what happened to Soy now. Maybe he's already out. I can't see it quickly enough on the kill feed, but we're also looking at this other fight with PFN and Mantas, who's gonna have to pay the toll because the troll on the bridge can't really give them that passage, and Mink, just unfortunate, spotted underneath, trying to be a bit sneaky, but not really. Dark Web caught on a bit of a tarp here. I'm not sure if he can actually go over, but he's gonna get pop-shotted, and Manta's actually in the advantage of this, and PFN, they're getting smushed and wiped one by one.
Yes, one by one. And as Mantas approaches them, let's see how they're gonna answer back. So I recall that Dark Web is a previous WTG player with Town Gang, so it's also a prominent team in RoS tournaments. So I think PFN is a mixture of veteran players. I mean, veteran and new bloods, because we have WTG and former WTG and former Maniac players in this team. But Reveillard here still trying to cover up for his teammates and trying to secure the area that Damsey won't be able to flank or push or rush them if ever. But I think everyone's still safe because they're inside the circle. And I think is it Mantas? I think they're about to rush in if ever. I think they're about to rush in. I think they're feeling it. Sometimes if you feel like you're confident that you can take out a team, you just do it. Because kill points is still kill points.
Very true. Still, though, they do have good positioning as well as weapons. Long range weapons, mind you. I think they got the 8-time scope, as you were mentioning earlier on. So this might be a risk that they might not be willing to take, especially if they only know that Damsey, or they don't know how many are actually waiting across this bridge, because trying to push through all of that, especially when water slows you down, is going to be a bit of a tall task. But we'll see how that kind of fares out. We're just down to about... I can't read it for the life of me. I think it's like 30, 40 players. So we're, again, slashed in half. And after that first game, I honestly feel like we've just been breezing through the matches here, and I wonder how this continual split is gonna be partaking. But Manta's still pretty decent as of is, but they are missing a couple of helmets. Damsey, oh, Revert, he is so close to fighting a shot, but Damsey's just not biting the bait. They're not biting the bullet just yet.
And I'm back. And here is the map. All right. So we're down to 39 players. Spain has been revived here. And we're watching Nitro's Prodigy Galaxy. I'm not sure if this is the same Galaxy that I know from a well-known team. But if ever he is that Galaxy, well, Prodigy and Galaxy, I think they're really, really famous in Mindanao region. They are already situated here almost near logging camps, right side of thermal power plant. It's kind of safe if they can get a hold of this orange house and camp for now. But someone, I think, that's someone from Taiji. Shinobi will get someone from Taiji, and he will get that kill. So Noxious against Taiji, leaving us with 35 players on our game number 3. They're still eyeing someone from Taiji, and that is a grenade kill coming from Noxious. 37 players left. I think everyone's still playing it safely, but not as passively during the first round, and it's paying off. They're getting kill points while they're heading towards the circle. They're getting placement points as well. I think the teams right now, they already have a good knowledge of the other teams. They're feeling the tournament right now, and it's just anybody's game. Anyone can score the first place until the top 10, because it's changing. The matches are ever so changing, and their strategies are changing as well as the circle is changing.
I am curious if Hydro is still at least has one representative. If we can
We're
probably
able
look at
to
the
see
overview
that-
and see a number 6, that is Hydro. And I'm looking if they can keep their, what was it again? Their rank 5, still rank 5. Because as you mentioned, a lot of these teams playing catch up are able to do this, that. They're catching up a lot better here. And it's really taking me aback, but it's a very much a welcome surprise. And now PFN, they're still on our sites, but they're playing it as safe as can be. I'm really just, I don't know, taken aback as well by how Taiji have been playing here. Seems like they were such a fantastic team before the matches started, but as we are starting to witness them, they're incredibly struggling against these other particular regions. Now, Galaxy again, Nitrous, one of the teams that has an incredible amount of support from our viewers here, and they're starting to build up on it and build up on themselves. With 36 left, they're at least on the safer end of the points, because I think when we saw them after the game 2 scoreboard, they were somewhere around rank 7 or 8. So it's still pretty respectable. But again, you're eyeing for rank 1 or rank 5 and above, because you want to get into that global finals tournament.
I actually got a glimpse of top 1 to rank 1 to 10. But don't me, Gustavo will go down there by the hands of Maniac. Why me? 35 players left. Okay, so that canal is really not good for them. It's a good hiding spot, but unfortunately, it is a lower ground advantage. It's an easy kill coming from Wymie, and Jobs will get the finishing kill there, helping his team get one more point in the kill points. One more kill point. And I think there's still remaining players from Don't Me, but we can see that someone from Team 9, that's ninth order, is scoring his team placement points, if ever. Team 11 approaching the circle. Team 1 already there. That is Nitrous. 7 still alive here. So yeah, the circle's already quite small. It's amazing that Maniac is still here because usually they are together with Malice, and during the early rounds they tend to fight one another. So this is a different game for Maniac to be lasting until this circle. So let's see if they'll be able to get a really good placement and good kill points here. Now they have 4 points. I think they've scored 10 points a while ago, so additional 4 points for their team. If they want to go to the top 10, they should at least score more than 8. But obviously, the top 10 will add up more points to their ranking, so maybe 15 points will be safe. If the teams will be able to get 15 points, I think they can go to top 10.
The math feeling a bit too hard for me because I'm not able to track all the points for these teams. But what I can track is Whoosh. Oh, that was a bait from Reeford. You saw that they were putting who was this short pan to try to go around with the 4x4, and then Reeford was there to sniff out the last known location of this straggler and gets the kill. That is some smart stuff coming in from Mantis Gaming, and well, some well-deserved extra loot as a bonus. On the other hand, though, Nitrous is in the compound, so if Reeford and the rest aren't careful, they could be peppered with bullets if they're not cautious enough. Nitrous, they are just kind of feeling out the map. They have a pretty damn good compound, but not inside the zone. So they have to escape or try to exit out in just a matter of moments, as Mantis has a full 4 squad, as well as Nitrous. So we could be seeing a big firefight later on, even if the zone is so tucked in already.
Yes, and but I think Prodigy already has an intel with Astig, so it's gonna be Mantas, Astig, and Nitrous in this particular area. So if they wanna go inside the circle, they have to. Oh, I think they're gonna wait for it, or he's gonna use the RPG. Now's the moment that he can use the RPG. Prodigy just throwing in some shots, switching to his secondary gun, throwing in, spraying it. It's connecting, and I think they're gonna have a wipe here. Prodigy, Nitrous, the fans' favorite, is now stepping up and was able to get that swipe. But Mantas River is being very, very wise here. And of course, Maniac on the horizon there. He needs to be cautious and careful because it's just the 3 of them for Team Mantas and low on health. He's actually low on health here. I think 20% for his armor, less 10% for the health. Now we switch on to Maniac as they try to swipe someone from Mantas. And yeah, it is not looking good for Mantas. Throwing in the mollies here. We have jabs rushing in, flanking to the left side. He will get that kill, but you know, Mantas will retaliate. They won't let Maniac get that swipe from them. But Hermil, I think Hermil is far from them.
He might be on a different plane where his teammates are not near at all, but might not be necessarily needed. Nitrous still on some sort of fight here, and they're up against some of the members of Maniac. And oh no, they're not actually on the fight just yet. They're just about to hit the rest of Maniac, and this could be bad because Maniac are still struggling. Nitrous is already on the forward push, and that zone is going to compress each other to meet up fairly soon here. And we're looking at Sakalam's Eric's once again, but he's not alone this time. He does have Almini as well as Ascetics right beside him. So Eric's not alone on an island anymore. He has the rest of his squad. They're playing somewhere near these warehouses, but it's not really the be-all, end-all. But yeah, Maniacs as well as Manta, really a team that just cannot find a break. They got themselves a little bit farther in this particular third map, but in the end, it seems like they're still drawing the short end of the straw, or the short sticks, because they keep getting into firefights that if they can win it, they take so long that someone else is already vying to push them. Looking into this overview real quick, we have
Ow,
3 separate squads. One in the northern, one in the center, one in the southern. And this is Santino, Sakalam, as well as Noxious, not Nitrous, Noxious, that is somewhere on the lurk. Satch is taking damage, I believe, from the zone. So he either has to get a heal. If it's not, he has to push to try to get a heal. But that's not really going to happen, is it? As Ascetics shuts him up. Ascetics does take some damage as well. Needs to get revived. But Almina, what's the decision? Pick up your teammate or get a better position. Looks like it's going to be the former. But the big problem here is Santino is holding the cross. So as they try to push out, he's just going to be looking to mow them down. Going to be dangerous, but they have to go and just fight through that.
Yes, Santino has been scattered in this particular area. They have scouts, they have eyes on all angles, like Pride. He's actually on the lookout there, but they already know that there is the rest of Santino on the horizon. So Pride here, I think they really need to battle it against the teams here at Thermal Power Plant, because the circle falls at the middle of this particular area, so they really they are now forced to battle one another, because now we're left with 16 players. It's really small, probably 4, 5, 6 teams left, but Kermil will be knocked out of the safe zone. Everyone's being knocked out of the safe zone, leaving us with 15 players, which means the safe zone is really hurting them right now. They need to go in. They're now forced to go in. They're now forced to battle. 13 players left. There are still players playing the healing strategy, but as for Nitrox, I think they're gonna battle it against Sakalam. Prodigy. So during the previous matches they didn't play well, but during this match they are really stepping it up and wiping, giving their team, like, I think this is 8 kills already.
I think so. They've kind of stacked up a lot, and this is the Nitrous that I think everybody was already expecting to just dominate the rest of the server here. But I mean, they're up against the other best of our region, right? Of our country. So you can't really expect them to always be that strong. But now they're in such a advantageous position that I don't think they're going to be able to lose on this one. A couple of shots here and there, and okay, there we go. Going back into the firefight. Seems like Nitrous is still alive with a full 4, and they've basically just cleared the rest of this particular zone. Not sure if there's anybody to fight anymore inside the zone, as I did see about 3 solo players outside of the circle. One of them was actually the 9th Order. So we could be seeing, again, the nurse strategy happen as we are looking into it. Yeah, just you need to zoom out a little bit more. I think, yeah, there's one on the other end that is CNB, and the other one is Squad 8, which is Noxious. So, okay. So 3 squads in total, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, though, but there's 3 squads that are still vying here, and now it's just a race for time. Who's going to who heal better? Is it going to be CNB or is it going to be Noxious? Noxious really wants to get that second place because they're the ones not really scraping the barrel, but they're at the middle of the pack. So they want something to boost themselves up just a teeny tiny bit.
They really need that. Sakalam as well. So I think these guys here who are left in our almost final circle, they really need to battle it out. Prodigy here and the rest of Nitrous, I think they have the advantage when it comes to numbers, but they're out in the open, and Aomini just throwing in some shots. It's connecting, and someone from Nitrous has already been down there, but coming from behind, a backstab coming from someone from Sakalam. Okay, he was just shooting, but he didn't really know that there's someone from behind. So leaving us with 2 teams here. Okay, I can't read the name, but he was revived there. So 3 versus 1. 3 players from Nitrous against someone from Sakalam. This is our final 2 teams for our 3rd game for today. We're about to conclude this match, and we're about to see later on the tallies of our score. Will someone from Sakalam be able to ace this? Will he be able to clutch this game? I don't know, but in BR games, numbers really matter. And of course, the placement, I mean, location of the members. But there you have it. Nitrox will get that win for game number 3. It's a different winner for every game, and it really amazes me to see that anyone can win a game.
It's like Asian food. There's a lot of variety, you know. So we also have a lot of variety with our winners here. So it's not Sakalam that actually got second place. Looking briefly into the scoreboard, it was CNB that got second place. The third one was Noxious, and then the fourth one was Sakalam. So even if Sakalam did get that backstab, it immediately got bandaged already, as well as dealt with by Nitrous. So Nitrous have a respectable win, as well as a couple of kills in their belt. So again, Nikki brushed up on it. There is a surplus of teams getting the rank 1, even that isn't the same team over and over again. It's not CNB, it's not Hydro, it's Nitrous this time. And definitely they're hitting that N2O, NO2? I actually can't remember anymore. They're pushing the red button in their cars, and they're just zooming past the rest of the competition, at least for that third game. And Nikki, this is looking perfect for those that are just giving their full support for Nitrous. They finally found themselves a 1-round victory, and at least that gives them a big enough boost. But how big? We'll just have to wait to see later on in our scoreboard.
Yes, 15 points is still 15 points. So I can safely say that this is a very balanced match, knowing that anyone can rank 1 or can win a match. And there's no dominant team. There's no dominant team, so I can really safely say that it's quite balanced. All of our players, our teams here has an equal chance of winning a round. So hopefully it will help them to and maybe inspire them. But we just have a word that we will be showing you guys the highlights of game number 3. But when we return, we will be showing you the rankings. We will tally the numbers, and we will be showing you the rankings. So don't go anywhere else, because here are the highlights of game number 3. We will be having a short break.
Welcome back, guys, to the RoS Top Clans Invitational for 2021. Again, my name is Asarai, and joining me is Nikki. We've just covered 3 grueling different outcomes. It's basically when Doctor Strange used the what do you call it, the time stone, to try to see the different outcomes. Well, we keep on dropping for Gili Island, and there are so many different answers that we have here, different teams that have gotten that top 1 placement. We have CNB, we got Hydro, and now quite recently we also have a viewer favorite, Nitrous. So Nikki, it's been a ride.
Yes, Asarai, 3 games, all at Gili Island. Like what you said, we had different outcomes. And as we approach the half of our matches for today, we're just waiting for the ranking sheets. We're just waiting for the scores to be tallied. And I'm quite excited to know who will be ranking from top 1 until the 10th. If there's gonna be a major change now that Nitrox became the winners of our game number 3, will CNB be able to still hold on to their top 1 spot, or will someone from the top 1, 2, 3 or top 10 be able to get it from them? So those are the possibilities that I'm looking at as a right.
Oh, Legions, there's just something, I think, cursing Legions right now. They just cannot find a break. Now, looking at the very tippy top of the bottom 10, we have Maniac Esports at 20 points. So they're still pretty sizable. But I think the top 10 that we do have, the upper half, top 10, I think is about 50, 60 points right now. So there still is a lot to be brought up. The other M team that we did see kind of struggling, Mantis Gaming, respectable 17 points, and everybody else playing around the same edges. Though single-digit teams here, Smunkies Gaming, Team Asia Boys, and Legions really struggling to find W's in the firefights that they have, with the random squads, and it's really put them in a struggling position. But here we go. Here's the big one, the upper 10.
Yes, and just making it to the upper 10, Santino Esports with 20 points, but yeah, we're looking at the kill points if someone has tied up. But we're seeing Don't Me, Malice, Noxious, Hydro going down 1 spot. Team Corpse really showing what they got. But Ninth Order here, I think they were able to... they were replaced by Sakalam, and finally Nitrous climbing up until rank 2 with 42 points and 10 points just ahead of them. CNB still holding on to their stop, but mind you, Asura, it's just a matter of 10 points. It's manageable. Nitrous can swipe it off from CNB if CNB won't be playing it carefully or wisely on our game number 4, the half of our 6 matches rather. Okay, we're done with the half. We're almost approaching the conclusion of our 6 games for today, and we're heading towards Gili Island.
Yes, we are. It seems like Nitrous is the team that excels in getting the kills in their pockets. 21, if I'm not mistaken, as their overall kill score. And that really is a really fantastic thing, because it seems like they're a team that is very comfortable with confrontation. And that might not be the best suit for CNB. Again, CNB's losing a lot of steam here. They have had success with the first map, yes. But the second and third, they have done the healing tactics for the most part, because it seems like they just cannot wiggle a win in these squad fights. And again, that's fine. They can play for placements. They can get placement points. But when you have a team like Nitrous that can get rank 1 plus a whole kit and caboodle, by that I mean just a lot of kills, it really forces other teams to try to change their playstyle. Because as I mentioned, only one step, one wrong move, and it's the power dynamic. The top 1 will definitely change. And it seems like Nitrous is already looking to get that for themselves. Now, final 3 maps. We are just zooming past these Gilly Island repeats. And I'm curious to see, are we going to see finally somebody repeat a victory, get that rank 1, or is it going to be another team that is looking to shine in these final 3 matches?
Yes, and we're about to go to our second half for today. Game number 4, still at Gili Island. A little recap for our first match. CNB will get that win. For our second match, Hydro amazingly swiped it off. And for game number 3, crowd's favorite, Team Nitrous, was able to get spot 1 there, helping their team get rank number 2. Welcome to Gili Island. Everyone, if you just tuned in, don't forget to share the stream, like it, and wait for the gift code, redeem it, wait for the questions to be flashed. We have amazing prizes to our viewers. Don't forget about that. But never forget about supporting your favorite teams. And I think that Team 10 will be joining in 4 and 3 here at RoS Base. So this is something new for me. You know, having someone drop off with the same spot again together with you, it is something quite confident and bold for team number 10, Legions, to be dropping off in this particular area near Maniac and Malice, those 2 teams.
They've kind of spread out in the shape of an L here. I think every other squad besides Legion is looking to just drop in their same location. You can see Wee Town, it's sprinkled with members of the Ninth Order. On the southeastern part of Bitter Lake, you can see the members of CNB. I think it's a normal spread that we do see. The big problem here, I think, is Legion's, or not really the big problem, but the mix-up that Legion want to do is, well, try a different dropping path and see how that kind of forms up. Now, looking into CSN, May has been really struggling to find, I think, positive picks here. But maybe, just maybe, as he spots out Satch, who is on the rotate in a vehicle, maybe she can get some damage in, but only holding on to a shotgun. So probably not. I'm not sure why she's hard chasing, but maybe she's not, and she's going for a different compound, but I don't see any other building. No, there's something in front of her. Never mind. That's something that she can loot.
Yes, and someone from CSN. Talk about CSN. They dropped drastically from top 10 going to the lower 10. Let's see how they get the comeback, bounce back in game number 4. This is no joke because we're approaching the end of our matches. This is game number 4. They have to do whatever they did during the first match, because otherwise it's really not good to be sitting at the lower half of our spectrum. And Bill just looting the area. This is not a good looting spot. But moving on towards Sakalam, Aumine, Eric's, and the rest of Sakalam, this is a good spot, observatory, and knowing that the circle just ahead of them, so they can take their time looting this very area. There's a lot of loot here, ARs, SRs, and talking about guns, which do you prefer? SMG, shotguns? Aserai, what's your favorite secondary and primary gun?
I have been a big fan of assault rifles for a very long time in any game, because I think assault rifles are the best weapons for basically everything. I mean, AR is short for assault rifle, but you could also think of it as like all around, something like that. You know, I feel like it can be used for short range, it can be used for long range. It's always nice having an automatic weapon that deals decent damage. I mean, yeah, DMRs is great as well. Sniper rifles also a good mix, but when you're getting pinched in from so many angles, I think it's a very big risk to actually try to get these weapons that don't really have good viability in any range of fights. They're kind of just, how do I say this? They're kind of just stuck onto, if you're a sniper rifle, it's good to only use that in long range. Yeah, maybe you can go for no scopes and stuff like that, but I think I'm better off still handed with an AR than anything else.
For Clash Gaming, yeah, very all around. You can put scope and it can become a long range gun, and you can put hollow or
red sight, red dot, and it becomes a close range weapon. So that's really nice to know because I'm just quite curious because I don't really have a good aim. I usually use SMGs because of just spraying some shots, and hopefully I get something out of that. So yeah, never a fan of sniper rifle because I don't have an aim.
I think I can do sniper rifle fairly well, although not on mobile. I think PC is where I thrive at that, just because I've built over the span of what 15 years muscle memory for mice. Thumb is just not something I'm really accurate with, and that sucks. I know, but that's why I also prefer the assault rifle when I'm playing ROS or any other shooter game on mobile. It's fine and all, you know. So to each their own, right? As long as you have fun and you feel like you're improving in the one game that you want to improve on, more power to you.
Yes, and more power to Maniac and Malice for the fourth time here. Another skirmish by these two teams. They've been, battling one another from first to fourth round, but someone from Maniac, I think, is down. It's gonna be Kermil. Kermil is down and eliminated. Ash for the flag here is not getting any, just throwing in some shots. They're helping his teammates, but he will go down as Mac will get that kill. And I think they've already wiped Maniac. I'm not quite sure, but 3 kills. 3 kills. So Jabs is still out and about there, almost near Silva. But this is the time to patch up, and they know that Jabs is still out there in the running. They need to go after him. They need to chase after Jabs because a kill point is still a kill point, and they need that to rack up to our upper half. But here comes a new skirmish between T-Corps and LGN, Legion. And someone from Legion will go down there, leaving us with 57 players. That is a PP19 kill, but from Dalex. Dalex. Is that how it's called? I think
It's Dale X. I don't know.
Dale X.
Yeah.
I'm not
I'm a bit-
quite familiar.
I mean, I'm not a bit. I'm real Konya, so I feel like it's Dale X, but I could be wrong.
Sorry.
Somebody can correct us from the chat and whatnot. Seems like the chat is also a bit Nostra in this. They're also saying, yeah, guys, I knew that Nitrous was gonna win. So JJ, he's been doing the prophesizing here for Nitrous. So good on you, buddy. But now we also do have T-Corps who, as I mentioned, I felt like it wasn't a skirmish anymore. It felt like a massacre at some point, as it just did not look heavily into their favor. Now we do have DM on the other end of the map. Just the final stretches of that fight, and T90 looking to actually get themselves a good enough duel here. I'm not sure if they're a full 4 after the dust settles in that particular distance fight, but yeah, it seems like they were successful in taking down opponents. And speaking of taking down opponents, a lot of the squads that we're spectating here is able to just mow down one opponent after the other. And CNB, not really a different team as well, able to at least show to us that Cyan region has a very, very luscious and dominant set of players here, especially in the form of CNB. And Smonkeys, who is, I think, at the bottom of the barrel with about single-digit points overall after these 3 games, is just struggling to get any form of leeway whatsoever. So just going to back away or I think get wiped out. I'm not sure if it's either one or the other, but in any case, CNB still hold on top as they get a good control around the edges of, I think that is Bitter Lake.
Yes. And talking about wipe, Maniac has already been wiped off, as I saw an off-cam kill. They were able to get Jabs there. And this is our map. The circle is still big, but there are still teams that are outside of the circle. CSN, I think going after the placement points as they are out at that isolated island. Team 16 having a fight with someone I'm not quite sure. Team 16 is Team Sakalam. But we're watching T Corp Seal Dale X outside the circle. They need to go in though, but Noxious is out there in Cortopi. Cortopi will go down. And that's the time that they go in and loot off whatever's in that particular building. So I think those teams that are still on top 5, they're still surviving our game number 4. We've seen C and B still there. So this is a good game for them still to be holding on until almost half of our players. Almost half, 49. Yeah, Aomine will go down from Sakalam.
They're
be
in top
playing-
5, so they
Mhm.
still need to,
Asti.
try to go through the motions and whatnot. Astig, still respectable. 2 players left, but you do know that, do they even have a vehicle to try to get into the safe zone? I don't think they have, so they're going to have to run or try to find one right now that has 4 wheels just to try to traverse the rest of the terrain, unless they have a lot of heals. But looking at Don't Cry's loadout, it's not really there, so I'm not sure how that's going to happen. But okay, there you go. Nexap in his own little, how do you call this? His own little doom bunker. He's going to be fine with a couple
Bunker.
of heals in tow, but his teammate has to get into the safe zone, which he is right now, but I don't think Don't Cry is going to last much longer. He just is probably going to be looking for heals and then bring it all the way to Nexap to try to heal him up. So being at the 100 HP is definitely going to be good, and he just probably waited for that squad in that compound to leave before he tries to, I think the best word is scavenge for the moment. And we have, again, Monkeys still alive, actually, 4-man. I thought they were at least down to like 1 person, but this is actually great. So any Monkeys fan out there, they're still alive. 46 people remaining, and that's a lot of targets for them to try to take down, break down.
Yeah, I personally know McCoy and Lume. They're from a different team before, but they've been playing top clans before LAN tournaments as well. So yeah, it's really good to see these players to be playing out here, and hopefully they'll be able to still made adjustments and step up and be able to rank at least at the top 10, because every one of them, they have a dream, and seeing them here, I'm really happy to see them here playing on Top Clans Invitational. But yeah, CSN, we've seen them at the isolated island, but they're barely inside the circle. They're very, very safe, cautiously playing the game as they were dropped from the upper half to the lower half. So that's a really drastic turn of events for them. So let's see how they're gonna play our game number 4, Taiji here. Taiji is a very promising team. Everyone's rooting for this team as well. But unfortunately, games number 1 to 3 was not a good run for them. So hopefully we'll see more of Taiji on our remaining games. And yeah, we slowed down a bit compared to game number 3, where we witness a lot of fights, battles. But game number 4, we set off really aggressively, and now after the half has been eliminated, everyone's just playing it safely. So this is kind of a downtime for our VR.
And this is the point where if you're like a Battle Royale streamer, you're just talking with your chat and trying to ask them, where do you want to go? Obviously, that's not really going to be happening here because a lot is on the line, but it is a nice breather, right? Just to kind of check out what we do have. If we can see the overview of the map, that's going to be great, because we definitely need to see where the teams are going to start to go through. I'm seeing a lot of greens in our screen here because of that overview. Never mind. Taiji Ops is going to be in a bit of a pickle here as he tries to rain some bullets from up above, but knows now that their opponent is knocking on the door and immediately answers, dropping down with the rest of his team. And here is a quick little battle, and it seems like Taiji is holding on true up against a couple, and Ops leading the charge, and he's blotted out a couple of weapons here, trying to go outside, and the last man exploded on the vehicle 4x4. Who was actually charging them? That squad full is the challenge against Taiji, who just had everything rolling. Nobody was knocked out, and they were already knocking, but Taiji was opening the door. Who was it?
T-Corps.
Oh,
T-Corps.
unfortunate T-Corps. Yikes.
I've seen James C. James C. left the. I mean, James C. was killed by Taiji, so it was T-Corps against Taiji. But unfortunately for T-Corps, they were eliminated by Taiji. There is a good boost for Taiji, giving them kills and hopefully placement as the circle is getting smaller and smaller, and our players are getting congested here. Team 14, I think. They already know where Team 11 is at, and that's gonna be PFN and CNB. CNB doesn't have any kills yet, so they're not that aggressive team. They're trying to hold on to their top spot, so they're not really relentlessly going Rambo on other players, so they're really safe, which is really wise for them. So I think if I am battling against CNB, if I'm at the bottom, since I don't have anything to lose, I wanna try to pick off the top spot. I would like to stop them from gaining more points. But yeah, it's really reckless, and you're just taking a chance if you're gonna go for that. But yeah, nothing to lose.
Yeah, because again, it sounds like the perfect plan, right? Oh, guys, we're 0 points right now, and we're gonna hunt, let's say C and B, the cool 9Bs. But the thing about that though is you don't really know where they are unless you specifically see them killing another team, and you see in your kill feed, CNB has taken down one opponent, right? That it's in that specific scenario that you can actually go ham and try your darndest to take down the top one. But as you mentioned, I really like the playstyle right now of CNB. Some people might call it afraid, scared. They're just trying to be as safe as possible, and that's not really a bad thing, because again, looking into the point distribution, as long as they can get about third place, arguably or optimally first place, that's 10 or 12 or 15 points that goes into the entirety of this day. So compared to kills that might not even go your way because it's very risky, I think 10 points, a solid 10 points if you're rank 3 or above, is pretty good, because even if people can catch up to CNB, it's only that. They can only catch up. If there's like 5 points difference, that still means that CNB is still number one, right? So if they can at least have like a 5-point advantage against any other team in every single game, I think they've already won. So if CNB can play this properly and not get smacked before they can reach that top 3, then they're in a really good spot to get into the global finals, plus getting that sweet top prize of $3,000 US.
Exactly. And talking about CNB, we're watching Kaize, Ninja Ganja, and the rest of CNB here. The Pite already advancing there, and Renzi just covering up for the rest of CNB. So we can see one man, one vehicle spreading out. And they're really confident that they can defend one another. They can defend themselves here if ever there's going to be a skirmish. But let's move on to Dark Web here, having a skirmish against Taiji. Is taking... Okay, I think he was able to knock down someone from Taiji. It's 2v1, and Whoosh will go down, and Irvin as well. So Whoosh and Irvin will be eliminated. And it's just Dark Web here for PFN. It's not looking good for him with the PP19 switching in with the healer gun. Healer guns makes you fast. It makes you mobile, more agile. So that's a really good call for Dark Web here. I don't think... Will it be wise for him to go against one-on-one with this person here at the Blue House? Maybe he's just waiting for it to come out?
It could be. Because the problem with sieging somebody that you don't know their positioning is, if you're unlucky and they're actually on top while you're pushing in, you're just gonna get shot from above, especially now that he doesn't have a proper weapon, and his opponent, Don't Cry, has been farming every other weapon that's actually there. So he's more optimally looted than Dark Web. So I think his positioning here is fine. Plus, he might just be looking to third party. There could be another squad that hits up against Aztec Esports, and that could be his moment to shine. For now, I think this is fine that he's not charging in foolishly. He's trying to weigh his options and maybe wait to actually get more options. It's the small stuff, right? Like you think just charging in would be fine, but holding a little bit is even
Ow!
better. But yeah,
Instant.
okay, Eagle Eyes. Okay, don't cry. Do I call it Eagle Eyes or do I call it Tarsier Eyes? I actually forgot. Which is the national uh national animal of the Philippines? Carabao? Are you kidding me?
Carabao,
Okay,
carabao.
carabaos don't have good eyes. Okay, never mind.
A national bird, I guess.
National
is
bird.
a-
There we go.
If ever
What's a
there's such a
Tarsier then?
thing.
I just know Tarsier to be something national for us. But
There are famous in Mindoro.
okay, there we go.
Tama.
Thank you for saving me somewhat. But I was just trying to compare that he had really good eyes.
Yeah.
Being able to
Was able
spot
to
that.
get that kill.
Yeah. Good job, ST. Good job, ST Esports. You're doing a good job. I'm not.
Garnering 6 kills, 6 points for his team. We're now down to 20. Is it 28? 20 players? 20 players left.
Yeah.
So I guess maybe 6 or 7 if there are solo players or duos here. We're watching Team Asia. So we haven't really seen much from Team Asia. So to be watching Soy, the sauce in Soy, is really something. And he's going mano mano, but unfortunately, Manjiro will get the kill using his fly swatter. Is it a fly swatter? No, PP19. Okay, he just switched to his fly swatter. So he's still outside the circle. He needs to drink his sports drink in order for him to withstand the circle. And it's just him for his team. 5 kills. So maybe he's relying on to the placement points now. Moving on, as Monkeys is still out in the running here. 90 players left. CNB. You know, it's amazing for CNB to be always at the top 5 teams to be at the last circle. It's always them. They've been playing consistently. The discipline is really, really amazing and commendable. Because if there's if it was me, I would rush in other players, but they're just CNB's just really disciplined with their play style.
You know what's kind of interesting to me about CNB is they keep dropping on what was it? I think the southeastern part of Bitter Lake. But when we had a glimpse of one of the future or the following, excuse me, yeah, I think following is the best word. The following overview of the map, they actually were somewhere on the northwestern part of Bitter Lake. So I don't think this is just random that CNB gets really high into the placements. I think they have a certain strategy that they've been employing to go around the map, not just from, if they drop down somewhere on the southeastern side of Bitter Lake, they go straight into the beeline, into the next safe zone. I don't think that's how they play. I think what they play is they try to move around where they can still move around before the next safe zone and try to see if that's a good spot for them. And it's actually been, I think, quite successful because with about, how many is that, sub 20 people left, they're still a full 4. So whatever they're doing, it's working. It's working really well.
Yeah, I feel like they're always moving. They're always moving and moving. But I don't know. They really, while they are moving, I feel like they're always disengaging if they can. But if not, like here, if they are forced to play, forced to fight, I think they will. Because they have Hydro and S Monkeys here in this particular area. So I think they will be sandwiched. But there's an off cam kill there, wasn't able to see though, but we're still looking at CNB. They're still complete here, 0 kills, but if ever they are forced to fight, they can actually do it. So I think it's someone from Santino at the horizon, and I don't know if it's Quiapopo, but Ninja and the rest of CNB, they know how to play the game. They've been playing every day. I've seen them. They're always online. They're always playing. So I think it's also a factor to be always practicing and um you know, memorizing Gili Island and playing against random players, not just scrims, but also they've been playing pubs. So
And
probably.
yeah, they've kind of culminated all of that experience as well as I think what they just want to do as a team and mesh that really, really well into this particular game. It hasn't resulted in them getting the top one for a couple of maps now, but honestly, I don't think it's such a big thing as I mentioned before that they're just looking to at least have 5 points above anybody else and they're still golden, right? So
Yes.
now, as we are dwindling ever so slowly into this smaller and smaller circle, CNB is kind of in how do you mention this? They're in a very, very precarious position because even if they have this little cottage, excuse me, that they're holding on to, there is four, maybe even more locations that they're going to get
Oh.
shot from. But I mean, there's windows. They can shoot through the windows, and they're actually popping a couple of shots. Ninja, he's going to get a stealthy kill as somebody just swings out wide. And I take back what I said. CNB is actually in a good spot, but we'll see if it's a good spot later on.
Yes, later on. And Kyopopo just rushed in and without him knowing any info or intel that CNV is right there. He just rushed in towards his death, eliminating Santino there. Now let's move on to it's monkeys. It's monkeys. So this is quite surprising for Lume and his team to be here, and hopefully they'll be able to get a good standing for this game. But unfortunately, C and B are just adjacent of them, and it's 2v4. I think it won't look good for them as Nitrous Galaxy will flank in as well. Joining the battle here is Nitrous Galaxy with a 1 kill for his team. He needs a kill points, he needs a placement, so he's very, very aggressive, just surveillancing all the possible entrances and whatnot of this particular
Nice.
area, and they're really good with parkours and stuff. They tend to maneuver in this particular house, and yeah, they've been doing this all of their life. I can't
Yeah, I
even
mean,
maneuver in a
he's
single
parkouring
house.
and parking all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's the two parks, you know.
Yeah, they keep on moving and moving, and
He's also
that's
getting inside the vehicles for some reason. I'm not sure if that's a thing that you do to try to dodge
yeah,
bullets,
it
but
is.
it looks funky. But if it works, it works. You know what I mean? But even if that is the case, there is so much happening on these two buildings, and CNB now has to push forward. But this is the perfect time. Everybody else is distracted.
Oh.
Renzi's gonna be on a literal island there, but it has given the rest of his team time to transition. And Renzi, yeah, he's basically going to be a martyr here, but it's fine. All good in the hood because Ninja and the rest of CNB have entered the compound. Maybe need to go for the heal, but they're looking to go for the fight. Straight up into the stairs. Found another. Nope. Not going to find anything because it was right
Blind
behind him. Daypat as well as Beast and CNB. I thought they had a perfect time transition, but they went in a bit too ham, and they are left with just about Renzi, I believe, who is actually alive as Kaizi and Dapais, excuse me, is already knocked out. Smonkeys is actually still alive. So this is the perfect time for this single-digit team to actually go double digits. Galaxy knocked out as well. We still have James who alive in the right compound, and he is fighting for dear life. Renzi is burning to the Molotov, and that's going to be all she wrote for CNB. Looks like that's going to be a no just yet because Daipat is still alive here. Knocks out James too, and this is still a time for CNB. Is it only going to be the 2 versus 2? We have 5 remaining members. So I'm curious, who's the last man? Oh, it's Nitrous outside of the compound, but he has a golden opportunity to maybe hide behind, but the nades are being thrown, and can he survive? 50 HP left on his meter, and he's using the vehicle to just absorb damage. Not really too much forward. Oh my goodness. He is holding on true. What a trooper is Nitrus's Narcel still alive in this, but that is about to explode. He takes no damage whatsoever, but it's only a matter of time before Smonkeys or CNB seals his fate. Still, in the end, though, Smonkeys, they can decide to maybe push forward and deal with the other squad that is threatening the top one against them, but it is so risky. We literally have here, Nikki, a Bermuda Triangle. Whoever pushes in the middle will just vanish into thin air. And this is a firefight between 3 squads with Nitrus still or only remaining with the 1.
Yes, I'm not sure with Narcel, but we're seeing Peligro and Lume here from Monkeys. This is looking good for them. And the circle is closing in. It's very, very small. They're looting maybe the materials that they need. The Pite holding on to his PP19. Some Lume is now flanking 2v1. I think someone is outside the safe zone. I mean, outside of the circle, just doing the healing strategy. But Lume taking in damage from the circle here. 80% of his life. I don't think he's gonna patch up. And he's just waiting. Every one of them has PP19. Drone has been deployed. If you upgrade your drone, it can actually shoot. So let's see if he'll be able to utilize that against the Pite here. And he's
2v1.
looking forward. The Pite is at. And there you have it. But the Pite has the shield on. He has the shield. So they know now where the Pite is at. Just
Go!
Shot from Peligro. Peligro will get that kill. 2 left, and I think it's gonna be a win for Monkeys finally with the 6 kills. Wow, 6 plus 15, 21 points.
Astigan, don't cry, get third and not don't cry. Astigan Taiji get third and fourth.
Oh,
They
I
were
thought it was
well.
Galaxy from Nitrous. Wow.
They were outside. They were
Okay.
outside the zone. So even if Nitrous was supposedly the third squad there, it seems like we had other squads that were healing outside. And Nitrous, unluckily, will be the 5th one, if I'm not mistaken. So Smonkeys, out of nowhere, sucker punches everybody in the gut and gets top 1. But CNB still holding strong with 2nd place. And as I mentioned, this is actually good because every other competition that they have is underneath them still, and the only one that's above them is the team that is in the lower 10s. So perfect time for CNB. Good job for Smonkeys. For those Monkey fans, they still have an opportunity, a chance here to maybe get into the top 5. But looking into it, we still don't have a repeat of any of our top 1 winners. So this is looking incredibly spicy. Anything is up for grabs here right now in this tournament. But again, congratulations to Smonkeys for winning the 4th round that we have right now for the RoS Invitational here in Top Clan 2021.
I'm actually happy for Monkeys getting there and getting the top spot in our game number 4 because I've known these kids, I've known these boys, so I'm really happy for them. You know, they've seated at lower 10, maybe at 18th rank or 19th. So, you know, going from there to top 1, so hopefully a moral boost. So hopefully they can carry on until the 5th and 6th games. And talking about 5th and 6th games, we will be giving you guys the highlights of game number 5, and we will be having a short break. So don't go anywhere else because when we return, Azurai and me will be giving you guys the 5th game and of course the rankings and tally of our scores. So don't go anywhere else because this is the highlights.
Welcome back, guys, to the Top Clans 2021 Invitational for RoS. Again, this is the PH Finals. My name is Asarai, and with me is Nikki. And we have just witnessed 4 grueling Gili Island matches with, get this, guys, if you're just tuning in, nobody having a repeat of any match. And by that I mean nobody has repeated winning top 1 in any of these matches. All been different teams, and this has led to us with having some pretty gnarly changes with our scoreboards. But what is consistent, Nikki, is that CNB Cool 9 Beast is definitely beastly at top 1, if I'm not mistaken, because
Yes.
they've been consistent at least top 3 for the entirety of those 4 games.
Which leads me to thinking that maybe it has something to do with the chemistry, because amongst all of the teams here, it's CNB who has remained their roster, I think. I'm not quite sure, but I think they did remain their roster. But let's move on with the tally and point system, Asarai. From ranking 11th until 20th, we can see here CSN finally going up to the ladders, moving to the 11th spot. Noxious, on the other hand, here falling to 12th spot, and Santino as well. Still placing at 14th is PFN Collusions. Now dropping is Maniac Esports, and we can see here Team Asia Boys still, Legions, Mantas going below here at rank 18, 17. We have Assassins, Legions. So finally, Smunk is already out of the lower half of our spectrum here, and hopefully we can see more of. Personally, I want to see more of PFN, Jay Wisco, and the rest of his team.
And just imagine, aside from not actually talking about PFN, but actually Smonkeys, they were bottom 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And they're nowhere to be seen in the bottom 10, which is incredible. Now here we go, the upper 10. Smonkeys smack dab number 10. Okay, that's still pretty respectable, because if they can redo another of what they did on game 4, they're a shoo-in for top 5, no cap. But at least for this point, they're at least above. Now, looking at the top 3, it's what I think I intended, or what I expected it to be. It's still going to be Cool 9 Beast with a whopping 15-point advantage over Nitrous, who is at 51, but they're still number 2. I think it still looked pretty damn decent, especially when Nitrous was around top 4, top 5 from last game. So that's pretty respectable that they're still number 2. The Ninth Order, still a commanding lead above the next, which is Team Corps, which is around 5 points. So Cool 9 Beast, Nitrous, and Ninth Order looking really damn good as our gold, silver, and bronze placers here. But we still have 2 more games to go, Nikki. And I think the only real difference right here now is who's unlucky enough to actually lose more than 2 at the start, and then have to either scavenge or just go for the healing strat. Healing strat is nice and all, but if you're not in the top 3, it doesn't really, what's the word here? It doesn't really net you anything else. You need those extra points with the kills to actually have or overtake anybody else, as with what we saw with Smonkeys from that last game.
And what Asarai said, for the bottom half of our spectrum, now's the time. 5th game, you still have a chance to catch up, to add more points on your bank. Guys, now's the time to be stretching whatever you have to stretch and call in your supports. Whatever, do it now. This is the 5th game, second to the last for today's matches. I'm really happy to be seeing a mix of teams winning every round, and if they have a chance to win a game, you can also have a chance to win a game too. That's very positive. But yeah, let's move on to Gili Island. Oh no, our matches for today. Recap for match number 1, CNB is the winner for that match. Match number 2, we have Hydro. For match 3, we have Nitrux.
and Galaxy and his boys. For match number 4 is Monkeys Gaming, Lume, and the gang, McCoy. Yes, game number 5. We're fast approaching the conclusion of our PH finals. Please, 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 we want to see more of amazing plays coming from different teams. And personally, I want to see more from It's Me, Jay. Come on, It's Me, Jay. Show us what you got, boy. Because, you know, he's really, really good with WRO. I respect him with that shotgun.
I respect the hustle with the shotgun, but it hasn't really shown itself to be as potent. Maybe in the early stages. But you know what? Here we go. Game number 5, round number 5. It's only 2 more before we complete the puzzle and finally have the answer. Who is going to be our representatives from the PH scene? From top 20, we'll dwindle it down to the top 12. I talk about top 5 being important because that is where you can get immediately into the global finals. But then the others will have to fend off for the rest of the tournament. But for now, it seems like we are going the same routes as with almost all the top teams. Bitter Lake placed there by, I believe that is Astig Esports. We have CNB always somewhere at the southeastern side of Bitter Lake, and then so on and so forth. But other teams, I think right now, the bottom 10, looking to spice things up as they really look for somewhere apart each other. But here's the thing, Chemical Depot, couple of squads there, very near each other. And safe zone, bottom left of the map.
I'm actually looking for Team 4, Maniac Esports. Or I can't seem to see them. Are they still here in the game? But, oh yes, they're still here. They're rushing towards RoS Bay, their usual spot. Because there's a lot of goodies at RoS Bay. But now we're watching Astig Rodri. Rodri, it's a prominent name. We've been casting tournaments with Rodri, Don't Cry, and Nexap. Actually, I don't really personally know Hangin and Jake. But these guys... yeah, I want to see more of them. Hopefully they'll be able to make really big adjustments and hopefully catch up. They need to have a lot of kills aside from placement points because this is game number 5. We're not joking here. We're almost concluding, like what you said, putting the puzzle pieces together and we're about to finish it. It's a really good picture we're making right now, and I'm really excited to see who are the teams that will qualify for our global finals. But yeah, for our viewers, if you just tuned in, we have amazing gift codes for you. Just redeem it. I've already redeemed mine. I've got Rainbow Hammer and another skin for QBC. So yeah, redeem the code here at the lower left side of our screen.
That's awesome. And again, you
Nakiredeem.
can own... I will redeem that later because I'm so entranced with the game. I don't blame you. All right, it's a freebie. Anybody can get it, even us, the casters. So it's fine. It's totally fine. The production or our overlord employers will not be angry. Don't worry. I got you, Nikki. I will save you if that happens. All right, we will fight them in Gilly Island. But at least for now, we have a different set of players that are fighting inside of Gilly Island. But I really, really am curious if somebody can dethrone again Cool 9 Beast, because this team has been what we've been repeating over and over again with these rounds that we have, incredibly smart with their rotations. And I think that is such an undervalued trait or skill that you take into battle royales, because being able to know where to rotate, when to rotate at the peak time is such a crucial thing, because it gives you that necessary advantage that I don't think just rushing into a compound will give you, right? Being able to time that perfectly is such a big thing. Whether you win or lose the top 1, it doesn't matter. They've already topped in, and if they can again keep consistent top 3, it's ridiculous. Nitrous, they're keeping consistent with, I think, like top 5, but they need to be a bit higher. Speaking of higher, Legion just can't find anything to rise above and beyond, and they're getting wiped out once again. I'm not sure which squad they're up against. Oh, it's T-Corps, but maybe this is time for Legion to finally stop being at the bottom of the barrel and be the ones at the victor's table here. You know, dine in Valhalla, get those nice juicy treats, juicy meats. As believe Legion's Escrip is finally getting himself a couple of kills, and okay, I thought that was a opponent. No, it's just a teammate that he revived. So they're still fine. Full 4 for LGM, and they're looking good as T-Corps is battered after that little bit of a skirmish.
Now I'm looking at the info about Team Corps. I'm not quite familiar with the names. Dale X, Gem, C, Enos, Charms. So maybe it's a new team. So it's a new blood. So this, even though they get eliminated early in the game, but wait. Astig and Mantas here, but someone from Mantas will go down there, leaving us with 77 players in Gili Island. So going back to what I'm talking about with regards to Team Corps, even though they won't be able to score high or whatnot, you know, qualifying in Top Clans 2021 RoS Summer Stage Invitational is something. It's an experience, so it's something, so it's alright. But someone from T90 Asteroid, he will go down there just taking in the shot from Mayang here from Asia Boys, Team Asia Boys, throwing in some shots, default there with the Fly Swatter. But I think that is an RPG knockdown coming from Brave, and Mayang will instantly go down there. So that's a nice retaliation coming from the T90 boys, Aim and Brave. Ascetics here, almost at the side of the ridge. Noxious, you know, being very patient there, waiting for them to go out with his sniper rifle. But I think Ascetics already know that there's someone in this particular area. Well, usually teams tend to camp, and it's very, very obvious because they have the blue car parked outside. So yeah, it's a no-brainer that there's someone in that particular area. So they're very, very, very cautious there. Dark Web. PFN. I've mentioned that I want to see more of them, so here it goes. Let's see what's gonna happen. But he's down!
They found Legion. This is so bad. X-Script, they're basically sandwiched, one in front, one behind. It's not really what you want to be in this particular position. Nade will be hitting onto Whoosh, and he might be at the shorter end of the stick here because PFN is only down to him. Darkwood has been knocked out. As I mentioned, the sandwich, it seems like the filling has exploded, and Whoosh is the only one standing. The drop shot, perfect. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie on this truck, and he is evading the bullets that his opponent's throwing at him, but not for long. And that's going to be all she wrote as LGM stands tall as the dust settles. And finally, Legion still at it. Yeah, S-Script is down, but they're still 3-man strong. And this is the perfect time for Legion and Legion fans to start riling or bringing things up.
They are the Visayas top 1 legions. Okay, let me just read that because I'm not quite familiar with the team as well, because I'm only familiar with teams from Luzon and Manila, Metro Manila, and of course Mindanao. So I'm not quite sure with other Visayan teams, but yeah, it's a nice boost for Legions to be taking out Whoosh and the rest of the gang there. And unfortunately for Whoosh and his team, being eliminated early on the round doesn't really give you much score, much kill points as well. The potential for you to garner more points has already been snatched by Legion there. So let's move on to Nitrous. So that is not Cell. I thought it was Narcell, sorry. So that is not Cell, sorry.
Yeah. The T and the R, it kind of freaks you out a little bit. We do apologize for that, guys, but he's been a contender. And we have to adjust, and we have to perfect his name. It's Natsa.
Natsa. They are avoiding posers. That's why they're using special characters. But I think
they're that good. They're that famous. They got like posers and stuff. I wish I was that famous and I got posers and stuff. Actually, I don't. It's hassle to have that.
But what if you do have overthinking? We gotta make you overthink. What if you do have a poster Now we're watching T90 aim here. Default and Rape. I wonder where aim. Asteroid. Where asteroid is at? And there you have it.
Zone is closing in. We still have the leaders of the pack just outside of Bitter Lake. So they're waiting for more rotations to come in. We do have T90 or the Ninth Order somewhere across the river on logging camps, and Squad 1 and 6 actually going outside of the map. That is Nitrous as well as Hydro. So former top ones, I don't know if they're going to hunt each other down or they're looking for more loot or something, but they're hunting each other down. Big nade! Kobe! Nitrous, what are you doing? This is so bad. Hydro is now in the prime spot to go for a punish. If you're a Nitrous fan, that was a nade that will turn your day sour. I was just about to curse because that was a really, really, really detrimental nade. Okay, hold on though. Natzel, he might still salvage this situation. He's in a 3 versus 1. He has a teammate that's right outside, which is Prodigy coming in from the other end. So they could go for some sort of pincer play here. But the big problem is Hydro still has the mad advantage, and Prodigy is making a lot of noise going for the quick charge here. He now slows down the pace a little bit, using the Defilate for cover, but still can't get over that nade. That was huge. And they basically brought all of that loot in front of Hydro to pick up for basically free, because I don't think Natzel has an angle to punish if they're just going to loot all of that. Oh, this is so bad. Hiya, Uncle Roger. They might not have a vehicle, so I'm not sure if they can actually get out of the compound, but this is still a 3v2, and Nitrous, they have to choose now if they're going to push in or wait and poison the rest of the members of Hydro.
It's a matter of, I think they're gonna disengage, or I'm not sure if he is positioning himself in a good spot. Drone has been shot there. No more drone for Hydro, and I think Prodigy is just moving around this particular area. Maybe I think they're gonna engage, but unfortunately, Prodigy is knocked out using a Vector, and this is the call. Now it's your time to go out. Yeah, go and save yourself, run for your dear life, and hold on to that placement point, because it's really crucial for Nitrous not to be taken down by Hydra there. So they still have a guarantee for the placement points, and that's gonna be Natzel. Now moving on to the Ninth Order default, and 3-man squad here going inside the circle, not particularly going towards the waters because it's really, really dangerous here. So they're just gonna move around Wheat Town, left side of Wheat Town there. And I think we're already at the almost half of our players had been eliminated, and I wish I can see who this Nitrous. Let's just move on to Assassin's Legion. Okay. So this team is consist of Eon, Shio, Sam, Afri. Okay. Afri rings Abel.
Is this one of the bottom 10 teams? I don't think we've seen them for the past 4 games. Maybe just on the kill feed, but nothing other than that. And this is something new. All right. I'm curious to see how Assassin's Legion's gonna progress with this. They don't really have anybody right beside them or immediately right beside them, so I think they're safe for now. And as you mentioned, we're already reaching that halfway point in terms of the elimination, so this is looking pretty good. They've also saved up a convertible inside their own compound, so they have the ability to rotate out just in case. CSN, they've been knocked out, so I'm curious if someone else is fighting them, while Santino, Kiapopo, is marking that top hill angle. I think it might have been him that got the knockout, and Korzek has to get revived right here and now because he's dangerously low. Who is shooting CSN? I have no idea. We need to have an overview of something. There we go. It's going to be Pride PH. It's the other Santino player. He's just on top of the rooftop, and he's hitting shots, and nobody is retaliating on him. This is free. This is literally kills for him, and
It's
he's
a
getting it.
Stig
Good job for Bright.
and Santino. Two teams are going after them. Two teams are going after them. So yeah, it's not a good spot for CSN. Very, very unfortunate for them. And look at that. Kiapopo, I think, is he rushing Gamesu? But they're actually eliminating CSN here. And we still have ASL and Taiji on the side still waiting. But everyone is already inside the circle. There are other teams that are outside. So BR is also a waiting game. You don't just immediately shoot, and just because you saw someone you shoot at them, you still have to. It's a test of patience. You also have to wait when's the perfect timing for you to engage or disengage. We're watching a Stig here, and they're the ones also shooting at CSN aside from I forgot.
It's all right. We'll figure that out in just a bit. Now, Sakalam up
Oh, a Stig.
against a Stig. They're actually very close to each other technically because of the compounds right beside them. Thermal Power seems to be our final resting spot here, while the Ninth Order is still somewhere on Wheat Town. They haven't really transitioned into the map itself, but they have more than 3 players, right? I think they're still a full 4, so they have the possibility to fight. Oh no, it's actually just 2 remaining. So still, even then, we do have CNB also coming in from the northern side of the Thermal Power. So they're still a 3-man strong. This is looking pretty good for CNB. Sakalam has a really, really good angle to also hit a couple of shots if the Pyth, excuse me, and his teammate will come out in the open, especially now that he has a long-range scope in hand. Astig still holding at the other edge of the compound here. So we have gone, as you mentioned, the slower pace. Yes, there's a couple of kills. Yes, we're still kind of breezing through the eliminations and knockouts here, but with these compounds being sprinkled all across Thermal Power, this gives a lot of options for teams to play it a little bit slower now and wait for the circle before they make their move, especially for teams that have carried over a vehicle for them to traverse faster, especially now that the circle is getting closer and closer, closing in faster and faster.
But Sam will go down there, and we're watching Taiji here, and yeah, it's from ASL. And there are teams here from the lower half still surviving, so this is something new. And look at there, Jabs and Ash is still alive from Maniac. Oh, Maniac is still alive. I'm not sure if they already have a kill though, but I think they're looking towards placement points if ever. Taiji Tensi trying to shoot at people from ASL, but it's not actually working, and the circle has been diminished once again. We're watching someone from Team 6 outside, and oh, it's from Team Hydro. They are already at the upper half of our teams, and I think it's also wise for them to stay outside. But Renzi from CNB taking in shots from Eric's from Sakalam. They are a hot target here in our game. They are the top ones. Everyone wants to eliminate them. Everyone wants a piece of them. And it's not looking good for them as they are now stuck and quite trapped in this pink house. And you know, Eric's has the advantage. I think one of them will be flanking to the left side. That's going to be the Pyth. But moving on with Bash here from Team Malice. I think he's having a skirmish again with one. I think it's gonna be T90. So Malice and T90 probably. Everyone is
Ninth
down
Order
aside from Bash.
Raining hell from all across the bridge there, and I stand corrected. I thought it was only 2 people remaining for T90 or T90, but it's actually 3 of them. And this is more than enough to actually fight.
Oh no, it's already
a good fight. Another squad comes into the play, and it's going to be a 3-for-all. I'm curious to see if T9 is going to be able to survive here because they're one of the teams that have been standing consistent in the top 3. They need to be able to stand a little bit longer, but Santino, a full 4 squad, is already rummaging in. Aim, not sure if he's spotted, just rotating the back of the boxes here. but Pride has already gone for the forward push, hunting and looking and lurking, as well as trying to clear corners and aim. I think he's the last one for T90. He's been spotted at the box here. He's taken down one victim. He has a teammate, Default, who is actually over the edge, over the top of the hill, and is using that cover to keep himself alive. Really good communication as well as timing from both of these squads. And Santino is getting devoured by the zone, has to push forward here. He's not really that low, but low enough that a couple of bullets will be enough to shut him up and shut him down. And AIM still holding the fort, holding the gate, keeping it so that nobody can push through. And Capelpo, he's not in the compound, is he? He's somewhere farther else, and this could actually allow AIM to run farther away, or since we are already here, lots of bodies dead around, start looting and go for the heal tactics once more.
Yeah, it's actually looting now the essentials, and that is a really nice battle between those two teams. But let's move on for now with Taiji Esports. Taiji Esports, I think they've already placed on the upper half. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, they already have 2 kills, 2 points for their team. Hopefully, they'll be able to keep that and add to their points. As for CSN, they're barely holding on 11 spots, so hopefully they'll be able to go at the top spot. But surprisingly enough, ASL is still here. Usually during our previous matches, ASL is one of those unfortunate teams to be eliminated early in our game. So it's really refreshing to see this team to be still here and fighting for placement points. During the game between T90 and one more team, it's really amazing that there's one player from T90 default that's covering for his teammates, so it really paid off. They were able to get away with that skirmish and trade off. So it's gonna be AIM and default still battling here at Gili Island for T90. So
We
watching
keep complimenting. Excuse me. Oh man, something was stuck in my throat. But we keep complimenting Cool9Bs for being smart with their positionings in how they rotate, but you can also probably give a lot of props to both the Ninth Order as well as Nitrous for being also pretty damn good with how they rotate, but not really in terms of, or their position, not really in terms of how they rotate around the map, but how they rotate around the fights, knowing when and where to dip in and dip out, position so that they can provide some cover fire, bait in opponents, and they've been really good at handling situations where they're not supposed to actually win. Like it's a 4 versus 2, they're supposed to lose, but there's a good amount of coverage as well as communication between the players that it just nets them victories. In any case, Sakalam is... okay, that's a bit of a mistake. You're drowning in your own Molotov, and Maniac still holds true. We're seeing a bit of tussle right now in this prison area, and now going back onto the other end. I think this is... I can't spell it for the life of me. This is Taiji Esports. There we go. Still alive as a full 4. So it's looking really good now that we're sub 30. I think we're just sub 20. This is pretty fun. Nice little revive there for Taiji as they dealt with the oncomer, which is ASL. Assassin's League is already here, but we'll see if this league will get disbanded as they're up against Taiji, who is ready to fight as soon as their opponents come into their perspective. Rest of the Taiji members will actually keep healthy. Wait, no. They're dropping down. It's just down to the 2. Oh, this is so bad. They threw even out the smoke to get some cover as well as heals. But Taiji is in a really, really big pinch as I'm not sure if it's Assassin's League or someone else that shot at them, but they've taken a lot of damage. I stand corrected. It seems like they are still actually able to bring 4 back. I thought it was just down to the 2, but they have survived and weathered the storm, and Assassin's League is nowhere to be found after that initial rebuttal.
Yes, so it's really nice save coming from the healer guns from Taiji. They were able to wipe down Assassin's League, but we're watching from the sides. We can see at the horizon Maniac and AIM from T90. So I think that is a really nice matchup. They were able to wipe down it almost. I think they were about to die, but let's just wait for now because I think here comes a new challenger for Taiji. It's gonna be Team Maniac here. But why me already eliminated someone, and it's gonna be Kido, leaving us with 12 players in Gili Island on our game number 5, second to the last match. This is redemption for Maniac. Hopefully, they'll be able to redeem themselves for the past games. And someone from Taiji is down, Ops is low. So it's gonna be just Ash and why me? A little background: Ash was a former teammate of AIM and mine. So and Asteroid. So it's quite refreshing to see Ash together with Kermil and Jabs. But now we're watching Ops here already patch himself off and trying to get a piece of someone from Maniac. I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea for them to rush in or flank in, because there isn't much space or things to hide on. But let's see how they're gonna flank here. He has an MGL and he's just throwing in some shots. So let's see if it's gonna work for Taiji with the MGL.
This is perfect. Like, you could use that grenade launcher just to kind of create pressure, even from being this far of a distance, as long as you can arc it properly, which I think Taiji is able to do in any case. But this is a nice little spread here. Maniac has still 2. I think AIM is the one that we're only seeing for T90. I'm not sure if his teammate
Default.
might be outside and doing the heals once again,
Mhm.
but we are down to 10 players remaining. And Taiji, oh, there we go. The forward push. Tenzi is going to be the one to kind of start everything with the 4-wheel drive. Able to push through. It's going to be the initial scatter as Taiji is slowly creeping up. This is smart. Not pushing as a full 4 because they want to at least get that coverage. And Ops is just in the perfect position to get one target after the other. Even a run by his teammate and somewhat exploding the fence. Okay, I dig it because it allows his teammate to revive Ops. This is going to be perfect for Taiji as they are still the full force strong, just maybe a little bit weaker, but they can always go for the heal if need be. And we are down to 8 standing. Where are the other teams? We need that overview. We need to see if there's a lot more playing outside of the zone, going for that heal. And is it only going to be AIM in a 1 versus 4? A very tall order, but that is something that he has to try to check out of his list.
Wow, default has been knocked off out of the safe zone. So it's just gonna be AIM for the 9th order. We're looking at the map right now. We have Team 10, Legions, Team 6, Hydro, and Team 18, Taiji, and the 9th order here. So 4 teams left, 7 players left. And the OPX and his team here really happy as they're one unit. They're one squad. They were able to survive all the skirmishes, giving their team, I don't know if this is 8 or 5 kills, but that's a hefty amount of kills plus the placement points. So hopefully, they don't know where AIM is at. They don't really know that someone is actually lurking at them. But it's really not wise for AIM to go there, to go battle against 4-man squad. So I think it's best for him to stay there, stay low, stay down, stay hidden. And yeah, this is the 5th game, Azurai and Taiji. We've seen them how they really tried for the previous matches, how they tried to win every battle, and now it actually paid off for them. And again, no single team has dominated 2 maps or 2 matches.
They won.
And yeah. Oh, AIM.
Oh,
Hydro.
CNB's nowhere to be seen in the top 5. I think we might have had an overtake here because T90 is 2nd place. Taiji winner for game number 5. So what happened there was AIM was the only one left standing. It was 5 alive. If you were looking at the top right of your screens, and Taiji only needed to find where AIM was. And even though you were talking about it, AIM had a good position. He didn't really have to push out. But when that zone started to creep a little bit in, if he even as so missed a single or did an incorrect movement, he would actually get spotted because it was so out in the open. He only had a tree to basically have cover behind them, and that's not really enough now, is it? So that is going to be all for that game. And again, still no one is going to do the repeat. Not a two-peat, not a three-peat, no one, just a single peat. And Taiji claims game number 5, which means that we are just one more game before we find our top 12, our top 5, and our top 3 for this ROS Top Clans Invitational. So we're gonna go for a break, guys, and when we do come back, we're gonna see if CMB have been dethroned, and we're gonna see if Game 6 is their retribution, or is somebody else gonna be our top 1 for this tournament. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Don't overthink things, baby, 'cause I know that you do. You've been a stranger lately, I know that's not you. Easy come, easy go, no need to fight about it. Easy come, easy go, no stress, I'm good without it. Easy come, easy go, let's keep it fun and simple. Easy come, easy go, you know my loving it's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat.
Welcome back, guys. We have had a very intense, grueling, gruesome, disappointing, maybe disappointing for other teams that are still struggling to get onto the upper echelons, but really satisfying ones for those who were able to get themselves those top ones for the past 5 games here at the RoS Invitationals, or RoS at Top Clans 2021 Invitationals. My name is Asteroid, and of course with me is Nikki, and we've had a fabulous time casting this one, and I hope you guys are too. Don't forget that you can get some freebies, some goodies for RoS players out there. All you gotta do is watch out for the code, as well as don't forget that we still do have a giveaway. So all you gotta do is answer some of our questions. If you're able to answer it properly in the FB chat, you will get yourself some nice bit of goodies. But now, down to the brass tacks, to the final game we go. And another question here that goes in my mind, Nikki, are we finally going to get one team that actually gets a two-peat? Or is it going to be all different winners in all different of these 6 games?
Well, that's an interesting question, and we can only find out on our game number 6, our last and final game for this evening. Like what you said, it has been a mix of emotions, a roller coaster ride for our PH finalists, and yes, we're about to conclude this and answer all your questions, but we're just waiting for the tallies of the rankings and scores to be posted on our screens. But yeah, that's an interesting question. Will there be a repeat from our top ones, or will there be a redemption coming from the lower half of our spectrum? Will there be a switch from top 1, 2, and 3? So those are the questions that I want to know in our tournament right now. And we will be also showing to you guys all the matches. We will be recapping who won per match, and yes, shout outs to everyone that's still holding on, supporting onto their favorite teams still with us. Don't forget to like and share the live streams, your family and friends, tag your friends right now. Support your favorite teams. They need you now more than ever. This is it. This is like the confrontation. This is the final match. Asarai, how are you feeling for the final match?
I'm feeling great. I honestly expected to maybe have a power vacuum where one, maybe 3 teams would always be on top. And that has been fairly revoked by basically every other team that has played here. We have had bottom 10 players or 10 teams actually get to the middle of the pack because they got themselves the top 1. So a win of a certain map. So that was pretty fantastic. I think we saw quite recently Smonkeys get it. Now Taiji, who was really struggling. I think Taiji should be a shoo-in for about top 5. A quick question for me definitely would be Cool 9 Beast. Are they still going to be top 1? Or is that lower placement from that last game hit them enough that they've been dethroned, especially when the ninth order was still at 2nd place from that last game? So there's a lot of computations, lots of guesswork that's going to be, not really guesswork, but computation where there's going to be going into this. So we're waiting for our tournament organizers to fix all of that and give us the final tally before the final game commences, because this is going to be tight. We're probably going to be seeing CNB actually look for more kills and be more aggressive if they've been dethroned from first, or even if they're still first. I'm pretty sure it's just about 1 to 3 points of difference, and they have to at least get something different, kill or 2, maybe even 5 going into this 6th game.
I'm actually surprised that T90 hasn't really placed first in all of the maps. And I've played with them before. They're really, really good. I got carried by this with these boys. They're really, really good. I wasn't able to recognize Brave because his IGN before was Sniper. But here is finally our point system rankings. From 11th to 12th place, we have CSN still sitting at 11th place. Maniac here moving towards 12th. Don't Me going below 13. Monkeys dropping there from top 10.
So the other half, Azeroth.
Wow, Pool 9 Beast is still
Still?
number one with I'd still say a fair bit of lead with about 5 points. That's still pretty good, but just about a bit of a tap from the back. That is going to be the ninth order with 66 and Taiji at 55. I was thinking about maybe top 5, but did not expect him to get into the top 3. This is perfect right now, guys. For those who are looking at these top 3 teams, if you're a fan of them, it's perfect. Nitrous is still in their top 4. So if they can have a positive outcome in the 6th game, it's also looking pretty bright and sunny for those Nitrous fans. But I did not expect Pool 9 Beast to still be at number 1. I thought that they took a massive blow, but the advantages that they've been able to rack up from the 1st game to the 4th game really has set them apart from everyone else. But 5 points, not really a comfortable lead, so they have to do something not really drastic, but I think they have to do extra measures to make sure that they still are the top 1 when the dust settles after this 6th game.
Same sentiments here. I thought that CNB will drop off from first place to maybe I think like 2nd or 3rd, but they really set a really good lead from 1st to the 4th game. That's why even though they dropped quite early during the 5th game, it still worked for them to be at the top spot. But like what you said, 5 points is not that quite safe to say to stay on top. And when you're on top, there's no place for you to go but to remain there or to drop. So it's really hard for a leading team to be where they are at right now. So still CNB is still commendable. So let's see what they're gonna do on our game number 6. But usually if they have a really good footing already in our tournament, usually the teams will just play passively and safely for the last game. But let's see if they're gonna end it with a bang. So yeah, I can't wait to go to Gili Island now.
There is just so much on the line. Now that we've kind of created the platforms for these teams, it's going to be a hop over the wall. Some of them still trying to climb a little bit faster. Some of them already nearing the top and just almost over to climb that particular obstacle. We are just one more stretch before the PH finals concludes. And as Nikki expresses, as also I'm expressing, I'm definitely flabbergasted about what has happened here, as well as what we're going to be seeing moving forward into this final game of the day, of the night, because I think we started around afternoon. It's already evening, and man, we have basically closed the day with all of these action-packed games. So all we can do is just wait just a tad bit more before we get into that 6th game, Gili Island. And I'm curious, are we still going to be seeing the same drops? Are we still going to be seeing the same play styles? Or there'll be a strategy that's different as well as explosive coming in to this final map?
And talking about the final map, let's just have a really, really short recap for our first match. CNB set the record straight, winning the first match. For the match 2, Hydro snatched it. And for the match number 3, Team Nitrous Galaxy winning it over. And match number 4 is Monkeys from the bottom going all the way to the top. And finally, Taiji Esports Redemption for match number 5. Who will get match number 6? Will there be a repeat from these teams, or will there be a new team that will snatch our match number 6 and seal the deal for today? I'm really curious who's gonna take our match number 6, so I can't wait to go to Gili Island together with you, survivors. Don't forget to shout out your favorite teams. This is the last match for this evening. We still have more matches tomorrow, but for the PH finals, this is your last chance to support your favorite team. So do it now, do it proud, do it at the comment section below. Go, guys.
Yeah, don't forget, guys, that there is, again, so many chances for you to still win, as well as Nikki was mentioning, supporting your favorite teams. Speaking of your favorite teams, let's see if there's some variations to the drops. It's a nice little sprinkling of M&Ms across the Gili Island. I would definitely love that. Being on an island that's been sprinkled by multiple, like, let's say M&Ms or Skittles, that would be a dream come true. But fairly spotting it out. Not really a lot of big changes, I think, for some of the teams. Again, it's been a staple that some teams really just focus on dropping on one certain part of the map just because they just know the layout of the land incredibly well, or if not perfectly. So it gives them a nice little advantage, whether it's a hotspot or not. They know how to work around it, and the drops as well should be fine. But for now, it's all good in the hood. Hydro, they were one of our victors here, but they've kind of fallen off after that one blaze of glory. And can they light it once again, or has it all been snuffed out? We'll see how that goes.
And now we're spectating Astig. Astig is one of those teams that really trying on our previous matches. Now we're jumping towards Mantas. Short prawn. Is it the right short prawn? But someone from Mantas here, and they are at, I think they are already inside the circle, quite near Bitter Lake. But moving on to another team, and I think we had an off-cam kill there, but this is PFN. PFN is at, I can't recall their spot, but this is a newly formed team. Although there are already experienced players in this team, you know, chemistry still plays a lot in a squad. So hopefully they'll be able to work it out and be able to somehow score a lot of kill points and placement points in this game. So yeah. And I think if you're sitting at the lower 10, it's really hard, especially on your at the bottom. So yeah, some of them are really sports enough to just enjoying the game, competing. This is the last game. Even if we're gonna do the maths, even if they scored max 11 kills, 50 placement points, if we're gonna add it up, it still won't suffice if other teams would also add up to their previous score. So yeah, they're just sportsmanship is being promoted here, camaraderie, aside from honor and prizes.
The big problem, and I'm not talking about the sportsmanship or camaraderie. I mean that's fantastic, right? Because that is definitely one of the things that we definitely trying to promote here, because it's still a competition in the end. These guys are trying to be the best that they can be, but also at the same time, you know, acknowledge what others can also bring to the scene. But as I mentioned, I think the biggest problem for these players to try to deal with is the max cap of points that you can actually try to get. Because if you're at the bottom 10, the max that you're looking at, if you get that top one, is 26. And speaking of getting top one, I don't think this is going to be what Maniac can do to actually reach the upper echelons, is being just formed by 4. Assassin's League vanished quite early on that 5th game, but they're looking pretty still spicy moving forward into this one. So now we'll see how this kind of fares out. Oh. So it seems like we are going to be doing another... Oh, wait. Looking to clarify that first, but yeah, a little bit of wipeouts there. Presented to you by Assassin's League. So they're here. But again, they vanished during round 5, so I'm curious if they're going to be able to do better moving forward into this last game.
But someone from T-Corps here trying to flank, and LG and Artemis will get those kills, spraying in PP19 there and going all the way here to the rooftop. He has actually RPG, so I'm really bad with RPG. I tend to blow myself. Okay, I think... Okay. So there's news that this won't be. Yeah, it's confirmed, right? This
Yeah,
won't
we're
be
gonna. Okay, we're probably gonna mention it already. So it seems like because there were some issues in one of the rounds that we had previously, or one of the maps that we had previously, we are gonna be doing a round 7 to even out the matches here. So at least this round 6 isn't gonna be the final game. So for those who are still hoping for, let's say, see again the beasts, the cool 9 beasts to get dethroned, there's still another round for that. So okay, much better for those fans who are looking to support maybe Nitrous, who is still struggling a little bit. 51 players remaining. That is a lot that's been taken out of the board. What is happening? They've been knocked out multiple times.
Yes, multiple times. And we're watching Aomin here from Saklam, and they're already at the right side of Chemical Depot. They're inside the circle. And like what you mentioned, to even it out, we'll be giving you game number 7. But for now, so other teams still have a chance to catch up with our leaderboard, so they can still catch up. So let's see if they'll be able to make a difference in game number 6 right now. We've seen Eric's quite a lot of times in our maps, and he's able to score for his team, be it kill points or placement points. So I think Eric's is really showing us a really good game in our maps from Team Sakalam. How do you translate it in English?
I mean, Sakalam is an anagram
Strong?
of malakas, so it just means strong.
Okay.
But there's a different bravado, when you hear the word Sakalam in Tagalog,
Sakalam.
and it's like, damn, that guy's Sakalam, dude. It means like strong, but very, very strong, something like that.
Our Flash is strong.
True. If Filipinos like to create those words, omsim.
Same. Same. Okay.
Bet malu.
I-
What else do we have? I actually can't remember anything else. I know there's a lot more, but yeah.
But to be naming your team, your squad with Sakalam, that is something.
Takes-
But
Yeah.
going
Takes a lot
back
of
to
confidence.
Taiji,
You know that you're a team that can
but-
actually convert.
unfortunately for Sakalam, I think they'll be taken out. OPX just killed Kido there. And this is the flank. This is the rush between OPX and Taiji and Sakalam. It's flanking.
Taiji's
Yeah,
going to be
something
on
like
the
that.
forward push now, looking to find some little bits of angles to spray down with the Vector, but Vector, not really the best of weapons to look to
headshot.
fight at this distance, but maybe I stand corrected because Taiji is making it work right on top of the house. That roof is providing him some cover, but as somebody immediately goes for the punish, well, Sakalam will be able to get the dub as soon as the fight concludes. Sakalam's on a warpath here, and 3-man strong still remaining. Pretty damn respectable, as they were able, I believe, to wipe out an entire squad. Looking straight into it, that circle is almost dead center of Gilly Island, and Bitter Lake might be our final resting place for a lot of these teams.
But you know what? It's Taiji who rushed towards them, but it's quite interesting to see the results that Sakalam was able to retaliate and finally swipe off the Taiji. And unfortunately for Taiji to be eliminated early in our round, I think it would be really bad for their placement points and their standing as well. 47 players here. We're watching Smonkey's Lume here, trying to survey us, getting info of this particular blue house. But I think Mantas already knows his presence. His presence has been known, and he has, I don't know if that's a Kar 98 or maybe a shotgun for a secondary gun, but it's PP19, but another shot there. It's really hard to battle against a high ground teams on a building, and if you're gonna flank right straight without deployables and throwables, it's just so hard.
Wait, did he steal the car? Wait, no, that's Smokey's charging in as a full 4. What transpired seemed to have been a 3-squad get together where Smunkies is gonna just be winning as well as dancing right on top of the
They
graves
were
of their opponents. And
revived. How?
Smunkies was able to get everybody up from their team. So Looms is still alive. This is a full 4 for Smunkies, and we're
Oh,
this team
peligro.
this team is how do you mention this? They're pleasantly surprising us. Slowly but surely, Smunkies is going and basically taking down teams from the leaderboard. Team 90 on the other end is in a firefight with PFN. PFN stable in middle of the pack. But when they're up against a heavy hitter like T90, this is going to be very difficult. What was that from AIM? He just bamboozling, one in front, one behind. But he pays the price as Dark Web comes in, guns a-blazing, has to back away. But no, T90 I think is too close for him to just try to deal with. But as I say that, here comes the retaliation, here comes the support. But Dark Web still holding his own for just a teeny bit of a moment. Brave is also holding true. Asteroid has joined the fight. And where is Dark Web? I don't think he's here anymore. I think he might have been
Last
dealt with by the
episode-
rest of the T90 squad. So yeah,
Probably.
T90 able to win a 1-for-1 that trade.
Probably. I stand corrected that Mine is the substitute player. So we won't see a Mine duo here. But they really have that good chemistry with, these names are really prominent in every tournament in RoS, AIM, and Mine. So I'm quite surprised that Mine is the substitute player. But yeah, usually, so the new players for T90 are a default, yeah, because they've been playing with Asteroid and Brave for quite some time. And now let's go back to ASL. ASL, they were able to kill some. They got 2 kills, but on the downside, one of their player will no longer be with them. So it's just a 3-man squad here. 39 players left, throwing in some shots at Ascetics, but Peligro, on the other hand, will go down there. Smurfield trying to get a cover for his teammates, but there are just too many of them, and he will go down with the hands of, I can't seem to see, from Astig. So it's a 3-man,
Mystic
3
has
teams.
logged into the fight here as they're just going to be looking to inch forward onto the compound itself. Astig is able to deal some substantial amount of damage, running around looking for more victims, and this entirety of the squad has joined in and they've wiped out the opposition. Wait, yeah, there it is. A bit of bait and switch, but you know what? I do like how they tackle the entirety of that particular compound, and they basically have so many vehicles now to work with. But don't cry. What is he doing with this? Oh, okay. They wanted to immediately find some vision looking at the other end of the compound. Just don't cry. Okay. Goes back. They're going to be looking to at least loot up a little bit. And he's trying to mark if the rest of Hydro here might be greedy enough to push them in their location. But for the moment, it's not going to happen. And Asti can have a bit of quiet time to loot their just rewards.
So Astig here really showing us now that they're stepping up in our game number 6, and they could have done this during the previous rounds, but I think now's their time to shine. We're watching aerial view of Santino and Malice. Malice has always been having a skirmish against Maniac, so this is a different scenario for them, and they're each of these teams are holding their own buildings, and this compound is at the lower left side of Bitter Lake, still I think inside of our circle. 32 players left. There's still a lot of players in our circle right now, and I think it's a matter of patience. Everyone's just waiting, no one's moving, because they can't afford to make a wrong move at this point of our tournament. And we're moving on towards Hydro, then TV. Hydro has already proven themselves. They've won a match. They tend to finish top 5 or so in every game. They are already in a good spot in our tournament right now, and I think they're just playing it safely here at the lower left side of training base. And they're now utilizing the drone just to be safe and scouting the particular area if there are other teams also lurking. But I think the coast is clear, and this is the downtime for now. Duo, then TV and Exort for Hydro team. This is the downtime. Um, I wonder what the other teams are doing right now aside from looting or staying. Oh, there you have it. Was able to get an information coming from the drone here. So yeah, before we don't have drones, right? We don't have drones. So this is
Yeah.
a good addition to the game. Really gives them, once utilized properly, gives them really an advantage against other teams that don't use drones.
It's kind of nice, right? Because even if you can third party peek opponents from walls, drones give you that verticality that even if you're like at the top, at the third floor of a building, it just doesn't, right? And what's also good about it is you can actually go around different angles to check different angles because you can only technically see like one perspective if you're just looking at one point, right? And of course, the other thing is you're technically safe because the drone is a very expendable utility. Now, looking quickly again into the overview, there's a lot of players still outside, but these are like singular players.
Mhm.
Oh, so it's not just squads that have one player remaining. It's squads that have 3 to 4 players remaining, but this is how do you call this? An insurance policy
Yeah.
for them.
they're
Since this is
they're
almost the
leaving
last
one
game.
player behind.
That is true. And this is
They're leaving one
looking.
player behind.
Wow, I'm just gonna point it out, Nikki. Look at where the last zone is. There is a good chunk of body of water there. There is not really a lot of buildings, so four-sided defensive walls going to be very difficult. So we'll see how that kind of goes. Asteroid's going to be here at the bottom of the angle as well, but I'm wondering if T90 is going to be pushing this because this is technically 2 squads. Asteroid, okay, he's already kind of gotten and pushed. Asia Boy's Gray here will have to try to dodge as
Ow.
there is a bombardment of nades being thrown by T90. They might have been able to pick up a lot of sieging utility. If they throw it in the main lobby at the ground floor, they could actually hit like 2 to 3 vehicles, and that would incapacitate the mobility of Asia Boys here. Asteroid has already gone for the forward push, has the P90, will be quickly charging in. I'm looking to see if Gray's gonna try to wrap around, but Asteroid is still knocking on the door. Nobody's here to answer because everybody else is still upstairs. He's looking for a bit of a beat, but not really anything, and he decides to just go away. Okay, pretty smartly played, I'd say, because T90 doesn't really need to go that ham into the fight, and they still have to respect that the zone is coming around. So that's pretty out there.
Brave was able to kill Rodri in that particular spot, so I think it's a nice 1-point addition to their kill points. And Brave here is situating himself for a right side flank, proning and patching himself up 50% on his body armor. Asteroid and Brave and one more team from T90 outside of the circle, like what you said, insurance for the team. This is a 3-team battle against Astig, Asia Boys, and T90. But it's really brave for T90 to be out there in the open because they have to look for other angles, unlike Astig and Asia Boys here, which already have buildings for themselves. But the circle's about to close in, and it fell to the lower right side of Bitter Lake. So I think they have to situate themselves now. Or is it Asteroid is flanking at the right side. They're using the vehicles, and I think they just disengaged, and they're. I think that is a really wise move for them to disengage, change vehicle. Each one has a vehicle and move directly inside the circle. Yeah, they went inside the circle. But CNB taking in damage from Don't Me here. And CNB, surprisingly enough, they're still inside the circle and they're still at the top. Maybe 10 teams. Asteroid taking in damage coming from Don't Me. I mean, T90 did not know that Don't Me is already there. So this is again a 3-team battle. Don't Me, CNB, and T90.
T90, after those pop shots from Don't Me, seems like they're still fine. Taking a bit of a beating, yes, but they're still here and fighting. Brave, though, he's kind of expected somebody's been popping shots from up above, but I mean, Default's taking damage, so I'm not sure why Brave's doing the same thing. Brave able to get revived, but he needs to go for a straight heal because he's literally one hit, 1 HP. And T90, they're not in the safe zone, so they'll have to transition in, but they're getting marked by Don't Me. Oh, I thought that was gonna be a grenade throw or something towards them because their vehicle exploded right in front, but they're still fine. They could actually take some damage from right behind on an upper or a higher point of attack, but seems like they're still holding to their position for the moment. The rotation's coming in as well. There's one more vehicle for Ninth Order to try to mess with, but they are getting pushed by Team Asia. Oh no, the Asia boys have come in, and they're knocking pretty hard, and they're just looking to wipe. I think they were actually able to wipe out their opponents here. Oh no, this is bad, because T90, they can't lose this early. I mean, yeah, we're down to sub 30, but they can't be knocked out this early.
I think Default is their insurance guy. So I think Default is outside of the circle. So it's just Asteroid and Brave who has gotten the punishment coming from the Asia boys here. Soy looting essential items and finally going towards our circle. This is, I can't seem to read how many players, but I think it's just like 5 or 4 or maybe 6 teams left on our 6th match for this evening. Fiery and the rest of Don't Me still hanging on, and this is different because usually Don't Me tend to be eliminated early in every game, so this is something new. And we are now watching CNB the Pyth. They still have XP and Ninja on the other hand, so if ever they engage, they can still win it, but having to engage outside of circle is really, really hard because you need to mind your enemies and you also need to mind your own health. You need to patch up while shooting, so this is kind of hard for them. So I think he's just gonna wait for DM to finally go in. Let's see. Is this Assassin's Legion?
Assassin's Legion. Or
Sorry.
Legion, yeah. Assassin's Legion. Why did I say Asia League? Well, I mean,
Sorry,
technically we are Asian, so it's fine, totally fine. I get it. I understand. You know, we're Asians. We're like our fried rice, whether it's just with eggs and or fried shrimp. You know, I'm good with that. But yeah. Now looking into CNB, that's a bit of a shot. Ninja on top, but it seems like their opponent can look at 2 angles at the same time. You know, that person that can just look one direction with one eye and the other direction with one eye. It looks very funky, but it works. And it seems like his depth perception is good. As Don't Me is definitely being sassy here. CNB at the end of a possible loss right now. Are they going to get wiped out? I'm actually curious if this is the last 2 remaining, or do they have a contingency of some sort? Because DM is about to push. Gustavo, Fiery, as well as Ciela is looking to hit the mark on CNB with ASL, the Assassin's Legion, straight on the side here. Ninjas drop down, and yeah, there it is. They're playing third party, and this is the Bermuda Triangle all over again. Not looking too bad for ASL, but looking exceedingly terrible for CNB.
Yes, I think XP is still out there for CNB because yeah, XP. So I think it's still safe for them that there's still someone who's gonna score them placement points. So it's just fine. Now we're watching ASL, and for all the games, I think this is the best match for ASL. But unfortunately, they will be having a skirmish with DM. Let's see what's gonna happen here. We're currently watching Don't Me with their SMGs, and they are playing outside of the circle, so this is gonna be really hard. Don't Me, someone from Don't Me here throwing in some shots. It's not connecting though. He's gonna go down there. And I think Gustavo and the rest of um his teams just bunny hopping and trying to snatch a kill here, a kill point. And now moving to the left side, flanking someone. I think I'm not sure if it's from Astig though. It's receiving damage outside of the circle as well. So and no, it's ASL still. So it's a 4v3 battle, and they're just really cautious enough. And what I really notice about ROS players, they keep on bunny hopping while shooting, and it's still working for them despite of all the recoils and stuff. They mastered the art of shooting while hopping.
I
Now we're
I
watching
do
this.
not I do not condemn that because in any game that I've played, movement is life, right? If you're
Mhm.
very static, you're an easy target to shoot. So makes a lot of sense. It looks funky, it looks silly, but it has a lot of use as well as purpose. Speaking of use and purpose, it seems like the purpose of ASL is just get shot from behind because I think right now they're a little bit sandwiched. DM is on the forward push there. Oh, they're just charging in. They're gonna try to just wrap this 4x4 vehicle. Aeon's gonna be on the immediate contact as the rest of Don't Me is charging in, but they're actually dropping down. Hold that thought though, as it seems like Don't Me is still alive as a full four. That looked incredibly risky, but it has ultimately, in the end, paid off for Don't Me. Smiles on their faces, as well as generous amounts of loot littered on the ground now, down to about 6. But no opponent is near on sight, so that could only mean one thing, Nikki. Everybody else healing outside of the map. They're already doing this celebratory. I don't know. They're actually not doing anything celebratory, but they are covering every angle here. Default, yeah, he's healing, but I don't know how long this will last. I think he still has. No, he's the last one. Okay. He has 4 heals, but no, there's another one. I thought as 5, it's actually 6. My eyes deceived me. It's a
Yeah,
battle of wits. 2 major heals for my end.
27, yeah,
Oh.
to 27 bandages and one more first aid kit. But 6 players left. 4-man squad here for DM. This is the best run for DM. And I think they're actually celebrating now. Mayan from Asia. Asia boys will go down. I think Default will be the last one giving his team second placement points for game number 6. So that is a nice strategy, and it paid off for the Ninth Order Default. So I'm gonna claim that DM. This round is for them. No repeats. Game number 6 will go to Don't Me. Finally, Don't Me showing us a really good game at Gilly Island. He has a lot
This is
of.
not the
Oh,
last game, by the way, guys. Not the last game. We'll have a round 7. We'll explain to you after this particular game, but Default, he's already holding his high, or excuse me, I am losing my mind right now. His head held high. There we go. That was the one I was going for. He has 2 more major heals. He he is just basically scrambling to hope to God that he can survive, but his opponents are in a nice little corner of the world. They're basically in Eden, and they're enjoying the fruits while he is just dwindling down, and he's out of HP. He's riding, maybe hoping he can still reach the safe zone and maybe run over some targets, but that's not really going to happen, is it? And we have our winners for round 6, and that is going to be Don't Me, okay? And I think I have to make it sound much cooler. Don't Me wins round 6 with a decisive victory and a nice little wait time at the center of that safe zone. Now, the question that is going over my head here, Nikki, is has CNB been dethroned because they got knocked off earlier than expected. Not super early, but earlier than expected. And they were only about, how many points was that? 5 points from the second place, which was T90. So everything is definitely a toss-up when T90 is second place. And I think CNB was about 5, 6. So that's a really big gap because, again, the points for 6th place is 7th, and the point for 2nd place is 12. That is a big, big gap.
Yes, Azurai. So I think doing the maths, probably they will be taken over by the Ninth Order because we've seen Default Stat giving his teammates a good placement point on our game number 6, but it is not yet the last game for this evening. Okay, we will still be having one more game just because we had some technical problem during our 4th game. There's a massive players dropped during our 4th game. I don't know what happened. Maybe they dropped out of the game involuntarily. So yeah, we have to make up for it and to be fair for every survivor who played for our tournament today. That's why we're giving the 7th and final round.
And again, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because these teams really want to have as equal of an opportunity as possible. So, with that said, we're going to be preparing the 7th round for you. And when we come back, we're going to be tallying all the points because I'm incredibly excited to see. Is CNB going to be still at the tippy top of the mountain here, or have they been flicked aside, pushed aside by T90, who is hot on their trail? So don't go anywhere, guys. Top Clans 2021 for Rules of Survival will be coming back to conclude the PH final. So don't go anywhere. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Hello, and we are back here at the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival ROS Summer Stage Invitational. This is James taking over for Azurai. Of course, still joined by Nikki. And
Hello,
yeah,
James. How are you doing?
I've been doing great. You know, 6 rounds, all 6 rounds. It was really a grueling action. You know, I've been seeing a lot of awesome gameplays coming from these teams here in the Philippine leg, right? So as we end our 6 rounds earlier on, of course we're going to have another round right now because on round 4 a lot of players dropped. I think dropped out of the game at round
Yes.
number 4. That's why we're going to have another round right here. But yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard right now, Nikki.
Yes, James. And even though Assassin's Legion really gave their best, it's still not enough for them to be situated here still at 18th place. But CSN still holding on at that 11th place and Maniac Esports at 12th. And now I'm trying to look for other teams, but TFN here at 16th, Noxious at 15th, S Monkeys at 14th. They dropped dramatically there. But everyone's just trying their best. That's game number 6, and we're showing to you survivors our point system, our rankings, our tallies. And here we have the upper 10 of our spectrum. Still at the first place, we have CNB Cool 9 Beast. Really gave it their best during the previous round, securing themselves a really good position here. With the 79 total points, but on the other hand, the ninth order scoring in 83 points. 83 points. So they're leading now with how many points? 4 points.
4 points.
Against CNB. But surprisingly enough, they are sitting at second. I wonder why. I wonder why.
Now, I think because of the points of the ninth order, I think they're going to be placed at first. While CNB, I think they dropped down to the second place because they only have 79 points right there. But, CNB, as what I've seen earlier, they've been they secured the top spot for 6 rounds, right? Well, technically 5 rounds because, for 5 rounds, they've been really leading. After round number 6, they dropped to second place with only 79 points right there. And the Ninth Order with 83 points. So now they're leading.
Yes, James. And yeah, this is not Azurai, guys. This is James with 4 A's that we just clarified that.
Yeah,
he will
taking
take
over for Azurai.
Because Azurai already went ahead to Gili Island, trained himself. He cannot wait for tomorrow's event. That's why James is here with 4 A's. Is it 4?
Yeah, it's 4. It's 4. Your
Sorry.
Nikki has 2 I.
I thought it was 5 A's, but there
No,
you have it. And we'll be showing the survivors later on the recap of the matches from the match number 1 until match number 6. And we're pushing towards the last match of this evening, James, the game number 7. What are your
Yes.
thoughts? Do you have any particular team you've been watching a while ago? And do you have any particular teams in mind who will step up, or will it still be the Ninth Order or CNB battling at first place in game number 7?
Well, based on my experience really casting Rules of Survival, the last round is really the round where teams either they push it really hard for their squad, or they just tone it down really low so they can earn those placement points. And because we have points for each kill right here for this tournament, I think they're going to try and max out their kill points. I think that's 11 kills, right? Well,
Probably
maybe.
those that really need to catch up would go ham and collect a lot of kill points. So probably the last team will be seeing a do or die situation for those teams at the lower half of the spectrum, or like now or never for those
Mhm.
teams, James.
Well, we can never be too sure about these teams because they can surprise us with practically anything. They can be, they can aim for first place and, reach that top 12 spot in this tournament. So it's really tough to say who will, step up their game in this last round for tonight's tournament.
Yes, and
Yeah.
I'm reading the comments right now. We have prizes for the viewers as well, so don't go anywhere else. Stay there, hang in there, support your favorite teams because we have questions for the viewers wherein they'll be able to have a chance to win skins for their knife, Damascus knife, Fire times 10 set, and Papyrus set as well. So and we also have the gift codes at the lower left side of the screen. You can redeem it. But here we go, James, seventh and final round of this
Yes.
evening. 20 teams going here at Gili Island, battling it all out, Battle Royale style. Let's go, James.
Yes, and this is it for our teams right here. And this is the last chance for our teams to try and step up their game. They want to push it. They want to give it their all. They want to push their limits so they can showcase their skills here in this in tonight's last game. Because as what I've said earlier, these teams can surprise us with anything. They
Speaking
they,
of
they might go
surprises.
all out.
I want to see that. I really want to see these teams going all out.
Mhm.
And I don't want to see downtime, even though this is a VR and we have looting phase. I want to see every one of them just going ham on one another because this is the last round. And they're still sticking up with their routines, with their usual drop offs. And the scattered is still the same from first to the last round for Giddy Island
Yes.
here.
Well, in this last round, we might see a few teams going for that, as what Azurai calls it, nurse strat. But I think we call it a med strat or healing amazing. We call
Healing
it
good.
healing good.
Healing
Yes.
good.
But we can never be too sure about what the strategy of our teams here in this lobby will try and show in this round. So they might push other teams right here to get those maximum kill points for this round, so they can catch up in points.
Yes, and we're
Wow.
spectating right now. Next up, and there's someone from LG, and at the right side, they're pretty scattered here at Echo Valley, just so they can gatekeep the area if ever someone would take the risk to go in and engage onto them. But I don't think that's gonna happen. On the other hand, CSN Bill will be knocked down. Ooh, firecracker is coming from someone, but it didn't connect because of the door. It was shut,
Yes.
and that's what I learned from BR games. You always have to shut the doors.
Yes, close the door so you won't get shot from other directions or from other people. But because of that grenade or that firecracker getting thrown at the top, at the roof of the building, a Stig next up knows that they're aware, or the other teams know that there's a person at the top side of that building. But you can see here next up just trying to scout out where their opponents are at right now, but he will try and scope one out, but he will get shot down. No, actually, that was another person. But next up, he's still alive. He will try and got that rest.
Yes. So that's a revive coming from one of the members of Astig, and I think they will be able to get this particular area from LGN. And now's the time for them to eventually loot the whole area all to themselves. Let's move on to
Astig, Astig next up. Yeah, they're looting
Yes,
the areas now,
Astig.
the warehouses, because they were able to eliminate LG and during that skirmish, and it's not gonna look good for LGN as they were one of the teams who got eliminated early on our final round.
Mhm. Well, as you can see, as Stig right now, because they eliminated their competition here in Echo Valley, they have the advantage in terms of loot. So they can try and loot up as much as possible before trying to engage with their opponents or other people or other teams in the lobby. But you can see here, as we are spectating,
Oh, Makoy!
Monkeys, Mantas, one got taken down right there. Trying to scout out Revered. Throwing that grenade and got one right there. Short Pran. The guys from Mantas, they're really good. But, Smoky's McCoy is really doing his work. Taking down members of Mantas right here. Already got two. Smurf right there at the bottom. You can see him jumping right there. But he will get eliminated as Smoky's McCoy will try and get one down. And we'll take one out as he will get... Yes, he will get shot down himself as another team will come in and go in for that third party.
Yes, here comes Hydro with Den TV and the rest of Hydro team here reclaiming the particular area. Ralph is on a pinch here, but let's see how they're gonna take over the others from us Monkeys. On the other hand, Mantas has been eliminated, obliterated there by by Hydro and us Monkeys. Now's the time for Hydro to go over Monkeys, but Smurf will get that kill. Smurf here, almost nothing. No vest, no helmet, no nothing here. Tommy gun only. And Anony from Hydro throwing in shots from Smurf. Smurf will go down there. And finally, it's gonna be 3 for maybe 2 battle here at Observatory.
Yes. And Hydro only has 3 members left right here. Well, then TV, they went in, they tried to go in for that kill. They got 4 kills. But Smonkeys, they damaged Mantas a lot. So, Hydro just went in for the finish. They got those kills, they got their points. So they can maybe try and play for the late game.
Probably, because for Monkeys, they still have Makoy and Peligro. But Andy, what will happen as he will knock down Makoy and finally finish off Makoy here. So it's gonna be just Peligro for his Monkeys. So just when you thought that, just when Monkeys already thought that they can obliterate Mantas, here comes another team, which is Hydro. So for Battle Royale games, it's really, third parties are really... are so...
Yes, that's why you never really want to get involved in a third-party situation. Sometimes it's the best option for your team if you're the third party, but in some other situation, it's not really...
better not get involved with that.
Yeah, better not get involved.
And finally, Peligro will go down. No more Monkeys here at our 7th final game, James.
Mm-hmm. But right now, we are spectating Dempsey. And they're just going to try and hold this building, maybe wait for that next safe zone to close in. But they are just going to loot up.
At the horizon, our top 2 overall ranking from all of our matches. That is C and B. And if PFN will be able to eliminate C and B, it will stop CNB from getting more scores, but it's gonna be really, really hard because CNB shown us how cautious they play, how they are really smart in engaging and disengaging in every team fights. But we're watching P-Corps. Enos here getting a kill there. On the other hand, ASL Afri will get a kill as well. So it's a backstab coming from Afri.
Yes. And, that's what's... really hard about Rules of Survival. You never know where the opponents are at because you can get shot at from different directions. Well, it really happens in the Battle Royale game, but in Rules of Survival, there's kind of skill involved if you want to backstab someone like that. you know,
Yeah,
because
they're really good with parkours.
yeah, you need to be really good with parkour, and you can see the footsteps in your compass. So yeah, you need to be really skillful in trying to
Oops,
backstab
oops,
someone.
oops, oops. Soy is right there. Okay, okay. Mayang as well from Asia Boys. These are from Asia Boys. And I think they're still inside the circle, and we're quite slow with the kills as compared our previous matches. But I think there's someone almost adjacent or at the horizon here in this twin buildings, and I think they're just gonna disengage, I guess, for Asia Boys.
Yes. But you see here, Asia, they might loot up that crate, and
Ooh.
they will. But as we can see here, the map right now, that safe zone is not really looking good for the teams here at the left side of the map from Echo Valley and Thermal Power. Well, logging cabs, team number 3 here will probably run into team number 7 while they are rotating. But this is rules of survival. You can play in the zone until save zone number 4 until you run out of medkits right here. Because there's a thing called medstrat or healing amazing as what I said earlier. It's healing amazing because meds are really amazing here in rules of survival. You can survive until round number, I think, save zone number 6 outside the zone, just tanking that damage.
And they actually calculated that uh, they know when to use the medkit. They know when to use the first aid. They know when to use the bandages and the energy drinks. So yeah, they've been playing that strategy even before. And now we're watching the Ninth Order. They've shown really, really good progress. Starting is slow, but slowly but surely all throughout the 6 matches. And now at match number 7, I think they're almost approaching C and B here. And this is aim. This is aim, and let's see what's
I
gonna
think
happen here. It's
I
just
think this is
him.
going to be a battle between top 1 and top 2 right here.
Mhm.
It's going to be the Ninth Order versus C and
That's
B.
very aggressive of him.
I think the Ninth Order already has a fully stacked inventory right here, but
Level
you
3.
know they might run out of medkits if they battle out with another team right here. But they can go aggressive. They might catch someone off guard. But these teams are prepared. They know what to do in these types of situations. So, you just need to be prepared when someone is rushing you like that. While
Yes,
Asia
James.
is
And
just there.
aerial view here. We also have PFN at their right side, but here at their in front of them, C and B has a 3-story building. It's really an advantage for C and B because they are higher on advantage. They can see all sides of the particular compound, and I think they haven't really looted much yet. Like, look at Renzi, he doesn't have a helmet. His SMG is an MP7 or MP5. So yeah, I don't think they've looted much for now, but they're always playing it safely, and it's actually working for them. Unfortunately for Asia Boys, they're gonna be sandwiched between this top 1 and 2 teams. So it's
Mhm.
not gonna. I think it's gonna turn sour for the Asia Boys here.
Yes. What's good about CNB is that they know how to play it safe when they need to. Right? What you said right here, they don't have a fully stacked loadout right now. So that's why they're playing it really slow. They're waiting for someone to get caught up in a
Ooh.
worse situation right there, like what happened right here for Hydro. Then TV just trying to target Tenzi right there at the top, and we'll take one down and ride that
From
vehicle.
Taiji.
IG Hydro.
Yeah, and knowing
doing the
that
work.
Taiji, they've shown us that they were able to be first placers during the 6th round, right? That's Taiji Esports. But now to be taken over by Hydro on our final round doesn't really look. It's not looking good for them. So hopefully there's still one backup member doing the healing strategy, if ever, for Taiji Esports.
Well, usually it's a strategy by ROS players is to leave one person behind for that med strat. But
Yeah,
you never
here,
know.
Team
He might
18.
go in for that kill.
Team
They might go
18,
for that kill.
Taiji
He might
Esports.
run into another team right
19!
here if he's not
Oh
careful.
no!
And
Assassin's Legion!
that's going to be dangerous for him right here. I think they know. They
Yeah.
know. As you can see right
Oh
there,
my goodness.
he's being chased.
Mhm. And on the middle side, we have 11 and 9. That's School 9, B, C, and B. And the ninth order. Ninja low on health here with his AN94. But there's a lot of deployables being thrown here right now. Asteroid, Molotov, everything. And switching into his PP19, throwing in firecrackers. He's making sure that Ninja will be fried and toasted. Here once again, Ninja is down. And for good, is gonna be eliminated.
Indeed- he indeed got toasted right there, Nikki. But Kaizi right here, just trying to back up his teammate, but isn't able to do so because of those trees in front of him, just blocking the vision. And the positioning of the Ninth Order at that spot, just throwing those throwables, and then making sure they hide themselves properly in those behind those walls so that they don't get shot by another member of CNB. They know how to play the game really, really well, and they know how to eliminate an opponent without getting caught.
But I think one of the problem of CNB here is that Asia Boys is still right there being sneaky on their own. So it's a three-way battle between these teams, the Ninth Order, Asia Boys, and CNB. And unfortunately for Ninja Gangja, he'll be the first one to bail out of the three team battle. So, and maybe we can also compare about the loadouts and their arsenals, and comparing it with the Ninth Order. I mean, look at that level 3 helmet, vest, QBZ, compared to CNB's loot. I think the Ninth Order really has a really good advantage here.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure Team Asia boys, they know that there's someone battling at the top of that hill, but they don't want to be a third party. They just want to wait for and reap the benefits later on. But we are now following ASL and Maniac. As you can see, they are caught up in a skirmish right here. Afri just trying to shoot down one. Wime got tagged. But he's just trying to get positioning here. Maybe trying to catch someone off guard while he's just rotating and using that movement really properly.
And I honestly cannot do that. It's really hard, but imagine if you're battling against someone who moves like that, so it's really hard to shoot. We're watching Maniac Ash here. Every one of them switch on to their SMGs throwing in shots, but why me? We'll go out of the skirmish, I think. I think they did not survive that. That's why he just ran out for his life. Because look at ASL, they're still 4-man team and they have 11 kills. Afri and the rest of ASL already has 11 kills. Any kill surpassing that cap won't be counted anymore. But amazingly enough, they already have 11 kills all to themselves.
Yes, and because they have 11 kills already, they might just try and play for the placement points. But you never know. They might go for the eliminations just so because they can. We'll never really know. They have different strategies right here, but you just can see a member of Maniac just hiding behind that tree. As you can see, don't me. Well, you're just trying to spot someone right there, Fury, and this is going to be a hard battle for other teams right here, especially if you don't have vehicles, because this is an open area. You need to use those vehicles as cover, especially in an open area like this one.
Exactly. And going back to the skirmish, I was able to have a peek on our map. And unfortunately for Team 18 Taiji Esports, I think they've already bailed out of this game. And I think Team 19 was able to eliminate them. I also saw Team 4, and that is, yes, Jabs from Maniac. Now, T90, the Ninth Order, Asteroid, he has been playing a lot of games, but competitively, I think this is gonna be one of his major tournaments. And we're watching the aerial view of PFN against Asia Boys. So PFN is consists of Push, it's me, Jay, and the rest. And now because so this is gonna be a four team battle, and everyone has a building of their own. So this is very it's getting exciting, and the tension is building up. But how brave is Aim here,
Well,
being outside, out in the open?
well, I think the Night Order has the positioning advantage right here because they can spot three teams from their position. But they can get spotted as well. As you can see, Santino spotted someone right here, but he got a rest before getting shot down by Maze. And
I
let's
think
see
that's Team
their movement.
Malice Mac, I guess, the one that they
Mhm.
shot, but Don't Me is
Yes.
right at their side. So they still have to be mindful of other teams tailing them behind them. So I think he's gonna finish off Mac here. Finally. Oh no, he just left Mac there,
No.
probably.
I think
And going to
didn't he get finished right there? I think he got finished and probably went in for the loot. As you know, Maze uh they only have two members left on their team, but sadly he's the only one left right there.
make that
And the
one.
Night Order, make that one. The Night Order, as what I've said earlier, they have the advantage in terms of positioning. Asia, Team Asia Boys, and PFN just right there at the bottom of the hill, while CNB, they can get spotted. They can get spotted by the Night Order from that building. So they need to be careful when they want to when they move around that area.
Doria taking A shots. He will go out of the vehicle. I think he's wondering where the enemy is at, but he will take the shot. He will go down, and I think Maze will finish him off. Finally, one kill for Santino. Finally for Maze. And a
Mhm.
almost blown up vehicle here as a cover while he does essential things here in this particular remains of
Yes.
the victim. But on the other hand, Fiery will go down from DM. Don't me.
He got those bandages, but the body or the remains of his opponent right here doesn't have med kit. So that I think that's why he went in for the
Unfortunately.
kill. Unfortunately, but those bandages can help. But he needs to eliminate more opponents if he wants to play for the late game. But as you can see, the Night Order still holding their spot. Actually, four of the teams here in this area, they're still holding that spot.
Oh,
As you can see, the Ninth Order aim, just making sure his aim is really on point this time. But uh, what's what i- what can you aim if you can't spot someone to aim?
yeah, it's quite dangerous for him because we have PFN at the right side and Asia Boys at the left. But unfortunately, they're outside of the circle. They need to go in. So that's gonna be the takeaway here in our battle. Everyone, they need to go inside of the circle, and they're now being forced to go their default, covering up for Aim there. I think Aim is gonna rush in, and it's not gonna look good for him. He's throwing in shots at Gray. It's not connecting though. Proning. Yeah, this is the wisest thing to do. Proning while shooting
Ooh.
at the rest of PFN. Is it PFN?
Oh,
Yes.
but he got shot. Yeah.
Ooh,
He
but
got
it's also down as well.
Mm,
Brave
yes,
is
and
quite far.
yeah, Brave is there for the rescue for aim,
Ooh,
but
the pipe.
yeah, default, is trying to back up his teammate aim right there as he was shooting someone while their opponents are going uphill. But PFM is really, really close. They can get rushed in by PFM right from downhill right there. But, as what I've said earlier, they are at a good spot because they can spot someone when they can spot their opponents when they are rushing in, but another team is behind them, so they need to be careful while trying to spot their opponents who are rushing up.
It's really, really a tight spot for T9. Oh, here they have PFN. They're able. Oh, no, 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 no. Brave will gonna go down there. He is knocked out. I don't think he'll be able to use a healing dart, but hopefully he will be able to. ASL flanking to the right side. It's really hard for them since they have ASL, they have CNB and PFN as well. So when the circle closed in, that's the game changer. That's the moment that they are forced to go inside, and everything just snowballed from aim to Brave to default and so on and so forth. And now we're watching default getting in some shots here coming from ASL CU.
Yes, and
We're already at single digits, right?
yes, so there are only 5 people left in the game.
That was fast.
That was really quick for round 7, but as you can see, no, actually 6 players left in the game. 6 players left in the game right now, while team number 13 or Team Asia boys, they have one member outside. So
And
it's going to
gonna
be
go for the placement points, perhaps.
yeah. There's going to be the Night Order versus ASL.
ASL.
Is it?
But default, they were
No,
able
it's
to
7.
eliminate default.
Sorry, it's 7 players left.
They need to go inside the circle. They're actually outside, and it's hurting them. But unfortunately for this player, as this Brave,
Yeah, it's Brave.
is looking for healing materials probably. We've seen
Ooh.
Team 19 still outside of the circle. That's Assassin's Legion. But someone's shooting at him. That's Mayang from Asia Boys, and Assassin's Legion is also outside of the circle. Everyone's playing the healing strategy right now, and it's a matter of who has most medkits. But there you have it. They run out of medkits, healing aids, and there you have it. ASL will win their team. How many kills? That's it. 4, 8, 12, and then 18 kills.
18 kills, yes.
They maxed it out. 15 placement
They
points and 11 kill points. 26
yes, they got
points.
18 kills in that game. And unfortunately for the other teams right there is that they couldn't get those medkits up, or they couldn't pop it out. That's why they didn't make it in that last save zone right there, because they tried to search for the remains of their opponents. For I think that's Brave. For Brave, he managed to get those 5 medkits, but from Team Asia boys, he got shot down. And for Team Asia, he didn't manage to pop out that last. I think he's trying to use a first aid kit at the last time we were spectating him, but he didn't manage to get that off. And yeah, that's it for round number 7. It was quick. It was a quick game. A lot of things happened right there. Yeah, what are your thoughts about the game, Nikki?
Yes, James, we were able to witness amazing skirmishes during that game and during that round. I thought there are teams that gonna go ham, and they actually did that. And we've seen deaths and kills left and right. But I think the most
that stood out to me was between those four teams at the compound: CNB, PFN. Is it PFN? Yeah, PFN, the Ninth Order, and the Asia Boys. Those four teams really stood out to me. But interestingly enough, ASL were outside of the safe zone, Team 19, and they were able to get a lot of kills and placement points. So it's a different round once again. Every rounds, every matches is different from the other. So we also haven't gotten a repeat win. So our teams here are really going out of their minds, really proving themselves. The PH finals is really something.
Yes, Team ASL, they really popped off this game. So what we've said earlier, 18 kills. 18 kills at the start of the match. They've been really, they went ham. They've been popping off. They've been eliminating their opponents one by one. I think they're really aggressive in this game, and they know when to tone down their offense and when to play it slow. But for the most part, they did a lot in this game. That's why I think they deserve this win in this round.
Correct. And we deserve the tally points. So we're just tallying the scores of all the 7 matches from match number 1 until match number 7. And I guess everyone's just so excited for the rankings. And we will be just tallying it. So don't go anywhere else. And we're just waiting for that.
Yes. And while we're waiting for the scores right here, Nikki, are you based on what you've seen in the last round, how do you think it will affect your future games playing RoS?
Yeah. I played with some of the players here in Top Clan's Summer Stage Invitational. And I will stick to my gameplay, being carried. How about you, James?
Well, I'm always the aggressive player. It doesn't matter if I get eliminated early on, as long as I get that get the amount of kills that I really wanted to get that round. So it doesn't matter if I get really low placement, as long as I get those kills, it doesn't matter. So,
That's
but
really
I'm getting those parkour strats that I'm not really good at. So I might use that when I hop onto another game of Rules of Survival.
Well, hop on that game. While we hop on the comments, we can read some of the comments while we're waiting for the tally sheets, right? So let me just read some comments here. According to Nestle Cream Young, I'm expecting more from the team of Nitrox, Charles' favorite, Santino, because these two, I've exclusively watching them from the other tournaments. So good luck to both of these teams, according to Nestle Team. Yeah, where we can read some of the comments while we're waiting for the scores to be tallied and rankings as well, because this is the PH finals, because tomorrow is a different set of players and regions. It's going to be Vietnam, and the wild card qualifiers.
Yes, it's going to be a new set of teams that we're going to be seeing tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to the different strategies that our teams will be bringing tomorrow, because for our list of teams tomorrow, I've seen some of the teams who are gonna be playing tomorrow, how they play the game. So they're really exciting to watch. That's the only thing I can say.
Yes, exactly. There are notable names here such as Isfake, Isdom, what else? Born to Win, BTW.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the teams that I was able to spectate last year. So let me just read more comments here while we're waiting for the scores to be tallied. According to Haruchiyo Sansu, go Hydro. So he's a Hydro fan. Then TV and the rest of Hydro team. Here's your support coming from Haruchiyo Sansu.
Oh, so yeah, guys, just comment down who you want to cheer for. While the scores are getting tallied up right now. As what we see here in the comment section, I've been reading the comment section a while ago while watching the games while you and Asteroid were here. I've been seeing a lot of players or a lot of survivors, as what we call them. They're cheering for their favorite teams. Some of them are telling their life stories in the comment section. So yeah, I'm really
You can
I'm really happy
totally
to see,
relate.
yeah, so sometimes they're saying go I think that was Team Nitrox earlier on. Go
Okay.
Team Nitrox. I think I'm a big fan, something like that. So yeah, the fans of these teams, they're getting a lot of fans because of how good they play Rules of Survival.
What else? I'm also looking at other comments aside from our fans sharing their life stories and relating to our players and pro players. I let me just read Jake De Castro Alties comment here. He said, "Go Nitrox," and I think the Top Clans 2021 winner will be Team Nitrox. He is a solid Nitrox fan here because they have smart players. Yeah, you need to be smart. Good teamwork, they have good positioning and good aiming as well. God bless to all players, viewers, hosts, and ROS fam. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jake De Castro Alties. Wow, nice analogy from Jake.
Yes. And I think all the teams here have really, really good aim. Because, playing Rules of Survival, based on experience, Nikki, how tough is it for you to actually try and aim your opponents down in ROS?
Because it's really, really different. ROS is really, really different because you need to be very agile and mobile. Like while you're running, you need to be shooting, unlike other games. So it's really hard for me, but I tend to somehow adapt to the strategies like bunny hops and side steps and parkours and all those verticalities. So yeah, it's
Yes.
quite fun to be doing that. But the downside, you'll be applying it in other games. But let's not talk about other games. Yeah, that's just the downside for me.
Yes, you need to learn how to shoot while running and jumping in ROS. And that's what's hard because it's not really an easy thing to do because you need to you need to practice those skills in order for you to actually be good at it. Because in basic experience it's really hard to do that, especially when other players are moving the way you do. So they if they have better aim than you, or if you don't know how to jump and shoot at the same time, they will outgun you.
Yes, and talk about muscle memory. They already know where the blind spots are located. They already know where the teams are coming from, players are coming from, and I'm quite surprised that I'm being killed without me knowing it. So that's how good they really are at this game. They already memorize the blind spots, the hot drops, or where the possible players are actually hiding. So it's really amazing for these players to actually know those things. But this is it, James, the moment that we're all waiting for, the ranking. So these are our top 11 to 20 Team Santino Philippines ranking at 11 with a total of 48 points, Team Corps with 46 points, CSN with 44, Maniac with 43, Team Asia Boys with 43 as well. We have Monkeys with 40 points, PFN with 39, Legions with 34, Noxious with 28, and Mantes Gaming with 19 points.
Yes, and our top 1 to 10, it's the ninth order placed on top with a total of 94 points right there with Cool 9 Beast at 85 points, and second placed Assassin's Legion with 65
Oh.
points placed on third. Astig Esports with 64 points placed in fourth. Fifth place, it's Hydro with 60 points. Sixth, it's Team Sakalam with 58 points. Taiji Esports placed in seventh with 57 points. Malice Esports at eighth with 56 points. On ninth place, it's Don't Me with 55 points. And Team Nitrox at the 10th place with 52 points. So, yeah.
Wow.
The ninth order.
Yes, and they have won a map. They haven't won a map, but let's move on. The tournament schedule for tomorrow, September 19. We will start at exactly 1300 GMT plus 8. That's 1 p.m. here at the Philippines. So we will be having 6 matches for tomorrow to be given to you guys for the VN and wildcard qualifiers. And 6 matches still at Gili Island. James, that's gonna be for tomorrow. So let's invite them
Yes.
to come and see us tomorrow.
Yes, make sure to watch us tomorrow at the same time. It's 1 o'clock GMT plus 8 or 13 o'clock. Yes, we're still going to have the same maps as what we had earlier. Still at Gili Island, El Clasico, as what Nikki said for the past few moments today.
Yeah,
You know,
it's always Gili Island. Our
Gili
favorite.
Island is the favorite map of our players. Why change what you're used to, right?
Why change if it's not broken? Just see us tomorrow for the VN and wildcard qualifiers. And this is the matches.
Yes. And
I think we'll be giving it the floor. We'll be giving the floor to our beautiful host, Evangeline. Evangeline, are you there?
yeah, and I think that's going to be it for us, Nikki. Make sure to catch us tomorrow as we'll be seeing you. Then you'll be joined by Asurai and Nikki once again. I'll probably be there. So make sure to catch us tomorrow as well, as we'll be spectating more wonderful matches right now, as we are going to pass on the floor to our host Evangeline. And that's going to be it for us.
Yes, thank you guys for watching, and we will be passing the mic. We're passing the floor to our beautiful host, Evangeline. Evangeline, take it away.
Thank you very much, our wonderful casters. Thank you for your hard work. Wow, what an exciting day, guys. I really enjoy watching today's matches. Well, congratulations to all the winning teams. They contributed a remarkable and fascinating show for us today. We also need to say special thanks to our lovely audience. Thank you for staying with us for a long time and for the whole day. Well, that's the end of the day, but before leaving, we still need to express our gratitude towards our partners again. Many thanks to UU Game Booster, NetEaseFever, Video, Likey, InfoFed, Goliath, TNC, VNG, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, EGG Network, and TikTok. Thank you for all your love and hard work. And guys, it's time to say goodbye. Today's matches have all ended. Tomorrow we still got matches. You don't want to miss it, so please don't turn away. Before that, stay tuned, take good care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Don't overthink things, baby, 'cause I know that you do. You've been a stranger lately, and I know that's not you. Easy come, easy go, no need to fight about it. Easy come, easy go, no stress, I'm good without it. Easy come, easy go, let's keep it fun and simple. Easy come, easy go, you know me loving it. It's no sweat, it's no sweat.